Chapter 521. Am I being treated unfairly again? I thought it would take you at least 2 months to achieve such a perfected light-speed thrust, even with my help. However, you didn't do it in a day but in just an hour. It wasn't easy to understand, even for Talaris. In fact, executing a perfected light-speed thrust in 2 months didn't make sense. She only thought that if Jin's potential and her own help were combined, it would be possible in that amount of time. Did you do it in one go? Talaris was surprised by Jin's reaction. Since he did it without much difficulty, Jin naturally assumed that reaching that level would be within Talaris's expectations. Is it surprising? First of all, Jin apologized for cutting off Talaris's words and made a slight bow. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. No, is that what's important now? Son-in-law, what the hell? Were you practicing this technique even before coming here? It's been a few days already. Haha, that's fine. In some way, it reminded Jin of the first time he learned magic from Muraken during the Stormcastle days. Talaris was showing the same reaction as Muraken, who was surprised at Jin's talent back then. Well, I guess I've chosen a good son-in-law. It's a shame to have such talent only for the hostess of the Hidden Palace. The second flag-bearer, Joshua, also fell into the abyss. Should I send my daughter to run Candle? There's no precedent for a marriage between a patriarch and the owner of the Hidden Palace, but we can make it happen now. When learning magic from Muraken, Jin deliberately downplayed his abilities and adjusted progress to avoid suspicion. Now there was no need for that. For the acceleration, instead of 7 times, it seems I can divide it into 9. What did you say? More precisely, it's better to say that it's divided into 3 times. I can group 9 aura focus points into sets of 3 that count as accelerations. If I grasp the sensation of accelerating a total of 3 times like this, it will be a proper thrust. At that moment, Talaris was surprised once again. There was a rather difficult passage in the book Siren left. Could it be that what my son-in-law is saying now is what he meant? I thought it was a problem for Mary. Talaris quickly reviewed the book again, and she could deduce that Jin's words were exactly right. Weren't you saying that your sister's light-speed thrust is inferior to mine? Yes. Then Mary shouldn't have transmitted it to you, because she couldn't understand the mystery. She might be thinking that the reason her light-speed thrust is inferior to Siren's is just the difference in martial arts achievement and experience. If it's elder sister Mary, someday she'll find the answer for herself. That girl is definitely special, so that might be true. But compared to you, even that great talent is dull. Talaris swallowed those words. Anyway, I think I know where the focus points of the 9 aura concentrations are. Just by teaching it again, my stomach hurts. Show me yours again. I think I need a preliminary action. Take your time. Push with the utmost perfection. Jin focused, refining his posture. And the light-speed thrust showed itself more powerful than the sword Talaris showed him at the beginning. As it seemed it was about to be revealed, the sword's aura kept breaking without being able to stretch forward as much as possible. His thrusting posture also collapsed and Jin was about to fall forward. Ha ha ha! You just surprised this mother-in-law, and now it's your turn to be embarrassed. Seeing Talaris laughing so cheerfully, Jin couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable too. Maybe my greed took over, and my center of gravity came down. It's embarrassing. Yes, you should also have that human side. Thanks to that, I had a good laugh. However, contrary to her words, Talaris didn't ignore that Jin had almost succeeded this time. He was so focused on gathering aura that he missed the basic posture at the last moment. Indeed, this time he practically did it again. If he tries again, he will undoubtedly succeed. Jin adopted his posture again. Talaris silently waited for him to unsheath the sword. Jin, who changed his gaze, raised his aura while checking the mistake he had just made. Soon, a shining sword burst into the air, exuding an aura worthy of being called Run Candle's secret technique. 5th secret technique of Run Candle, light speed thrust. A flash of light pierced through the eyes. Jin distorted the space, abruptly extending at the chasing speed of the flash, leaving a long afterimage like a comet's tail. Only those who had reached a certain level could see that fleeting afterimage. It was because the aura line, which started from the sword but only advanced after the movement finished, rushed toward the path indicated by the sword. A huge crack formed in the ice wall of the training field. If Talaris hadn't reinforced it in advance with the power of full ice, Jin's aura would have reached the outside of the hidden palace and left a trail in the sky. Now, instead of being surprised or scandalized, Talaris expressed pure admiration. Wow, I don't know the speed, but the power definitely surpasses what I showed. Jin, finishing the secret technique, caught his breath and shook his head. It was just a light demonstration. In any aspect, my sword can't compare to Talaris Nim's mastery. No, it's the same even if you used it correctly. Since it's Runcandle's secret move in the first place, there are limits to imitation. And why is that? 9 times. Talaris had just observed Jin's light speed thrust, and at first sight, she felt that she was facing the next level of the secret technique. Could you divide your aura focus points into 10 times? Jin instinctively understood why Talaris was saying that. Could you be considering the possibility of improvement? Well, it's an improvement. In the first place, it's clear that the light speed thrust is the complete form of the 9 focus points and 3 accelerations you mentioned. However, you're not an ordinary warrior, right? Son-in-law, shadow energy, light energy, mana. Unlike ordinary warriors, Jin can use a total of 4 powers, including aura, and Talaris judged that maybe one of those powers could serve as the 10th element of the light speed thrust. People usually don't question something that's already perfect. The same goes for swords. But Talaris wasn't an ordinary warrior like Jin. There are various techniques in our hidden palace that are extremely fast thrusts or stabs, and all those swords are reinforced with the power of full ice. It seems the same method can be applied to the light speed thrust. No, I'm almost sure. Those who only use aura can't think like that. Jin felt a chill. It was like a flash of enlightenment. Of course, it might not be the case for all types of swords, but it won't be difficult to add another power in the light speed thrust due to its simplicity. And I think adding lightning energy would be the best. Some of Runcandle's decisive moves and secret techniques have their origins in Plutonian fencing. In the case of the light speed thrust, it's a sword that Runcandle formed on his own, but fundamentally, if you follow the source, there's no choice but to have a part influenced by the sort of legends technique. Of course, Talaris doesn't know this. The reason she thought lightning energy would be the most suitable was purely based on the insight of a warrior who had reached the peak. It will definitely fit. Now, what you and I have to do is find the final acceleration point. It will become a splendid sword. I'll name it after my son-in-law. I haven't done anything. I know, but I can't put my own name on it, right? Consider this as a reward for making me laugh, Dark Crown Prince. I'm thinking about how to kill the pirate who gave me that nickname. Without further ado, 2 weeks passed since Jin and Talaris started training. Kinselo kept cursing Jin every day for not informing him of the meeting date, and Runcandle. And Zippel controlled information about the Soda Desert, engaging in a media war. And dark rumors about Joshua began circulating worldwide. Runcandle never officially commented on his fall. However, even the general public could infer Joshua's fall just from that, so secrets openly formed everywhere. However, Joshua's feathers subtly covered him in articles. They insisted that his failure was an unfounded rumor and that he was only entering closed-door training. Rosa didn't particularly object to that. Now, our Lord is no different from the next patriarch of Runcandle, but there are still rumors that the second flag-bearer will sit on the throne. It's frustrating. That guy is finished, Jet said as he closed the bulletin. Jet, you shouldn't say those things in other places. Kashmir Nim, I'm not that foolish, he. Anyway, our Lord left as if he were going to learn for a few hours, and it's already been 2 weeks without news. I'm worried. You worry about everything. Do you say that because you don't know how much Talaris Nim cares for Jin Nim? Not at all. I just miss our Lord. If I had been born with true talent, I would have fought alongside our Lord every day, right? Enya. Of course, Uncle Jet. If you practice every day like me, you might find a hidden talent, you know? Hee hee. Dreams are for young people like you. Old Jet. Nearby comrades burst into laughter. But soon, leaders like Kashmir, Valkas, and Lada had serious expressions. Ghost Blade. I suppose we should inform the Lord about this. In front of the table where they were sitting, there were reports from the 7-colored Peacock's mercenaries and Phantom Legion along with informational bulletins. I also think so, Valkas Nim. I have seen with my own eyes how much our Lord cares for him. Of course, nothing seems to happen immediately, but still, it's better to inform him quickly. I don't have a good feeling. The reports they were reading contained information such as confirmation of low-level purge. All Dragon Knights of Hyran are gathering at the Imperial Palace. There is a possibility that it's not just pressure from the Emperor, according to the circumstances. The whereabouts of the Dragon Knights cannot be understood with the current level of intelligence. If we increase the intelligence level, the risk of being detected is very high, so approval from the Tychon headquarters is required. Chapter 522. Jean caught his breath and looked towards the ice wall. There was an exceptionally clean and deep hole amid the traces of chaotic destruction, as if some giant beast had gone rampant. It was a hole formed by the light speed thrust that Jean had just unleashed. Among all the ones he had practiced in the last 2 weeks, only the last one had pierced through the full ice wall. The hole had the shape of such a perfect circle that it seemed strangely artistic. Great artists' works give the impression that, if looked at closely, one can see the spirit and tenacity consumed until their birth. The hole formed by Jin's lightspeed thrust was no different. Jean and Talaris, who jointly created the result, remained silent for a while, unable to take their eyes off the hole. It's complete, my son-in-law. It only took 15 days to make a sword like this. Haha, I wonder what Siren will say when he sees it. He'll surely be satisfied. Anyway, I don't know if Siren is okay. I think it's the first time I've seen someone worry about my father, Talaris Nim. Well, because we are friends, and I made a promise to your father. Talaris smiled bitterly. Arg. Jean tried to respond, but suddenly spat out blood. Son-in-law. It seems I used too much aura and had a superficial reflux. Don't worry, Talaris Nim. If you were as strong as your first or second sister, you wouldn't have fallen into an aura reflux. Haha, you're weak. She said it, but indeed, Talaris was also admiring Jin's resilience. However, she only joked in the sense of being alert. It seems I can see a bit of what kind of mastery elder sister Luna has. White Whale, Luna Run Candle. If that girl's sword ability stops in my memory, then you are already technically equal or superior. Jean shook his head. I don't know when Talaris Nim's last memory will be, but my sister must have achieved great things too. I think I still have a long way to go to catch up with my sister. She wouldn't have risen as high as you, and Luna's true strength wasn't her large body or her sword ability. Haha, how should I express it? She has the ability to always win. The ability to always win? You are definitely stronger than Luna. You surpass her in almost every aspect. Still, if you were to fight Luna, you can't be sure of victory. There's something about your elder sister that is hard to describe in terms of potential or talent. Of course, you are strong too. And Talaris looked at Jean again and stood behind him. While teaching you this time, I see something in you similar to that girl. I think that is the greatest blessing a warrior can have. It's nice to hear that. Moreover, since neither you nor Luna achieved it for free, there's no reason to cherish it even if you like it. Jean felt a presence as he was about to convey his gratitude for the training. Jean Nim. It was Kashmir. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but be startled at the state of his ice wall. He was also briefly distracted by a single perfect trace amid the destroyed ice walls. Are these traces the result of the training? Especially that mark. It seems that Jean Nim has completed a new sword, an ice wall reinforced with the power of full ice. Kashmir had the feeling that even making a deep crack in these ice walls would not be easy with his sword. Kashmir Nim? Huh. I was about to send my son-in-law today. Have you come to notify me that I have kept him for too long? No, Talaris Nim. I've come because there's a problem that Jean Nim needs to check quickly. When Kashmir pulled out the report from the 7-colored peacocks and showed it to him, Jin's eyes grew heavy. A purge signal? Talaris took a look at the report and snorted. Ha ha ha, that bastard emperor. When we were young, I saw him eyeing Ron like a hawk. Ron had been on the soft side since before the attack on Sword Emperor Castle. But he's so audacious. Indeed, the imperial family has been controlling Hyran from when they were young until now. And as Talaris said, the controls of the imperial family gradually increased in proportion as Ron weakened. Most of the time, Ron simply didn't bother with it, like a prey animal tolerating the days of unconscious and agile cubs. He thought it was the path for the empire unless he rebelled. All the previous patriarchs had done it, and the imperial family knew it, so they rarely crossed the line. But this time, the imperial family crossed the line. According to the report, the emperor is intentionally dropping the Dragon Knights. Of course, the reason was to prevent the Dragon Knights from immediately reaching Sword Emperor Castle when something happened in Hyran. Although the emperor has command over the Dragon Knights, they were the ones prioritizing the safety of Sword Emperor Castle over the Empire's orders when Hyran was in danger, even if that means committing treason by disobeying the Emperor's orders. Of course, they can't be sure that there will be a purge based only on this situation. Just as they have always increased the level of containment on every opportunity, this time they might be merely putting on a show for the public, using the Sword Emperor Castle terrorist attack and its aftermath as an excuse to demonstrate the absolute power of the imperial family. But Jean didn't seem to think so. In the end, the Empire chose a stone over Hyran, a white stone kept by the Patriarch of Hyran. The imperial family has coveted the stone for a long time. Just as the Hidden Palace is sealing Alona Zippel, Hyran is also handing over the white stone to future generations, so that the strongest patriarch can cut it and get rid of it. Jean doesn't know what the white stone is. He can only guess that it probably has something to do with chaos. In return, one thing was certain. It was a fact that the Emperor clearly made a mistake. Crazy bastard. I don't know how big the stone is, but are you going to throw the strongest knight of the Empire away like this? Ron's sword is the strongest in Hyran. Although it suffered unexpected damage from the terrorist attack, as long as Ron and his key personnel are in good health, the fact that Hyran is the Empire's top martial artist and a prestigious family doesn't change. It's not an exaggeration to say that the reason the Empire is able to enjoy the status of the third force after Runkandel and Zippel before Kinzelo's rise in the current generation is because of the existence of Ron and Hyran led by him. The reason I asked Baradin to urge Zippel to properly pressure Hyran was to more clearly confirm the distinction between friends and enemies and the purpose of the imperial family. Judging by their behavior, the results have come. In other words, Vermont chose the stone and Zippel over Hyran. What's surprising is that Ron has yet to react differently, even though there are signs of a purge that even the 7-colored peacock's informants know. Sigh, there must be something they believe in, so they're doing things like this. I have no idea. Besides asking if there is justification to purge Hyran in the first place, how are they going to handle Ron? Talaris thought that, even if the imperial family is hand-in-hand with Zippel, they would have no choice but to use Zippel's power. So it's nothing more than publicity that the imperial family had sold the empire to Zippel. It seems there is something they believe in, as Talaris Nim said. It makes me wonder if they're holding Dante hostage. Son-in-law, you seem quite worried. Yes. Ron was injured during the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle, but a martial artist living in such times would prefer to worry about the imperial family and the empire. Would you worry about Siren if a group of Runkandels went mad and threatened to purge your father? That's right. If Ron were in a normal state, Jean wouldn't have worried at all if the Emperor had tied the Dragon Knight's feet or borrowed Zippel's power. I don't know if the Crimson Sword was the problem or if there were other factors. If the day comes when he suffers internal injuries that can't be controlled like this, I thought it would be, of course, the day he mixes swords with his father. It's amazing that he was the leader of a group recently known as a third-category terrorist group. Immediately after the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle, Jean learned from Ron about his internal injuries. Ron was unable to recover from the injuries he had suffered in the battle back then. For a superhuman like Ron, it's normal to recover quickly, but the internal injuries gradually worsened over time. Not even Dante knew. Only Ron's 5 closest aides and Jean knew. Maybe the Emperor realized Ron Nim's condition. The Emperor still doesn't seem convinced that Ron is not normal. If he fully understood Ron Nim's condition, he would have hurried immediately instead of checking it like this. Jean also didn't know exactly what Ron's current condition was. If Ron's wound is the same as the first or worse, that worried Jean. Ron's lack of response so far, maybe he's dealing with it but hasn't been informed, might have something to do with his condition. That's right, Talaris Nim. Still, I'll go to Sword Emperor Castle myself. Yes, go and show off your new great skill. In the future, no matter who asks, I will tell them that I learned one of Runcandle's secret techniques from Talaris Nim. It was an honor to learn from you, Talaris Nim. How adorable you are. And just in case, if you think something bad is going to happen to Sword Emperor Castle, make sure to let me know too. I will. As soon as Jean left the hidden palace with Kashmir, he immediately boarded the Tychon transfer gate to the Empire. The transfer gate only emitted a warning sound and did not work. It was a phenomenon that appeared when the other side of the transfer gate was closed. Chapter 523, all the transfer gates of the Empire were closing. The armies of the imperial family's vassal states were also seen heading towards the Empire by land and sea. Clearly, the Empire was preparing for war without a doubt. A war with Hyran. Bang dash. A white dimensional portal formed in Tychon's front yard, and Mort, the snow toad, appeared. As soon as Talaris realized that the atmosphere was unusual, she visited Sword Emperor Castle. Mort looked quite tired because he had moved too many dimensions in a short time. Talaris Nim. As Jean and his comrades approached, Talaris shook her head bewildered. The Emperor has gone mad. It's really an atmosphere for a purge. Have you seen Ron Nim? I've been told he wasn't there. I haven't heard other details. But Sword Emperor Castle was also completely poisoned. War is inevitable. All the knights following Ron are also gathering at Sword Emperor Castle. War between Hyran and the entire empire. Originally, Talaris thought that as long as Ron was there, the outcome of the war would surely be Haran's victory. However, now that she had been to Sword Emperor Castle herself, she wasn't sure either. It wasn't because she hadn't met Ron in person. Strangely, few clans have decided to help Hyran. I don't know what trick the imperial family played, or if Ron lost his reputation without me knowing. Jean knew why. Talaris Nim. What? Talaris Nim told me to let you know if something bad was going to happen. Could you tell me what might be the reason? The Hidden Palace has always been neutral, but now it must be called Jin's ally. But the relationship of the Hidden Palace with Hyran was not clear. In fact, the Hidden Palace didn't have to step forward even if Hyran was destroyed. It shouldn't step forward exactly. The Hidden Palace would turn the Empire into an enemy for no reason. So Jean would tell Talaris about Ron's ill health only after she had fulfilled her purpose of aiding Sword Emperor Castle. Talaris shrugged and looked at Jin's allies. Everyone go out for a while. I need to talk to my son-in-law. Jin's companions left. Son-in-law? Yes. Do you remember what I told you about the duties of the Hidden Palace last time? The Hidden Palace has maintained its neutrality for most of the years, but it hasn't always been that way. We also made a vow when the first Hidden Palace Master was chosen by Full Ice and Mort for the first time. The same goes for the power of Full Ice that our Endorma clans obtained. In exchange for gaining too much power for a human, we were tasked with helping to resolve the anomalies of the world. Jean nodded as he recalled the story. The previous masters recorded that Hyran had something that could be a threat to the world. White stone. That's what it was. It is Haran's secret that was passed down only to the Patriarch, but the Hidden Palace had known about the existence of the stone for a long time. Our Hidden Palace presumes that the object Hyran has is from the witch Helurum. And as I said before, preventing the disaster that Helurum brings is one of the representative duties of the Hidden Palace. So, Talaris Nim's main purpose in this war is to prevent the danger that Hyran harbors as the Hidden Palace Master. Yes, Talaris responded calmly. Talaris's words about fulfilling her duty as the Hidden Palace Master could be interpreted in many ways. It's perfectly reasonable to say that for Talaris Nim, handling the white stone takes priority over High Ran, but if you think about it another way, it means that as soon as the white stone reveals its danger, Talaris Nim might attack High Ran instead. Jean has no idea what the condition of the white stone is right now. Also, when the situation reached an extreme, he wasn't sure what decision High Ran would make. Jean believed in his friend Dante, but the patriarch of High Ran is Ron, not Dante. If High Ran is at its worst in this war, Ron is a person who might use the power of the white stone if he could to protect his beloved grandson. I don't think there's any reason for the imperial family to covet something that is all there is. That's right. I understand in broad strokes. The stone must be dangerous enough for no one in the world to know about it. That's why the patriarch of High Ran who acquired the object for the first time tried to cut it and failed. After that, he only left the order to destroy the object without informing them of its identity so that future patriarchs wouldn't become greedy. Do you mean you deduced all that from my brief explanation? That's surprising. It's even more surprising that not even all the patriarchs in the history of High Ran have been able to cut the stone, not even Ron Nim. Where did the stone come from? A conversation with Dante about the white stone. In that conversation, the danger of the white stone was already revealed. The same was true for the Emperor's actions to obtain the stone, even forsaking High Ran. Yes, by chance, if the stone threatens the world, and Talaris Nim is on the side of stopping High Ran, there's no way to stop it. That's why Jean hesitated to give Talaris information about Ron. After Jean remained silent for a while, Talaris smiled mischievously, as if she knew everything. Son-in-law? Yes. I think I know what worries you. It's easy to read your thoughts. Yes, I am worried. I will help Dante as a friend no matter what. Even if there's a conflict with me during that process? Yes. A heavy silence fell between the two. Ron, that fool, might use Haluram's things to save his grandson. Because nothing is more important to him than his grandson. But, Jean, just as Dante High Ran is your friend, Ron High Ran is my friend. Siren and Ron and Talaris. For those three, the closest friends or companions were each other. That's how life with absolutes is. The higher you go, the stronger you become, and the deeper you enter the realm. And people become lonely. They gained absolute power at the cost of falling into the deepest solitude. Only those who entered the realm could understand each other. However, just like stars collide and disappear when they get too close, their relationship was no different. If one of the three could embrace them all, they would have become more affectionate friends than anyone. However, Siren, who could assume that role, ascended to a higher and solitary realm and lost his emotions as a human being, and since then the three couldn't get closer. There still exists a feeling of friendship. That's why Talaris hoped she would never have to fulfill her duty, and she was willing to let things work out like this if possible. So be a bit more honest with me. Tell me everything you know. Right now, we're talking about the worst situation, but isn't it just an assumption? We have the power to discard the worst. Jean felt her sincerity. Moreover, realistically, Talaris's abilities were needed to help High Ran as soon as possible. The fact that all transfer gates are closed means that land and sea routes are also blocked. Jean was prepared to approach Sword Emperor Castle by land and sea while fighting the Imperial Army, and he trusted in making his way through without difficulty. But it's too late to follow that path. If High Ran can't hold out until then, it will only make enemies with the Empire, let alone help his friends. To hurry and fight together was also something to lose to the Empire, but if it brings the war to victory, then it might make quite some sense. Jean is the flag-bearer of Run Candle. As the flag-bearer, Jean intended to support High Ran without the permission of Rosa, the acting matriarch. And maybe you and I are complicating things too much. Although there are fewer knights of the clan with High Ran than I thought, but if it's Ron Nim, has not recovered at all from the internal injuries suffered during the terrorist attack at Sword Emperor Castle. Talaris's eyes widened. What? Ron Nim's condition has not improved at all after fighting against the leader of Kinsalo and suffering internal injuries. I don't know the details of the situation, but he may be worse than back then. And the only ones who know this are me, Talaris Nim, and 5 of Ron Nim's closest aides. Sigh. I was aware that Ron hardly had any external activities after the attack on Sword Emperor Castle. Could it be for that reason? The reason why the Emperor is carrying out the purge and why there are few knights with high ran may also be the same. Perhaps those within the Empire know that Ron Nim is not in normal condition. Contrary to appearances, Ron is good with tricks, so maybe he's doing it on purpose, pretending to be sick, and right now he intends to deal with Heron's enemies, and maybe even the Emperor. Damn, things are not so good to think about it. Ron is not one to covet power or even force a fight. Well, Talera sighed. Hearing about Ron's condition worried her even more. Even assuming he enjoyed good health, it was only natural for her to be concerned about the danger of the White Stone. Talaris Nim, speak. Please help me and my comrades get to Sword Emperor Castle. With Mort's help. Agreed. But right now it's impossible. Mort is tired from traveling so much. He needs time to recover. Jean nodded. Anyway, I need a bit of time. I have to gather all my comrades and men, and I also have to create means to protect Tychon while we're away. Jean intended to dedicate all his strength to High Ran. Chapter 524. From the public's perspective, life was nothing out of the ordinary just a few days ago. But now, even they could feel a heavy atmosphere looming over the entire empire. Everyone knew that the Emperor's sword was not aimed at foreign forces but at High Ran, who was called the Pillar of the Empire. I know better than anyone that the Imperial sword has long been fighting for the Imperial family and the people. In front of the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the Empire, Amir Vermont, stood on a giant golden platform, towering over the crowd. The platform was supported by about 200 convicted criminals dressed in red robes. The crowd felt bewildered by the Emperor's unexpected announcement, but they dared not express it. The Emperor stated that the cause of the purge was treason and civil war. It would be curious. What kind of treason did the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle commit? You might dislike it too, but I am also aware that you favor Ron High Ran more than me. The Emperor slowly looked at the people. I, too, as the supreme ruler of the Empire, trusted the most loyal servant Ron High Ran. Additionally, as a human, I respected and admired him, so there's no hiding my frustration. However, Ron High Ran, the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle, ignored my orders as well as my fervent pleas, putting the Empire in danger of terror, war, and destruction. As the Emperor gestured, 2 blackened flags torn from the masts on both sides of the platform unfurled. They were the flags of the Empire and High Ran. Everyone remembers the day when the disaster occurred at Sword Emperor Castle. These flags were destroyed that day, and I will inform the people about the cause of the terrorism that happened that day. It was because of a single object possessed by High Ran. The crowd gathered in the square murmured for the first time. Then, the Emperor cast a sidelong glance, and a warrior wearing Heron's armor stepped forward. He is Ron Heron's second son and a flag-bearer of High Ran, Tychon High Ran. After the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle, traitors appeared one after another within High Ran. They were all those who were pushed by Dante and treated as non-existent people by Ron High Ran. They, who had never imagined betrayal under Ron's majesty, saw an opportunity when the Imperial sword suffered. An unprecedented blow, coupled with the Imperial family taking a back seat. Tychon was the first and took the initiative to betray High Ran. There is a white stone in my clan that was passed down only from patriarch to patriarch. Originally, Tychon had no idea, but the Emperor informed him about the white stone. And the Emperor didn't hesitate to reveal the white stone to the public, unlike High Ran, who kept a secret that threatened the world by being passed down from patriarch to patriarch. The eyes of the crowd watching Tychon were tainted with disdain. Unless one was a fool, it was impossible not to realize that he had betrayed his clan and was in this position to covet Heron's power, which would soon pass to Dante. It may be hard to believe, but if you can melt and use that white stone, it has the power to support all the magical equipment of the Empire and make the Empire many times stronger in an instant. From the crowd's perspective, it was an absurd and exasperating story. Woo-boo-boo. Finally, the crowd booed Tychon. As the Emperor mentioned earlier, High Ran is a clan more beloved by the people than the Imperial family. Those gathered in the square wanted to stone him to death at any moment. Your Majesty, the leader of the Imperial Guard, Alton Hyran, met the Emperor's eyes. It meant that if the Emperor gave an order, he would immediately suppress the commotion. However, the Emperor, with a corner of his mouth raised, silently ordered him to let it be. But isn't it just an unpleasant noise? Let them vent their anger at least a little. Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor didn't deliver this speech to reprimand Hyran out of fear of public opinion or fear that the people would side with Hyran and rebel. The first was to expose Haran's secret and pressure them, and the second was simply because he loved the people in his own way. It meant raising his voice a little, showing his displeasure, and relieving their anger. After all, they have no power to stop me, nor the will to do so. Hyran may like them more than me, but they won't risk their lives for it. The silly and annoying look of the people seems quite charming and adorable to me. The Emperor was sincere, and his eyes shone as if the public were fascinating. Your Majesty, my clan was ordered long ago to return the white stone to the Imperial family. The term return implies that the stone was originally entrusted to Hyran by the previous Emperor. Of course, the Imperial family had never entrusted a white stone to Hyran. They only say this because the public can't know the truth anyway. What a bunch of rubbish! The boos grew increasingly furious. But, as you can see, Sword Emperor Ron Hyran is not following Your Majesty's order. Enemies seeking the stone even carried out terrorist acts in the Empire's lands. Sword Emperor Castle. Get lost! Dirty traitor! Living golems and unknown giant demonic creatures threaten the Empire because of the stone. However, Hyran clings to his greed and doesn't return the stone to the Imperial family. As a member of that clan, I know better than anyone that the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle is using that power to plot treason. The Emperor applauded, and the enraged crowd immediately calmed down. Tyan Haran's testimony may seem dubious. I also know very well that it will be difficult to accept as it is such a sudden story. But listen to me, my people. I am willing to forgive Hyran for instigating civil war and treason if they return the stone even now. As the speech reached this point, a mix of curiosity and anger was brewing in the hearts of the crowd. What the heck is this white stone? Does it really exist? If so, why doesn't Hyran return it to the Imperial family? Such questions naturally arose. I, Emir Vermont, the Emperor of the Empire, declare, I will stop the purge as soon as Hyran returns the stone. However, if they do not apologize to me until the end, Sword Emperor Castle will disappear from the face of the earth. The content of the Emperor's speech quickly reaches Sword Emperor Castle. Emperor, this damn bastard. How could he do this to Hyran? White stone. Ridiculous. He makes up such absurd stories because he has no justification. And he pretends to be the supreme ruler of the Empire. That lunatic will surely pay the price. He acts as if Hyran is powerless and silently endures, being supported only because he is the Emperor. The throne will be stained with his blood. It was Hyran who deserved to sit there from the beginning, not the Vermont family. If it weren't for Hyran, the Empire wouldn't have existed. Each warrior in the meeting room raised their voice with anger. Most seemed ready to storm the palace and fight, but undoubtedly there was an underlying unease among them. Anxiety had already begun even before the Emperor's speech. We can't stay here gathered. We must take action first. We must show that child the dignity of Sword Emperor, the meaning of that name. We are accused of treason, but we must show what true treason is. A few traitors switching sides and the Emperor raising an army? As long as Ron Nim is here, those who turn their backs will end up kneeling before our sword. They all shouted, looking towards a person sitting atop. It was Dante Hyran, the young patriarch of Hyran. Dante could barely hide the signs of fatigue on his face. However, bloodshot eyes and dry lips could not be concealed. Come out, Ron Nim. Ron Nim. The restlessness of the warriors was no different. It was because of Ron Hyran, the man who summoned all the warriors to this place with only dignity without any action. Several days had passed since the warriors gathered but Ron has not appeared in front of them even once. Grandfather. Now even Dante was aware of Ron's condition. In the past few days, Ron's health had deteriorated so rapidly that it was impossible to hide. Ron was unconscious. Dante was in command of Sword Emperor Castle in his name. As time passed, the gathered knights began to doubt if Sword Emperor was really in good health. The suspicion was becoming undeniable. Ron's absence equaled the absence of all Hyran. Although there were still individuals in Hyran without Ron, the result of waging a war without him was as clear as day. A sense of pressure, powerlessness, and nausea overwhelmed Dante. Dante felt dizzy after not being able to sleep for several days, and cramps hit various parts of his body if he didn't concentrate. A weak body makes it difficult for me even at times like this. Dante gritted his teeth and looked into the eyes of the gathered knights. It seemed that he had to reveal the truth. My grandfather is sick at the moment, and he is unconscious. At Dante's words, the angry voices of the knights faded away. Those who had already realized didn't. Startled too much, but those who didn't know were hit by thunder. Ron Nim, unconscious? Could it be that the wounds he suffered that day have worsened? Why are you telling us this now? Without Ron Nim, how will we respond to this? When Dante was about to respond, an old knight opened his mouth, clicking his tongue. If Ron Nim is absent, are you saying you won't fight with Hyran? You're talking nonsense. Without Ron Nim, are the rest of you nothing more than a bunch of foot soldiers? We came here to fight against the tyranny of the Emperor, to protect our friendship with Hyran. We didn't come to overthrow the Empire with Ron Nim at the helm. The one who spoke was Shuras Helter, the patriarch of the Helter family. Dante avoided giving an uncomfortable answer to Shuras's words, but as long as Ron remained in bed, Dante had no means to dispel their anxiety. They faced adversaries who would be difficult to handle even if they united solidly. However, a significant number of knights couldn't help but contemplate the crack created by Ron's absence. Without Ron Nim, the war is lost. If we lose the fight against the Emperor, not only will we die, but our entire family and kin will be brutally murdered. Moreover, once they learned of Ron's illness, thoughts like these crossed their minds. The white stone the Emperor talked about, what if it really exists? If the Emperor's speech is true, it's best to return the stone and resolve the situation. Should I wait for his absurd story to be real? A tense silence fell. Just as someone was about to raise the question of whether the Emperor's speech was true, urgent footsteps were heard from outside. It was the sound of commanders rushing in. Young Patriarch, the Emperor's forces movement has been confirmed. The vanguard will reach Sword Emperor Castle in approximately 3 hours. Chapter 525. The scale of the Imperial Army's vanguard? 1,000 knights, 100 magicians, and 5 dragons. The commander is Kevin Farrell of the Dragon King Knights. Notable knights include Scott Harlow of the Central Knights, Marvin Pan, and Gloria Zenderer of the White Knights. The magician commander is Loya Lily the, mainly composed of the 2nd Division of the Lily the Magic Corps. 50 Lion-class cannons, 3 Red Dragon-class cannons, and a number of barrier amplification artifacts have been confirmed as war artifacts. Even with that, there weren't many nations in the world that couldn't be conquered. Excluding the main factions, it was overwhelming for a single nation or clan. Furthermore, the lists recited by the commanders were only for the vanguard. The size of the main force that would arrive later was incomparable. The scale of the main force has not been determined yet, but it is estimated to be at least 10 times larger. The atmosphere in the conference room became heavy. Those who guessed Ron's condition renewed their determination once again, and those who didn't continued to think about the white stone. 3 hours, faster than expected. The Emperor must know that Ron is not in a condition to fight. Probably that's why they've rushed to come. The main force will probably arrive a couple of hours after the vanguard. It was as Shuras said. Crack. Suddenly, Shuras split the long table in the conference room in half and walked among them until he stood in front of Dante. Then he knelt down and bowed. I, Shuras Helter, patriarch of the Helter family. My knights under my control and I will share the same fate as Hiran. As Shuras pledged, the other knights fell to their knees as well. Sellington will also fight alongside Hiran. My Lofermo family would have perished in antiquity if not for Hiran. It's weak, but it will help. My Traga family will support Hiran. My clan. 30 representatives from each clan and family in the conference room swore loyalty to Dante and Hiran. Then, there were 7 people left. They were the most shocked by the news that Ron had lost consciousness. After Dante solemnly placed a sword on the shoulders of those who had sworn allegiance and they responded, he looked at them in silence. Family Kingsel, Family Felici, Family Meeting, Family Bazarin, Family Penega, Family Mitro, Family Zinyan. Dante Nim you have betrayed your trust with Hiran. You have forgotten that my clan, my grandfather, and my ancestors fought for your well-being. The representatives of the 7 clans and families couldn't lift their heads at Dante's words. The knights who still knelt were ready to behead them at any moment if Dante gave the order. But I don't want to believe that you abandoned Heron's faith simply out of fear for your life and the survival of your clan. I will assume that you chose to maintain loyalty to the Empire rather than loyalty to Hiran. So, before you leave, there is something you must do for the Empire. Speak, please. Help evacuate the people from Sword Emperor Castle. If you're not even willing to do that, it means you haven't chosen loyalty, and I have no reason to forgive you. The 7 knights who didn't swear loyalty bowed their heads and left the conference room. Golo Nim. Yes, my lord. Evacuate all non-combatant vassals and subjects. If the 7 clans don't help in the process, you can behead them immediately. I will do as you command. Also, all rank-and-file soldiers must be evacuated. The rank-and-file soldiers were mainly responsible for operating equipment and supply as well as maintaining guard and post-battle control. If rank-and-file soldiers were absent, lower-ranking knights would have to operate equipment like cannons themselves, causing a certain loss of power. However, Dante didn't want to make them assume too harsh a responsibility. If they lose the war, their entire family will die just by standing on the walls. After the evacuation, only 3,000 low-ranking knights, 1,000 high-ranking knights, and 50 commander-level knights, including Dante, remained in the castle. They could handle a vanguard force, but it was unfortunately insufficient to face the entire empire. Dante and his commanders climbed the walls. The restoration has continued since the last terrorist attack, but Sword Emperor Castle has not yet regained its original appearance. Cracks remained everywhere on the walls, and there are many empty spaces. Anyway, it wasn't a fight for defense. All rank-and-file soldiers were sent out, and more than half of the war equipment was damaged during the terror, so they couldn't hold the fortress for long. Regardless of the war's outcome, today marked the end for Sword Emperor Castle. Dante simply wanted to capture this scene in his eyes for the last time. I know what you mean. What if the imperial family chooses Zippel and decides to end Hiran? You stop that on your own. I'm not the patriarch of Zippel, but the next patriarch. I don't have that much authority. I'm joking. Runcandle will join Hiran at that time. Dante suddenly recalled his friend's conversation as he watched them tear down the tents set up under the walls and evacuate people at the commander's command. When he and Jean asked Baradin to urge Zippel to press Hiran even more, the 3 had assumed to some extent the possibility of such a total war. However, it was entirely unexpected that Ron would lose consciousness, and that the Emperor would reveal Heron's secret to the entire world. Who would have imagined that Ron would be unable to fight? Ron's injuries during the terrorist attack were not at all severe. It should have been a normal injury that would take at most a week or a month to recover. Dante didn't know why Ron's injury had worsened so much. My grandfather cannot wake up, and it seems unlikely that we can win this war now, even if Jean comes. Dante thought that getting Jin's help would be like dragging a friend into a quagmire. Jean was not yet the patriarch of Runcandle, and, if objectively evaluated, Hiran without Ron had no value for Runcandle to confront the Empire. Dante received paper and pen from the commander next to him. It was to send a letter to Jean, asking him not to come to their aid. Send this to Tychon immediately. The commander took the letter and descended the wall. If Jean came, there was a good chance that Dante could survive. As Jean had mentioned during his conversation with Baradin, even if he couldn't bring the entire run candle with him, he would undoubtedly bring enough troops to rescue Dante. But Dante was convinced that he would rather die fighting together than choose to escape and survive alone. Thousands of warriors risked their lives for Hyran and rebelled. He was never able to prioritize his survival as the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle. Following Dante's orders and the commanders, the knights deployed throughout the castle. The eyes of the knights were heavily stained with the resolution of a desperate struggle. All that was left was to await the arrival of the enemies. A white stone? Does he plan to eliminate Sword Emperor Castle with such a justification? Rosa, examining the report, raised an eyebrow. We have never obtained any information about this white stone. Could be a lie created for justification. It could be true. However, that's not important. The fact that the Emperor is making such a move indicates his confidence in defeating Ron's Sword Emperor Castle. After the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle, Ron Hyran almost stopped his external activities. And he has not been active at all for the last 15 days. It may be that he cannot fight as I predicted before. Not seeing a response even though the Emperor has raised an army is almost certain. There is still no full-scale movement, but Zippel may be taking care of the Emperor. If the white stone is worth as much as the Emperor said, Zippel will surely back him up. Should I prepare the knights? Rosa thought for a moment about her youngest son, rather than responding to the scribe's words. And the 12th flag-bearer? He is safe inside Tychon, but the detailed internal situation is unknown due to the Patriarch's order. That child will definitely go to Sword Emperor Castle. I think the sudden vacation request of the 4th flag-bearer has something to do with it. Leading Runcandle's knights and going to Sword Emperor Castle without permission from the Patriarch in function. You are making quite an absurd assertion. When has the youngest acted with such timidity? Besides, even if the youngest doesn't have the clan's knights with him, he has a solid force of his own. The scribe tilted his head. I don't know exactly what kind of white stone Hyran has, but there's nothing wrong with having it, seeing that the Emperor is so eager for it. However, it was burdensome to take a step forward without any information or justification. If, by chance, the white stone had no special value, Runcandle would be interfering in the Empire's civil war without any benefit. For now, let's see how the youngest handles the situation. However, if we detect a situation where Zippel or Kinslow is actively coming out, we will act accordingly. Watch the place closely. Also, make a statement that Runcandle has nothing to do with the civil war in Hyran. This way, if Jin's actions led to unfavorable results, they could naturally position it as not representing the judgment of all of Runcandle. On the other hand, if it ended well, it would once again highlight the capabilities and tenacity of Runcandle's 12th flag-bearer. Yes, as you command. The Emperor's vanguard army arrived at the plains of Sword Emperor Castle. Dante stood in the middle of the wall at the gate and observed them. 5 dragons, 1,000 knights, 100 magicians, 53 cannons, and barrier equipment were aimed at the main gate of Sword Emperor Castle. The back gate and the side gate seemed to be surrounded by the main force anyway, so there was no need to pay attention. I am Kevin Farrell, Vanguard Commander of the Civil War Repression Army under His Majesty, the Great Emperor Emir Vermont. Ron Hyran, Lord of Sword Emperor Castle, come now and receive the Edict of His Majesty, shouted Kevin Farrell as he gazed at Sword Emperor Castle from atop a red dragon. Dante and the commanders did not respond to his words. Kevin, feeling somewhat ignored, raised his voice even more. He had heard from the Emperor beforehand, but he had just seen with his own eyes that Ron couldn't fight. Is Ron Hyran absent? If so, young Patriarch Dante. Hyran, heed His Majesty's edict and obey. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, Kevin felt a chilling sensation like the wind entering his chest. What? A hole appeared in his chest. Kevin completely ignored that moment, but it happened right after something flashed on the walls of Sword Emperor Castle. The light came from Dante's sword. The sword that had pierced through Kevin's chest had already returned to its sheath, and only a few were aware of its speed. As Kevin began to fall from the back of the dragon, Dante spoke. No one dares to scorn Sword Emperor Castle in the Empire, not even the Emperor. So, if someone wishes to convey the Emperor's will, they must defeat me and speak. Chapter 526. Thunk. A dull sound echoed as Kevin's body crashed to the ground. After falling, he died after a few convulsions. The final order to receive the Emperor's edict became Kevin's last words. The vanguard leader, who came to attack Sword Emperor Castle, met his end with a single sword strike. The Emperor's vanguard soldiers couldn't take their eyes off Kevin's corpse for a while. Accepting his death, even after seeing it with their own eyes, was challenging. It wasn't because there were many who normally respected Kevin or had a deep friendship with him. More than 90% of the vanguard soldiers didn't understand why Kevin had died. What just happened? Did the leader really die? Seriously. At the moment when frontline knights had doubts, two beams of light flashed again on the walls of Sword Emperor Castle. The second sword shot extended further than the first, cutting both wings of the red dragon and leaving a bright trail in the sky. Roar! Finally, even the red dragon lost its wings and fell to the ground, and all vanguard soldiers realized that it was Dante's sword technique that had killed Kevin. Did the dragon not heed my words? Told it not to dare to look down on Sword Emperor Castle. He seemed to speak softly, but the energy-filled voice spread across the entire plain. Now, everyone daring to look down on Sword Emperor Castle had disappeared. In their place, Dante looked down at all the vanguard soldiers from atop the castle walls. It was then that the vanguard soldiers could feel that the place they came to join was Sword Emperor Castle. In the face of that terrifying realization, frontline knights froze for a moment. Some primitive fear, derived from the name Hiran, pierced their minds. Did he shoot the sword from that wall, with this speed and power? Scott Harlow, the commander of the Central Knights, spoke, and other key knights shook their heads in astonishment. It's no joke. He is the successor of the Sword Emperor, Dante Hiran. I always remembered him as dignified and gentle, but seeing him like this, he is truly a formidable beast. Not only frontline knights but also commanders felt a shiver run down their spines. Dante had become one of the most famous figures in the Empire, skipping generations and becoming the young patriarch of Hiran. From the moment he became the young patriarch, various rumors followed Dante, such as his small physique, weak endurance, and his attractive face, which didn't seem boneless by nature, made people doubt Dante. Moreover, Dante did not often participate in the Empire's martial arts competitions. Even those were mostly private competitions, so few people knew Dante's true abilities. But those who had seen Dante's sword, witnesses of his growth, unanimously gathered and said, "The next first sword of the world has already been decided." In the midst of the cold silence, only the cries of the fallen red dragon filled the plain. Magicians hurried to cast healing magic and tried to support its wings, but it was not enough. I am Dante Hillen, the young patriarch of Hiran and deputy lord of Sword Emperor Castle. Explain why the Imperial Army has come to seek Sword Emperor Castle. Scott Harlow took a step forward. Scott Harlow of the Central Knights. Dantenim, do not do this. You are going down an irreversible path. His Majesty has ordered to stop the war as soon as Hiran returns the white stone. There is no such stone, Scott Harlow Nim. Even if there were, the Emperor cannot treat Hiran like this. Dante Nim, you still have a chance. I, as a warrior who has always admired Hiran, hope that Sword Emperor Castle returns to the people's and His Majesty's embrace. Opportunity? Don't you know that the Emperor is blinded by power and intends to break the Empire's pillar? If it is indeed so, I will give you one last chance. Drop your swords immediately and surrender. I will forgive everyone. But if you decide to join the Emperor knowing his intentions. Dante raised his aura and continued his words. Not a single one of those who raised their swords against Hiran will survive. The fact that you are simply forced to obey orders cannot be considered any excuse. All of you are knights. Even if they were ordinary people, there was no room for leisure against more than 1,000 knights. Rather, they had to eliminate them as soon as possible before the main force arrived to make the next battle less burdensome. From the moment the Emperor's purge began, Dante was determined to kill and die. Even if he had to kill 1,000, 10,000, or more people, Dante had no intention of stopping before the Emperor. Damn it, it's not Ron-Nim, but I thought Dante Huron would give me a little space to talk. There will be no response to this. In the end, if he chooses to perish, it was then. One of the knights in formation dropped his sword to the ground. Thud. In an instant, all heads turned towards him. I can't fight against Hiran. If Hiran hadn't intervened in the Shuka battle, our entire clan would have been annihilated. What is this? Clang. Starting with him, frontline knights dropped their swords to the ground like oil-soaked paper catching fire. I can't fight against Hiran either. The reason I could become a knight as an orphan was due to Heron's knight scholarship. I was also supported by Heron's scholarship. I am also indebted to Hiran. More than half of the rank knights dropped their swords like this. It happened in less than a minute. Pick up your swords immediately. Fools! Do you think you can defy the Emperor's orders and survive? The vanguard commanders were left speechless by this sudden turn of events. The frontline knights who had discarded their swords even went as far as to kneel. Dante killed the vanguard leader with a single sword strike, and with just a few words, the morale of the vanguard was completely demoralized. Commanders like Scott, Marvin, Gloria, and Loya had never imagined such a case. They didn't know what to do and could only look alternately at the knights dropping their swords and Sword Emperor Castle. This is madness. Scott clenched his teeth. He knew better than anyone that if they showed this kind of appearance when the main force arrived, both the commanders and the rank knights would not end with a simple punishment. Swish dash! Scott brandished his sword and struck the neck of a knight who had dropped his sword. The decision was made. What kind of insolence is this in front of the traitors? All who have abandoned their swords will be executed without delay. The knights of Sword Emperor Castle hadn't even drawn their swords yet, but sources of blood spread throughout the Emperor's vanguard camp. The knights who dropped their swords offered no resistance. Therefore, it was difficult for the vanguard knights to suppress the feeling of unease in their hearts as they wielded their swords to kill their fellow knights. Fools! Do you think anything will change by doing this? When the main force arrives, Sword Emperor Castle will be doomed anyway. Indeed, the vanguard army commanders had been uneasy from the moment they set foot in this place. Kevin Farrell, of the Dragon King Knights, lacked the skill and virtue necessary to assume the role of leader, and most of the 1,000 rank knights were composed of those who received Heron's grace. The results were evident. Kevin Farrell rushed forward like lightning and met his death, and the knights, who refused to fight, now offered their necks. When the situation reached this point, the commanders couldn't shake off the feeling that the Emperor's intentions were hidden in the composition of the forces and the selection of the leader from the beginning. Damn it! Pick up the sword! More than 50 knights' necks had already been severed. The vanguard army commanders and squadron leaders who didn't drop their swords seemed on the verge of losing their heads. The words irreversible seemed more fitting for them than for Sword Emperor Castle. Sword Emperor Castle! When Dante shouted, the knights waiting in the castle all climbed the walls at once. Rescue those who have not forgotten Heron's grace, and bring down those who stand in the way. As soon as the order was given, the wall knights rushed down to the plain. At the same time, the castle gates opened, and knights came out from there. Those who came out from the gate took care of clearing the way, and those who jumped took care of the siege, and a formation was established in an instant. Just as Dante was about to take a step forward, Shuras Helter grabbed him by the shoulder. Young Patriarch, don't go out. The main force will arrive soon, so you should save your strength until then. Excluding the 5 sword saints, you are the only one who can handle the main knights of the main army, young Patriarch. Both in body and mind. Dante was barely keeping his composure. He tried to run immediately to save the people who remembered Heron's grace dead in front of him. But he, who was naturally weak, was already exhausted from the encounter. And Dante is the strongest knight and the deputy lord of Sword Emperor Castle along with the 5 sword saints of High Ran, who are currently Ron's followers. I see. The 5 sword saints of High Ran. We're not currently in Sword Emperor Castle. There is hope as long as everyone returns safe and sound, and Dante can fight to the fullest. All the knights of Sword Emperor Castle thought the same. Instead of Dante, half of the patriarchs of the 30 clans threw themselves to the ground. The battle with the vanguard army was becoming a unilateral victory for High Ran. Although there are dragons, magicians, and war equipment, there is too much difference in the number of knights. However, the goal of the Knights of High Ran was not to annihilate but to rescue the knights who had abandoned their swords, making the suppression less swift. High Ran currently lacked an outstanding knight capable of sweeping the battlefield. If Dante played that role, it would be an instant, but considering the main unit, Shura's judgment was 100% correct. For the glory of High Ran, those dogs of the Empire dare not speak of honor. As the evening battle concluded, the suppression was coming to an end. All that remained were a few key knights, a dragon, and about 10 magicians including Loya. On the other hand, there were only a handful of casualties among Heron's knights. More than 100 knights who dropped their swords were rescued, and the battle with the vanguard was a complete victory. However, around that time, the knights who were guarding the side and reading gates of Sword Emperor Castle were checking the main force of the Imperial army that had begun to appear in the distance. The main force of the Imperial army is approaching. About 20 pieces of yellow dragon-class artillery have been confirmed. We will activate the defense equipment, not only at the side and rear gates but also beyond the main gate. The support of the main force of the Imperial army was approaching. The earlier report of at least 10 times the size of the vanguard seemed to be true. At first glance, the number of knights besieging Sword Emperor Castle far exceeded 10,000. The rescue operation is over. From now on, we will begin the annihilation operation. Everyone, said Dante as he looked at the newly appeared enemies. Chapter 527, the enemies were taking positions everywhere. The guard knights continuously reported the scale and dynamics of the enemy, communicating swiftly. Activate the defense equipment. Helter family, unsheathe your swords. Lofermos, support the rear. Form up. Wodash. The defense artifacts installed in Sword Emperor Castle activated, causing vibrations and resonating sounds. The blue shield of the artifacts and the white shield from the swords wielded by the knights quickly enveloped the entire Sword Emperor Castle. Dante observed the reinforcements appearing at the main gate. More than 5,000 knights and magicians, and about 20 dragons. And over 450 cannons of yellow dragon class or higher. Although it called itself an empire, it had been pushed back by Runcandle and Zippel and was now even behind Kinselo. Nevertheless, no one denied that Vermont was one of the 4 major factions. Regardless of the quality of the troops, the Empire was the only force that could mobilize so many people in a short time. Dante's eyes, staring at the Emperor, were filled with bloodlust. Even though the Imperial army was surrounding Sword Emperor Castle with more than 10,000 soldiers, Dante and the Knights of High Ran didn't feel intimidated at all. Since the appearance of knights and magicians in the world, there had never been a war where the number of heads was the most crucial factor. In front of a superhuman, even thousands of knights below 5-star rank were no different from fallen leaves and insects. Although Dante was not yet a superhuman, he possessed a sword comparable to one. With the 5 sword saints, including Dante and other High Ran knights, suppressing those numerous sub-5-star rank knights was not a difficult task. The crucial factor was the enemy commanders. If all the knights and magicians who could single-handedly sway the battlefield were eliminated, they could win even if the number was overwhelming. And Dante estimated there would be around 100 such individuals. The main force of the Imperial army entered the plain in front of the main gate. And among them, there was a massive cannon led by 5 dragons and 100 knights. Young Patriarch, the main cannon of the Imperial Guard. It was the Dragon Spear, a war equipment exclusive to the Emperor, existing only in the Empire. Originally installed in the center of the Imperial Palace, the cannon had firepower comparable to Zippel's battleship Kozak. Since its withdrawal from the imperial palace, the dragon spear couldn't exert its full power. However, the appearance of the dragon spear meant that the emperor himself had stepped forward. Confirm the dragon spear's charge. The voices of the knights observing the dragon spear trembled. It was only a matter of time before it could pierce through the current defense artifacts of Sword Emperor Castle, which were not fully restored and couldn't even properly face yellow dragon-class cannons. But Dragon Spear was on a completely different level. Dante silently looked at the rear of the Dragon Spear. Somewhere across the plain, it seemed as if he could see the Emperor, with a face soaked in greed and arrogance, waiting for the report of victory while sitting on a high platform. Young Patriarch, Dragon Spear is soon. Evade it. To them. Dante slowly unsheathed his sword. Clank. At the moment Dante's sword shimmered, the ominous sound of Dragon Spear covered the battlefield. A slight earthquake occurred throughout the area, and those in the midst of fighting turned their gaze towards Dragon Spear. I will show you the dignity of High Ran. Badash. Dragon Spear spewed out a massive mana projectile. The place where the projectile landed was exactly on top of the castle wall where Dante was standing. The shield layers of the artifact shattered like glass. It was so fast that those who didn't reach the level couldn't follow it with their eyes, and Dragon Spear's cannonball seemed to destroy Sword Emperor Castle in a single blow. Dante did not dodge. At the moment Dragon Spear's projectile approached dangerously, he swung his sword. Emperor Sword's secret technique Divine Radiance. Dante high-ran Dragon Spear's cannonball split in half. Not even the knights standing beside him could perceive the moment Dante swung his sword. All they could do was watch as the cannonball split in half followed the trajectory of Dante's sword, which soared into the sky and disappeared. And, true to the name of the secret technique, a long and radiant streak remained in the increasingly dark sky. Everyone present on the battlefield looked towards the light for a moment. Heron's admired sword was right there. For a few seconds, time seemed to stand still, and those on the battlefield only felt the beating of their own hearts. Awe, recalling the word that symbolized High-Ran in the Empire. Woo-dash, the knights, gathered under the banner of High-Ran shouted in unison. Then, when Dante jumped off the wall and onto the plain, the approaching enemies hesitated and stopped moving. I have no intention of showing mercy to those who have forgotten their honor, so if you're afraid, flee. High-Ran won't pursue those who retreat. The knights gathered behind Dante. Young Patriarch, are you okay? The leader of the assault squad asked while looking at Dante's face. Blood was dripping from his blue lips. However, Dante nodded slightly. Even with the technique my grandfather designed for me, to think it would come to this after using it just once. Although everyone around him was amazed, Dante knew better than anyone that the true power of divine radiance was not something he had fully unleashed. It was regrettable. It wasn't the regret of not being able to execute a better sword. It was the sudden realization that he could no longer dedicate himself to this land, to his grandfather, to the knights and servants. For some reason, my body feels lighter. Perhaps because he bore everything his ancestors and his grandfather had built and protected. Accepting the perspective of death, Dante entered a kind of awakened state. Until the war ended, he felt confident in maintaining the best sword he could execute, even at the cost of his life. First, I'll destroy the dragon spear. I'll cut my way to the front, so that the assault squad follows me. While the High-Ran Knights began their charge, the Emperor monitored the battlefield in real time from the rear. Oh! Truly, Ronim's successor is remarkable. Standing next to the Emperor was Jonsina Farrell, the Imperial Army's chief commander and leader of the Imperial Army's Dragon King Knights. Unlike the Emperor, who was very excited, he had a somber face. Jonsina Farrell was the reason why the Emperor appointed Kevin Farrell as the Vanguard Army's commander. He believed that his relative's death was necessary to alleviate the guilt of the Imperial Sword of Justice. You must have heard the report, Jonsina Farrell Nim. Dante High-Ran killed your younger brother, and he even killed the rank knights who tried to maintain their faith in High-Ran. Jonsina nodded heavily. He wasn't foolish. The reason why the Emperor placed his younger brother at the vanguard, the fact that Dante couldn't have killed the rank knights, and how unreasonable this purge was. John Cena never knew. I definitely gave Hiran a chance. However, what returned was your younger brother's neck and betrayal of faith. If we don't end this today, that venomous and arrogant wolf will plunge the entire empire into death and terror. Yes, John Cena followed the emperor not for personal reasons. He followed because it was a path for the empire, or more precisely, for the people of the empire. Your Majesty. Speak, John Cena Nim. Please keep your promise. Also, make sure they keep theirs. In response to those words, the emperor smirked. Of course. As John Cena got up and headed towards the battlefield, the emperor waved his hand in farewell. And as soon as John Cena disappeared, he wiped away his expression. Dante and the Hiran Knights were already heading towards the dragon spear with blood all over them. All that blood belonged to the rank knights who threw themselves in their way. Except for the vanguard, all the main force knights believed that Dante had killed the knights trying to maintain faith with Hiran. There was no time to correct misunderstandings and reveal the truth in the midst of a brutal and ruthless battle. In the end, the rescued 100 knights couldn't survive the onslaught of sword blows and magic. In the new battle that started as soon as the main force arrived, the Hiran Knights couldn't afford to charge through all of them. This was because the main force arrived earlier than expected. In the eyes of the Imperial Army's main force, it seemed as if Hiran had indiscriminately massacred the vanguard. If disobeying the Emperor's order was death, and fighting against Hiran was death, then the latter was better. To avoid a future where all their family and relatives would be executed as traitors later. Blood and war breed madness. The knights who blocked Dante's path, even facing imminent death, had chosen madness over fear. So did Dante, who cut them down. The path of righteousness. The words that summarized Dante's character's humanity were tainted in red and dark. How many have I cut down already? Even in the moment of sudden doubt, Dante's sword brought down the rushing necks. The burden of guilt, heavier than blood, pressed on his back, but he dared not acknowledge it. Like many others swept up by war, Dante naturally substituted that immense guilt for hatred. There's no turning back now. My clan, my grandfather, and I never betrayed the empire. Why do you try to stab us with your swords? Dante stopped for a moment, catching his breath, with about 500 steps remaining between him and the dragon spear. Until then, the assault squad following Dante was unharmed. However, as they tried to advance again, someone infiltrated their flank. Arg! Stop them! In golden armor, they were members of the Imperial Guard. As soon as they appeared, they quickly cut down the 2 Hiran Knights at the rear. Dante stood for a while looking at the dead Hiran Knights. There's no devil like you, Dante Hiran. Was everything you showed so far false? I never knew you would be so familiar with killing innocents. Hook! Dante lunged at him like a shot and swung his sword. The opponent showed no signs of panic, but as Dante increased his speed, his arm was soon severed. The Imperial Guard Knights, who had appeared confident, couldn't help but shudder at that moment. The knight Dante disabled in a few seconds was the leader of the 3rd Division. Shut up. I have nothing to say to trash like you, Dante said coldly as he beheaded him. Bastard. Young Patriarch will take care of this place. Go to the dragon spear. Without hesitation, Dante took a step forward, leaving the Hiran Knights behind. He realized that if he hesitated even a little, the Hiran Knights would die even faster. Moreover, he felt that he had to keep eliminating those who stood in his way to keep his spirit from going insane. Chapter 528. The swords of the Imperial Guard lunged at Dante, who stood alone. The knights of the Hiran assault squad blocked them, but the number of the Imperial Guard was overwhelming. In addition, the rank-and-file knights continued their assault on Dante. Every time Dante moved, sharp flashes of light accompanied his actions. With each move, more than one knight died. Even though they knew they were no match for him, Dante couldn't fathom the relentless charge of the infantry soldiers, like moths to a flame. I can't afford to go easy on them. The sword of the Imperial Guard was visible among the bodies of the foot soldiers who had just been struck down. On reflex, Dante turned his head to dodge it, but the blade grazed his forehead, leaving a trail of blood running into his eyes. As Dante took a moment to wipe the blood away, a gap opened, and the Imperial Guard seized the opportunity. Dante would have faced a mortal wound if not for the dragon sword armor, another secret technique of the Sword Emperor. The blue aura band enveloping Dante's body blocked the Imperial Guard's sword. The aura band didn't stop there but pierced through the chest of the Imperial Guard like a thorn. The golden armor was ruthlessly pierced, and blood spurted out. 3 other Imperial Guard knights who had wielded their swords alongside him either suffered mortal wounds or were forced to retreat. Of course, the Imperial Guard was composed of individuals of unparalleled talent compared to foot soldiers. Some had passed the Run-Candle Cadet exam in their youth and were often assessed as geniuses or prodigies. However, next to Dante they seemed like mere foot soldiers. Talent, effort, the will to overcome one's natural limitations, the determination to stay on the battlefield until now. Dante surpassed the Imperial Guard knights in every aspect. Do you really think you can kill me? Is that why you're rushing at me? You're not even close. At the very least, you should be on the level of the captain of the Imperial Guard. Dante stopped talking and looked at a man standing in front of a dragon spear. The captain of the Imperial Guard, Alton Hyran. He was Dante's uncle and had been the flag-bearer of Hyran before joining the Imperial Guard. Stop, Dante. Dante let out a mocking laugh. Alton Hyran, my uncle, grandfather, always found you pitiful, but I tried to understand and respect you. The reason you became a member of the Imperial Guard wasn't because you lacked the qualifications and potential to become the Patriarch of Hyran. I thought it was another form of loyalty to the clan and the Empire. Dante slowly advanced towards Alton. Those who were still alive among the Imperial Guards and the foot soldiers who had rushed in at the beginning continued to extend their swords, but Dante took their breath away without taking his eyes off Alton. Grandfather was right. You're nothing more than garbage who couldn't have anything in Hyran. So you became the lapdog of the Emperor for a meager bit of power. If you stop now, everything can go back to normal. Dante. Hey, what? A meager bit of power? I am the captain of the Imperial Guard. If you show your intention to surrender even now and hand over the White Stone, Hyran can continue to exist as a pillar of the Empire. I swear by my name. Stop. Stop now. This massacre doesn't suit you. Everything can be forgotten. Ha ha ha. Dante's face contorted. You're crazy, Alton Hyran. How many do you think have already lost their lives? If I stop, will they come back to life? Will the fact that the Emperor branded Hyran as a traitor disappear? Dante shouted with bloodshot eyes. The fight won't end until one of the two, Hyran or the Empire, is destroyed. Fool. Don't you feel any responsibility as the young patriarch? If you don't stop, Hyran will be destroyed. Even its history will be erased without a trace. Dante lunged, extending his sword. Alton deflected Dante's sword head-on. Clang! A loud noise and a shockwave erupted, and the Imperial Guard knights who were trying to help Alton couldn't approach hurriedly. Kook dash! Dante spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed from his eyes and ears, and the hand holding the entwined swords seemed about to break, as if the bones could shatter at any moment. And what do you think you can achieve with that body? What choice have you made as the young patriarch? Aren't you plunging yourself and the clan members into a senseless massacre? Even though the path for everyone to live is right in front of you. As if it made no sense to continue responding, Dante silently swung his sword. As Alton said, it seemed that his weak body had already surpassed its limits. However, the fact that he kept moving his shaky body with such roughness implied that Dante was crossing a certain threshold as a martial artist. Unlike the blood oozing from his body, Dante's sword emitted a stronger and brighter light. It stabbed into Alton faster and sharper. The wind let out a shrill cry as the swords collided and cut through the air. The energy fragments from the swords bounced in all directions, forming a vortex, and the ground beneath them constantly trembled with their footsteps. The nearby knights kept their distance, waiting for the shock waves to weaken. For those who hadn't reached a certain level, it was a battle they dared not approach. The outcome of the fight soon arrived. Just as Alton was about to execute the Highren's secret technique, Dante reached him by slashing at his wrist. Thud dash. Dante's sword, which stabbed Alton in the back and emerged from his chest, was dyed a dark red by the blood. Dante twisted the sword, and Alton grimaced and shook his head. The blood flowing from Dante's forehead continued to spread into his eyes. In an instant, several childhood memories with Alton passed through Dante's mind. Moments when Dante admired him as his uncle and how he struggled to ward off the inferiority he felt towards his nephew as his uncle. But it had gone too far for his sorrow. Dante wasn't truly sad about the thought that floated like a bubble bursting on the water's surface for a moment. Alton Highran. Highran never abandoned you, but you abandoned Highran. Highran never betrayed you, but you betrayed Highran more than anyone. Even this death is not enough to pay for that sin. TCH. Alton was also recalling something similar to what Dante was thinking. He wasn't as strong and resilient as Dante. That's why he left Highran, suggested saving Highran a moment ago, and now said his last words. Stop! Swish. Dante unsheathed his sword, and Alton fell forward, convulsing. Enough, Zippel is coming. The voice of his imminent death was so weak that he could barely open his mouth. Dante hadn't heard that Zippel was approaching. Even if he had heard, it wouldn't have changed his determination. When Alton found death, the Emperor's army had no choice but to suffer a great shock. No one expected the captain of the Imperial Guard to be killed like this. The one currently making his way through the battlefield was not Ron but Dante. Assault Squad. Continue supporting the young patriarch. Like a ghost, Dante started running towards the dragon spear again. At that moment, nearby common soldiers regained the fear wrapped in madness. They didn't dare to face the young patriarch of Highran. Hundreds of common soldiers waiting alongside the dragon spear took a step back, and only high-ranking knights, including the Imperial Guard, barely pointed their swords at Dante. The dragons behind the dragon spear roared. The dragons unleashed their breaths simultaneously, and at that moment, knights from another assault squad that had just arrived shielded Dante with sword shields. Come on, young patriarch. Heron's knights were not all monsters like Dante. The assault squad held their breath. The situation was complicated, as Red Dragon and Yellow Dragon class cannons aimed at Dante were flying from all directions. When the dragon spear is destroyed, and the sword saints arrive, Heron's knights shot their sword energies at the dragons. Dante closed the distance with the dragon spear by cutting the remaining fire from the dragons. While Dante and the assault squad cleared the path, the dragon spear fired 2 more projectiles at the Sword Emperor castle. The castle's wall where Dante was located had collapsed completely, exposing the inside of the castle. Dante wasn't fighting with the goal of defending the castle, but Ron, who had lost consciousness, was present in the deepest part of the castle. As a member of Highran and as the grandson of the Sword Emperor, Ron remained Dante's greatest hope. Ron still couldn't regain consciousness, as the Sword Emperor castle was being destroyed, but Dante believed that Ron would awaken before the end of the war. When he wakes up, he will show the weight that the name Sword Emperor carries for Heron's enemies. Dante believed so. If there wasn't even that hope, his tired and battered body would have collapsed on the cold ground long ago. Who? Dante exhaled heavily, gripping his sword. The dragon spear was right in front of his eyes. Seeing it up close, the dragon spear seemed enormous and emitted an indescribably ominous aura. He cut it with a single sword. The Sword Emperor's secret technique, Divine Radiance, pierced the center of the dragon spear, leaving a bright afterimage. The dragon spear, split in half, collapsed on both sides and crushed the common soldiers and magicians who couldn't escape. Dante kneeled for a moment, hiding his body amid the dust and smoke that spread when the dragon spear fell. Then, before the enemies could see his state, he stood up again, stabilizing his trembling body. It was the moment when Highran achieved a small victory in this war. The young patriarch has defeated the captain of the Imperial Guard and the dragon spear. The Emperor's dragon spear has collapsed. But at that moment, Qua. Somewhere, the sound of an explosion resonated. Although the distance was far, it was exactly the same sound as when the dragon spear fired cannonballs. When he turned around, he saw the protective shield of the Sword Emperor castle and the outer wall collapsing. Is there another dragon spear? There was only one dragon spear in the Empire. However, in preparation for such a moment, the Emperor had replicated the dragon spear using Zippel's ability. Cuff! Ha! Ha! The second dragon spear has been confirmed at the back gate. The Hensik Magic Core, the Lily the Magic Core, are operating the dragon spear. At least the fourth, no, seventh, ninth. Dante was too far for the urgent voices of the vigilant knights to reach. However, even without hearing their reports, he could tell that the situation was not just bad but much worse. Should I keep advancing and aim at the Emperor? No, at the Sword Emperor castle, at the Hiran Knights, at my grandfather. Nausea overcame him. He had to somehow pull himself together and face the situation. Couldn't end like this so futilely. Dante was plunged into despair, and the Emperor smiled. However, both Dante's despair and the Emperor's smile, it was only for a fleeting moment. From beyond the rear of the Sword Emperor castle, a massive stream of shining swords fiercely cut through the dark night sky. A unique blue color created by the combination of lightning energy and aura. There was only one person in the world who wielded a sword like that. That's why everyone on the battlefield who witnessed the sword was able to understand it in an instant. Jean Runcandle had arrived. Chapter 529. Dante couldn't take his eyes off the blue sword that extended from the far end of the rear. Everyone in the clan was risking their lives, so he didn't want to survive cowardly alone. However, the blue sword Dante saw with his own eyes felt like a light cutting through despair. Jean did not receive Dante's letter. Even if he had received it, he and his people would have surely come to aid Sword Emperor Castle. Hiran, we have arrived. Jean shouted with determination, and the entire battlefield vibrated with his voice. Even Dante, who was alone at the forefront of the battlefield, could clearly hear his friend's voice. The Imperial army at the rear looked up. Jean stood alone on the cliff behind Sword Emperor Castle. The Vamal Alliance and the Tychan Kingdom will now defend Sword Emperor Castle with Hiran. The Sigmund sword, pale blue, the lightning sword granted directly by the battle goddess, was stained with a sharp beam. The dragon spear cannon, aiming at the back gate, hurried to target Jean. So, let all enemies make way. The moment the dragon spear cannon fired, Jin's sword emitted light. Fifth secret technique of Runcandle. Light speed thrust. Legend: the light of a single sword illuminated the night sky for an instant, and the dragon spear projectile disappeared without a trace, leaving only the sound of the explosion. It was engulfed by the energy of the light speed thrust sword. The sword's energy that swallowed the projectile pierced through the protective shields of the Imperial Army's knights and magicians, and even completely destroyed the dragon spear. It happened before the sound of the explosion could disperse in the air. Those who witnessed it couldn't understand what was happening. Only by observing Jin's movements and the illumination and aura that remained in the straight line between the cliff and the shattered dragon spear, they could only deduce the fact that he had thrust his sword once. But the shock didn't end there. Kook! What is this? Lightning began to burst from the point of impact of the lightspeed thrust, where the dragon spear was shattered. The original lightspeed thrust was just an incredibly fast thrust, as Talera said. However, Jin's lightspeed thrust, named in honor of his brothers, carried the fierce energy exclusive to the Sword of Legends, the ruthless power of a race that once ruled and dominated as the sole victors. Blue lightning trampled the knights and magicians of the Imperial army. They had no means to defend against its power. With a single sword, the rear ranks of the Imperial army collapsed. Both allies and enemies, feeling the thrill of Jin's sword, could only think the same. This is the kind of night that overwhelms the battlefield. Jin raised his aura again, and he fired a series of light speed thrusts until the cliff collapsed because it couldn't withstand the force. In the eyes of the enemies, the blue flashes falling on the battlefield seemed like the punishment of a god. It seemed like they were paying the price for daring to betray Hiran as part of the Empire. It seemed like they were being punished for not standing up against the tyranny of the Emperor as humans who were safe within the shield called Hiran. The cliff collapsed after 5 light speed thrusts, and the fact that the cliff had collapsed meant that the monster would now sweep directly across the battlefield. The enemy's fear had to be heavy. The Sword of Legends was created solely for conquest and destruction. There was no more specialized martial art in the world for war than that. As soon as Jean entered the battlefield, the death toll changed. Lightning struck every time the lightning energy spread, and when lightning fell, dozens or hundreds of enemies died or were so severely injured that they could no longer fight, lying on the ground. Not only foot soldiers, but even knights who considered themselves part of the Imperial army dared not block Jin's path. If they faced him recklessly, their entire bodies would burn before they could even clash swords. Screams loud enough to pierce eardrums were heard. But Jean couldn't hear their screams. Only the rough voice of his friend, whose heart must be shattered by the madness of war, broke his heart. "Back off, you bastards. How could you do this to Hiran?" Even in defeat, people witnessed another name called Run Candle. The dragon spear aiming at the back gate and the entire cannon of yellow dragon class or higher followed Jin's movements. First of all, the dragon spear that Dante stabbed at the front line was nothing more than a deception. In the rear and on the flanks, many more dragon spears were deployed. More than 50 dragon spears were being loaded. Additionally, enemy commanders were also prepared for a joint attack. Jean Run Candle, are you aware that the people you are killing are the troops of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Vermont Empire? Run Candle is now intervening in the Empire's civil war. Do you understand what that means? The commander of the Magical Corps, Lily couldn't finish her words. Immediately, Jean fired another light-speed thrust in the direction of the voice. As soon as she died, the Knights of the Central Order of Knights, 100 key figures in the Imperial Army, as Dante had predicted, formed to block Jean. Jean snorted. The fact that you can die at the hands of a run candle on the battlefield is the greatest honor trash like you can have. The Central Order of Knights did not add more words like Commander Lily. It was because they knew it at first sight. No matter what they said, Jean would not stop. So I don't even want to give you that honor, bastards. That's the price you pay for forgetting honor. As soon as Jean finished speaking, bang! A sudden cannon shot from somewhere rained down on the Central Order of Knights. It was a dragon spear. The knights hurriedly raised their shields and brandished their swords, but the flagship cannon of the Empire ended their lives. Damn it! Why is the dragon spear attacking us? The Henserk Magic Corps wouldn't make such a mistake. Could it be? Jean smiled coldly and shrugged. I clearly shouted that we were coming, not just me. Have you forgotten, idiot commanders? Boom! Dragon spear shots continued to rain down on the Central Order of Knights. Who aimed the cannon from the left rear of the battlefield was not the Imperial Army. It's a success. Hey, my lord will praise me, won't he? Amala laughed and loaded the next cannon. The great mercenary Amala, as soon as she entered the battlefield, she quickly assessed the enemy's equipment and began confiscating it one by one. Old Valkas, that one looks usable. Hand it over. Fine. It would have been better if they brought it to me instead of old Valkas. But our cute brothers Proc are organizing the side battlefield well. Valkas, the Black King leader, and Amala, the great mercenary. The two people who could be called the embodiment of war were also stirring up the rear battlefield with Jean. Realizing this fact belatedly, the Imperial Army felt again a horrible sensation, as if blood were draining from their heads. Valkas raised the dragon spear pointed by Amala. He lifted the huge cannon led by hundreds of foot soldiers as if it were a light rock. The number of troops meant nothing in front of a human who had risen to the ranks of superhumans. It's nothing compared to Black King Cannon number 1, but this one isn't bad either. I'll take a few of these and hang them in Tychon after the war is over. Fire! Fire! In the end, the dragon spears handled by Amala annihilated all the knights standing in Jin's way in less than 30 seconds. Ugh! Ack! Jean didn't even cut them directly, as he had said. There was no glorious death in battle at the hands of Runcandle left for them. Even if you die, apologize for what you've done, and hope that Dante doesn't die or get hurt. If such a thing happens, I will not only exterminate your families but also your relatives and their kin. At those words, the Knights of the Central Order of Knights couldn't believe that this was the end, even facing death. It was a deep and dark voice that no one could consider a lie if they heard it in person, and it was the threat of the pure-blooded Runcandle. When Jean started moving again, the Imperial troops surrounding him retreated. The plain was wide, but it seemed like there was a cliff right behind them. If they kept retreating to avoid Jean, they might fall off that edge. However, their steps didn't seem to advance at all. The Emperor's orders and the madness of war were overshadowed by a huge and terrifying shadow approaching step by step. When they thought they were going to face Hiran without Ron, all Imperial troops were confident of victory. They thought the Sword Emperor would finally fall in front of numerous dragons, knights, magicians, and the Empire's strongest war equipment, including the dragon spear. That's why the Imperial army attacked the Sword Emperor, even though they knew this purge was not reasonable at all. Regardless of right or wrong, staying on the losing side in a war will ultimately bring death and destruction. The moment they defend Hiran, they will also become traitors and be executed. However, they overlooked that Hiran is not alone. They didn't recognize the relationship between the young patriarch of Hiran and the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, which was thicker than blood. Therefore, now the conviction that they cannot win and despair weighed on the Imperial army. Beyond that, even questions arose. Could the Empire continue to exist as it has until today? They wanted to confess their sins immediately and beg to be on Hiran's side now. They wished to speak humbly, admitting that they followed the Emperor's orders only because they lacked strength and that, in reality, they respected Hiran more than the Imperial family. It was impossible for Jean and Hiran not to heed such a ridiculous plea. They knew better than anyone that claiming to have only followed orders was no excuse. Some lost their heads and sobbed uncontrollably, while others dropped their weapons, trembling all over. Some shouted, but it was not to fight against the opponent but only to lose reason and become a frightened beast. I swear in the name of the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle. Flee, I won't pursue you. However, any enemy who remains on the battlefield will die without exception. But I think it's better for them to die here than endure a lifetime of dishonor and self-hatred. Jean kept talking and looked at the enemies. Those who saw his gaze keenly perceived the harsh reality. Whether they faced him or fled, only hell awaited them. Chapter 530, the psychological pressure was unbearable for the guilty. The Imperial army started this war without any justification, reason, or hatred. Those who participated in the fight, choosing the side of victory or defeat like children picking teams, lacked unwavering willpower and a fiery fighting spirit. All the knights and magicians in the rear had completely lost morale. It happened in the first 30 minutes after Jean appeared. When Jean started moving again, the infantry knights and magicians who had stayed there, or rather were quite far from Jean, scattered and avoided him. Whether they fought or fled, it was hell. Not a single foot soldier decided to face him. Those with shaky legs ran off the battlefield as if they were mad, and those who couldn't do that cried and crawled. True to his promise, Jean didn't pursue those fleeing enemies. However, the enemy commanders couldn't do the same. These madmen fight. Those who run will die by my hands, I said. Do they think they can endure the crime of defying the orders of the Emperor? It's better to fight and die, thus preventing your blood from being exterminated. Despite the ruthless orders of the commanders of the Imperial army, foot soldiers didn't stop fleeing. It had already been decided which of the two was more fearsome, the Emperor or Jean Runcandle. In the end, the commanders began directly reducing the knights and magicians who were fleeing. However, even after the scene continued, foot soldiers didn't stop leaving the battlefield. When the situation reached that point, the commanders had no choice but to fall into panic. The Runcandle knight, whom they couldn't handle even united, was approaching, but the formation had already dispersed so much that it could barely be called an army. Only the senior knights, Hensik, and the magic core Lily were left. But all they could do was prepare for death. Most of the dragon spears, which were the greatest power, were destroyed or snatched away, and Jean wasn't tired at all, even after fiercely unleashing decisive killing moves, pressing them with bloodlust. They couldn't receive support from the front or the sides of the battlefield. The front was still in Dante's hands, while the flanks were organized by Brother Proc, Kashmir, Elisa, Yulian, Kazan, Gilly, and others. Even the Imperial rear forces were trying to use the refugees from Sword Emperor Castle who hadn't left yet as hostages. It might become the worst-case scenario later, but they thought it could be a way to stir up the situation. But even that was going to fail because of Jin's companions. Mesa, Scott, you two and your crew must prioritize protecting the refugees. Bellop, you and I will deal with the enemy commanders. Luton Furman, the former execution knight of Runcandle, and the younger division were also participating in this war. Having gone through hellish training under Luton's orders and being Runcandle Guardian Knights in the first place, the Imperial Rear Knights couldn't be their rivals. Thus, Jean and his companions tore apart the battlefield while shouting, For our Lord and High Ran, rescue our allies, take care of the wounded." As the rank-and-file enemies fled, the shouts grew louder than the screams. Everyone knew that the war wouldn't end in victory so easily. However, the Knights of Sword Emperor Castle now had hoped to escape from despair and head towards victory. The dragon spears are gathering around Lady Amela, currently 8 cannons, and the number keeps increasing. She didn't die on the Gaifa Islands. She became a subordinate of the 12th Flagbearer. Amela's skills shine especially in large-scale warfare. She was continually gathering dragon spears using her own murky energy and Valkaz's power. At the same time, she was remodeling them at a great speed. Dozens of hands made with murky energy were moving diligently, removing broken spears, parts from other cannons, and pre-prepared objects, and attaching them to the stolen dragon spears. "Cannon complete. My lord, we're almost ready. If you give the order, I'll start the front cannon support fire." Jean nodded, and Amela waved her hand from her bushy suit, saluting. "Order received." Look forward to the thrilling cannon support fire from Amela. The dragon spears raised their cannons in unison, following Amela's hand. Bang! 8 dragon spears simultaneously fired into the sky at an angle. The cannon shots seemed to go beyond the castle, far ahead, towards where the Emperor was. Despite having nothing in sight, Amela fired without hesitation. She was gauging the precise distance where her allies wouldn't suffer damage only from the vibrations on the battlefield. It wasn't a lie when Valkaz claimed that no one could match Amela when it came to war. Dante caught his breath and looked at the cannon shots falling, like meteorites on the Imperial army in the distance. It was evident that the cannon shots were blocked. The best of Hensik and Lilista's magic bodies were extending a protective shield. However, the dragon spear was originally the Empire's strongest weapon of war. It wasn't something magicians could easily block, especially when 8 cannons were firing simultaneously. The mana from the Imperial magic bodies was amplified to the point that even the knights could feel it, and foot soldiers could see it with their own eyes. As far as Dante knew, the Empire didn't possess that level of technology. The ability to amplify mana on such a scale was almost unheard of in the academic world and history books. Zippel. Only they could do something like that. Dante paid no attention to Alton's warning, but he was sure the Emperor had struck a deal with Zippel. All for that white stone. The white stone, that object had tainted Dante's insides from before the war began. And as the cup of war overflowed, the hatred and anger originating from the white stone grew faster and faster. It wasn't that Amela's dragon spears didn't manage to inflict any damage on the Imperial army. The elite members of the Magic Corps were only protecting the Emperor and other important personnel, not the lives of the foot soldiers. Dante gripped his sword again. Dante, who felt no emotion at the deaths of the Imperial infantry and magicians bursting before him, was rather suddenly scared as he found himself surrounded by a pleasant sensation of death. The war had only just begun. Get out of the way. I will kill the emperor. The Imperial Guard and the infantry scattered as Dante advanced with his sword. After a while, a large man appeared among them. Dante Nim, the leader of the Dragon King Knights, the Imperial Sword. Johnsina Farrell blocked Dante. His blue armor shone even in the darkness, unlike Dante, who was covered in blood and looked like a demonic creature. Heroic stories of Johnsina and various legends had instilled dreams in countless knights worldwide. Although his individual strength didn't receive much attention relative to Ron, Johnsina was a role model for knights. Dante also held great admiration for him. That's why a bitter laugh escaped him. Ever since Kevin Farrell came, I expected you to be in the Imperial Army too. But when I saw you standing in my way, sir, I couldn't help but feel disgusted. Dante spat blood. Johnsina raised his aura instead of responding. The surrounding ground vibrated, and small mounds of rocks scattered and rose. Did you perhaps harbor an ancient sense of inferiority toward my grandfather? Or did you want to see your Farrell family replace Hiran as the Empire's pillar? Dante's voice trembled with a sense of betrayal. He was sure that even if all the Dragon King Knights blindly followed the Emperor's orders, Johnsina wouldn't forget his honor. Just as Dante was about to mock him again, Johnsina disappeared from his view. When he hurriedly looked, Johnsina's great sword was already falling on his shoulder. Thud! The blow immediately dislocated his shoulder. Dante was pushed backward, crashing onto the ground, and Johnsina's sword energy descended upon him. Dante quickly reset his shoulder bone, stood up, and deflected Johnsina's sword energy. His two wobbly legs seemed to lose balance at any moment. It's the Imperial Sword's sword. With his body on the verge of breaking, Dante couldn't easily dodge the attack. Enough! Is this guy or that guy only telling me to stop when you stabbed Sword Emperor Castle? First, don't you feel ashamed, hypocrite? Dante lunged at him shouting, but Dante's sword couldn't pierce through Johnsina's great sword. Every time they exchanged swords, Dante spat blood as his bones and organs shook, and Johnsina couldn't even lose his breath. It was like an iron wall. Johnsina was showing a clear difference in skill compared to the knights he had faced until now. Please. Please. I don't want to see you die. You talk as if you're taking care of me, leader of the Dragon King Knights. It might seem amusing while I get tired and vomit blood. Dante's body was stained with an aura. It was a sign that another secret technique of the Sword Emperor was about to be executed. And Johnsina knew the price of that sword. Dante's life. Are you going to die with me? How long will you be stubborn? Dante Hiran. Instead of clinging to illusions, plan for the future. You're the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle. Johnsina shouted with wide-open eyes. If you die, Hiran won't be able to rise again. Why do you keep throwing yourself into the darkness with a hand's breadth advantage? Do you think this is what Ron Nim wants? How dare you speak my grandfather's name from your filthy mouth? Nya dash. At that moment, as soon as the rear battlefield was cleared, Shuri, the ruby cat running tirelessly, leaped between Dante and Johnsina. Jean was riding on Shuri. Dante recognized that Jean had come from the first time the blue sword illuminated the night sky, but he hadn't expected him to clear the rear so quickly and come towards him. Moreover, Dante didn't even think Jean would join him on the front lines. That's how trapped he was in his internal confusion. Heron's future and the knights following him depend on him. He has already realized that surviving alone is impossible. Dante. Jean spoke as if understanding Dante's inner struggle. If I had only pretended to save you, I wouldn't have bothered to come. I came to save both you and Sword Emperor Castle. So now don't fight as if this is the end. Don't forget that there is a future ahead. Chapter 531. As soon as he saw his friend, who ran towards him immediately, the blood flowing from Dante's eyes seemed to have lightened a bit. Dante couldn't take his eyes off Jean for a while, as if time had stood still. The inner hatred, madness, bloodstains, and destruction seemed to rapidly subside. It was like when you find yourself in a dead end and realize you have someone to rely on. Dante didn't want Jean to come into this quagmire, but that was based solely on the judgment that it was the right thing to do as a friend. In fact, he wished more than anyone that Jean would fight by his side. If the situation were reversed, he would have gone to help Jean with everything at stake. Jean, you've come. You speak as if it's a surprise. Yes, it's me. Dante dropped to one knee and sat on the ground as he saw Jean. Upon seeing Jean, the hidden exhaustion in the rage began to shake his whole body. His bones rattled even when he was still, and black blood oozed from every pore on his face. Jean found it hard to believe that Dante had been standing with his body until now and that he had even fought. Did you try to die intentionally, Dante? To my shame. Do you have any intention to live now? Dante nodded. I was worried about what to do if I had to knock you out again. But fortunately, it seems unnecessary. If you hit me in my current state, I might die. Anyway, you've held up well. Rest a bit until you can fight again. Jean smiled satisfied and helped Dante onto Shuri's back. Mounted on Shuri, Dante alternated his gaze between Jean and the battlefield for a while, then nodded. As his friend says, he realized there must be a next time. Thank you. When Jean gave the signal, Shuri sped towards the Sword Emperor castle. The enemies dared not stand in front of Shuri due to the terrifying mana bolts emanating from her eyes and the swing of her front paws. High-level healing priests from the Holy Kingdom, brought by Jean, awaited inside the Sword Emperor castle. It's the first time I've seen you grow, Jean Runcandle. First of all, I would like to thank you for waiting. Leader of the Dragon King Knights, Jonsina Feralnim. It wasn't about not interrupting their conversation with Dante a moment ago. Jean believed that Jonsina hadn't intentionally killed Dante and had waited for him. Judging by Dante's condition, Jonsina could have finished him off in 5 minutes. Although there was a secret technique after staking his life, the moment it was executed, Dante's death was genuinely certain. In that case, Jonsina planned to somehow render Dante unconscious before the secret technique was executed and send him back to the Sword Emperor castle. In other words, Jonsina had no intention of killing Dante, and Jean was curious about the reason. It's bitter. I never thought a man like you would abandon his faith and join the Emperor's tyranny. Meanwhile, what's the point of trying to save Dante? Guilt? Hypocrisy? I hope it's not such a tepid reason. I am a knight of the Empire. It was a statement with many meanings. Jonsina, as a knight of the Empire, simply chose the path that could save the most people. As a knight of the Empire, there was no better choice than that. The reason he tried to save Dante was the hope that the fire called Hyran would not be completely extinguished. As long as Zippel was with them, Hyran would never win this war, so he hoped the fire would restore the Empire again in the future. If it were Dante Hyran, he could undoubtedly do it. He would be able to transcend hatred and revenge, ultimately choosing radiant justice. Jonsina was convinced of that. Jean easily deciphered the underlying meaning. It seems Zippel threatened to destroy the Empire if it didn't hand over the white stone. Jonsina didn't respond. For some reason, he stood as an enemy of the Sword Emperor castle. And it was a correct choice considering the well-being of the people, but by no means honorable. Your choice was wrong, sir. Do you have any intention to correct that choice even now? Dante and I will never give up on Hyran. I don't know about you, but I don't think all of Runcandle supports the Sword Emperor castle. If the white stone is so valuable as to move all of Zippel, then the Garden of Swords won't stay still either. Even if that's the case, I don't wish for a future where the Empire becomes the battlefield between Runcandle and Zippel. Civilians aren't as accustomed to death as we warriors. Protecting their lives is the only duty of an Imperial Knight. I will respect that. A person's life represents everything about them. As far as Jean knew, the human named Jonsina Farrell was never someone who made bad decisions for personal desire or survival. However, choices always brought consequences. Cracklu. Sigmund was dyed blue with lightning energy. Jonsina's great sword emitted a brighter light than before and resonated. The two charged at each other simultaneously. As their weapons clashed, the ground trembled, and shockwaves spread. The nearby Imperial troops hurried to put up a protective shield, but not many could withstand the light flashes mixed with the shockwave. It seemed as if flashes of light were emanating from various places. With each clash, the flashes illuminating the surroundings were nothing more than afterimages created by the movement of the two swords. For those who couldn't ascend to their level, the only moments they could confirm the battle were when the swords collided, engaging in a contest of strength. Is it really the Imperial sword? Jean saw no openings. Johnsina thought the same, clashing swords with Jean. I've heard that the 12th Flagbearer's techniques are extraordinary, but to this extent, it's impossible to dominate him. The fight will only prolong. However, Jean had no intention of prolonging the battle. Johnsina was indeed a strong person, but he wasn't the core of this war. Jean found it challenging to fight him, and if he spent too much strength, he wouldn't be able to handle the reinforcements from Zippel which would soon arrive. First of all, as powerful as Jin's abilities were, it was absolutely impossible to defeat Zippel's main force with that alone, unless they sent only the 2nd or 3rd divisions. The Emperor wouldn't have started the war with such confidence if he had received the support of the 2nd and 3rd divisions. Jean had to conserve strength to stop the oncoming enemies and allow Dante and the Knights of Hyran to escape. Swish dash! Jean was pushed back, adjusting his stance. Johnsina closed the distance without hesitation, and at the same time, Sigmund stretched forward. At a speed and angle that Johnsina couldn't comprehend. It was Runcandle's 5th secret technique, light speed thrust. The thrust seemed to erase Johnsina's face, but shortly after, Jean saw him stagger and readjust his posture. The reason Johnsina could dodge the light speed thrust wasn't due to talent or reflexes. It was experience. Decades of fighting against numerous strong opponents had made his head unconsciously twist. However, he couldn't avoid it completely. The blade of the thrust tore off part of Johnsina's right cheek and ear. Along with the burning sensation of his flesh, a sharp buzzing filled his ears. Johnsina almost turned around to see the aftermath of the passing slash. What the hell? A thrust at this speed? Obviously, it wasn't a mortal wound. However, the temporal stiffness due to the impact was much more incapacitating than the injuries he had just suffered. Jean didn't waste the opportunity and executed the light speed thrust again. Like all decisive killing moves and secret techniques, the light speed thrust was an especially dangerous sword when one completely ignored its existence. Those who had reached the pinnacle could somewhat cope with the light speed thrust if they were aware that an extraordinarily fast thrust could come from a blind spot. Johnsina tried to make a slash by sidestepping. No, he tried to dodge. If it hadn't been for the lightning that suddenly started at the impact point of the light speed thrust, it would have been possible to finish the move. Swish! He recognized the light speed thrust but didn't think about the specificity of the lightning. The fact that Jin's light speed thrust caused a replica had already been confirmed in the rear of the battlefield, but there wasn't a single person left to report it to Johnsina, because everyone had died or fled. The second thrust that followed pierced Johnsina's shoulder. Before he realized it, Johnsina was wielding a different sword, Bradamanti. While Sigmund executed the second thrust, he threw it and lodged it between the two. It was as if the rain of relentless lightning was fixed to the ground. Sigmund spewed lightning, eroding the entire surrounding terrain, and Johnsina screamed and raised his energy. A bright light clashed, vivid enough to illuminate the dark battlefield, and through it, a stream of dark energy blended. Second technique of the shadow blade, scissors. Johnsina perfectly blocked one of the black swords even as his posture collapsed, but he was unaware of the shadow force rushing from the other side. Thanks to his explosive aura and strong body, his body was saved from being completely bisected. But the blade that had pierced his ribs had already reached halfway into his chest. It was very bitter to cut down a martial artist he had admired since childhood. Johnsina could no longer defend himself. The outcome of the battle was decided. Hi, Ran. Please. Protect him. He sided with the Emperor for the safety of the Empire's people. Facing death, Johnsina wasn't asking for Heron's survival. It wasn't the rationality of an Imperial knight, but what he sincerely desired was for Hyran to survive. Jean didn't feel cowardly in his last words. Whether it was due to respect or the fact that his most sincere wish was Heron's survival, more than that of the people, his family, or the Empire. In the distance, behind John Cena, a group of dragons and flying ships were approaching the Sword Emperor castle. It was Zippel's force. Jean confirmed the sight and reassured John Cena. "Don't worry, close your eyes, John Cena. My run candle will be stronger than Zippel." The moment John Cena breathed his last, the other dragons also appeared in the rear of the Sword Emperor castle on the other side of Zippel's reinforcements. Black Dragon and Silver Dragon, and the Dragon Knights of High Ran. Murakan and Quicantal saved. The Dragon Knights along with Heron's 5 Sword Saints. Chapter 532. From the moment Jean decided to aid Sword Emperor Castle, he first sought out the 4th Flagbearer, Dyphus, and requested Tychon's protection. Utilizing information from the 7-colored peacock, Murakan and Quicantal were sent to the Imperial Palace, where the Dragon Knights were located, but Dante also dispatched the 5 Sword Saints of High Ran. Murakan and Quicantal rescued the Dragon Knights, and the 5 Sword Saints rescued the dragons, joining forces with them. The Dragon Knights of High Ran have come to defend Sword Emperor Castle. As the leader of the Dragon Knights, Calmine Ida, shouted, 30 bird dragons howled in unison. Murakan and Quicantal, in charge of the flanks of the Dragon Knights formation, also let out a roar. A shockwave erupted with just the emitted energy, and the sky near the Dragon Knights formation distorted. The Sword Saints were atop the 5 dragon leaders alongside the leader of the Dragon Knights, Calmine. The pure white cloak symbolizing Heron's Sword Saints truly looked like a star, just like their title. It was clearly small compared to the enemy reinforcements that appeared simultaneously. Zippel had more than 10 visible battleships, and the number of dragons approached 20. There were no subspecies like the red dragon, and all of them were composed of higher-level species. And what about the magicians aboard the fleet and the dragons? The flags of elite forces, including the White Knight and secret elite magicians, the Spectre Corps, not yet revealed to the public, could also be included. And there was a high possibility that this was not their entire force. Still, just seeing the 5 Sword Saints and the Dragon Knights made the hearts of Heron's knights swell, and tears seemed about to burst. Although Ron remained unconscious in his sickbed, the fact that Jean Runcandle and Heron's best knights were with them instilled in them an indomitable courage. Murakan and Quicantal took the lead and glared at the enemy. At that moment, everyone present on the battlefield could clearly see how Zippel's dragons faltered. It was evident that Zippel's dragons feared Murakan. In particular, Zippel's reinforcements included dragons who had personally experienced Murakan's 50% power on the Gaifa Islands. Even if they didn't have to go through the nightmare of Gaifa, there were no dragons in the world who didn't know Murakan's ancient power. Even young dragons born after Murakan's slumber had spent their years listening to his legend. I, Murakan, am the existence that slaughters the enemies of Sodaret. A somber yet majestic voice weighed on the battlefield. Zippel's dragons had completely halted their advance, fixing their gaze on Murakan. The magicians riding on their backs couldn't help but feel bewildered as they realized the dragons trembled in fear. So, dragons, immediately leave the battlefield if you don't want to be enemies of Sodaret. Murakan spoke as if Jean were on par with Sodaret. Jin's enemy was implicitly defined as an enemy of Sodaret. This fact was indescribably shocking to dragons and magicians. According to their common sense, no contracted dragon or world guardian could equate gods and humans. However, no one dared to question Murakan's words. There was only about 10 seconds of silence. The reason the dragons didn't flee despite being terrified was because Zippel was behind them. It was because Zippel was the world's strongest clan, and nothing could overthrow it. They've made their choice. Whoa! Murakan's wings became enormous with shadow energy. The night sky darkened even more with the eerie shadow, and vortex swirls spread like poison, darkening the moon and stars. The price of that choice is death. As soon as Murakan finished his words, a cry spread from Zippel's air force. Roar! Kayak! It was the cry of the dragons. There was also an explosion and battleships burst and crashed. Darn it! Suddenly from behind, Put up a protective shield. Block it. Block it. Muraken's shadow energy dominion was not limited to the area where he floated. His shadow energy had already taken control of the airspace above Zippel and the Imperial Army. The power of shadows was a silent divine power. Unlike other powers, including aura and mana, the power of shadows could dominate all directions without any signal. Zippel rushed to block Muraken's onslaught from behind, but that wasn't all. A black breath cut through the sky and came from in front of Zippel. Disperse! Zippel's fleet split to the left and right. The intention was to scatter and avoid Muraken's breath, but in their fear, they forgot about the silver dragon beside them. Titting! With a sharp, resonant sound, silver waves began to spread from the front of Quicantle. The immense circular force was none other than the divine power of time. Muraken and Quicantle, dragons who had lived in the era when they were lovers, knew clearly what would happen if shadows and divine power of time were combined. Fear and destruction. Facing the darkness of shadows in a state where they couldn't even lift a finger makes them wish for death. The helmet stopped. Cuck-ack. My arm, my arm. Muraken, why are you doing this? Kook. Muraken didn't kill the enemies bound by the divine power of time at once. He subjected them to agony, letting them feel the pain. Offering a comfortable death to those who dared to become enemies of Sodaret despite his warning was a luxury. There was literally blood and cries in the sky. Enemies fighting on the ground looked up with stunned eyes unknowingly, and even allies felt a chill witnessing Muraken's overwhelming presence. The fleet consisted of mass-produced ships floating in the Soda Desert. The mass-produced battleships, more than 100 ships that Jean had seen in person, had not yet been unleashed upon the world. Therefore, the Imperial Army and Heron's knights shuddered when they saw the fleet. Now they felt that, no matter how many battleships there were, they wouldn't be able to overcome the power of Muraken and Quicantle. Can this be called a battle? Isn't it more like a punishment? As people thought, the majesty of Zippel's fleet shown when it first appeared was eclipsed. They couldn't even think of a counterattack to ward off the divine power of time, and they were busy raising a protective shield. Nevertheless, Zippel was still Zippel. The White Knight magicians were considered elite, except for the specters. Some of them were slowly escaping from the divine power of time and attempting to counterattack. Form a chained magic circle. That power is limited to this. Hold on. Victory will be ours in the end. If Muraken had regained all his strength, not just 50%, they wouldn't have dared to say that. The current Muraken was obviously remarkable, but Zippel's forces didn't lose hope, confident that they could prevail in the end. And indeed, even facing death as individuals, they were convinced that the immense power called Zippel would crush them. Hold on until the main force arrives. We can't directly hit the Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon, but we'll take more High-Ran Knights with us before we die. Fleet. Aim for the ground forces. While dealing with the power of shadow energy and time, it was impossible to attack from the distance where Muraken and Quicantle were. So Zippel's commanders decided to attack the ground forces instead. It was a decision based on the conviction that, if it was Jean Runcandle's known tendency, he would never abandon his allies. It was a cowardly but correct move. As they thought, Jean would give orders to focus on protecting allies for the moment. However, Zippel's commanders were overlooking something crucial. To execute any plan, there must be something equivalent to it, power or ability. That's a good judgment, but you won't have the luxury for that. As soon as Jean said it, suddenly, a blue protective shield spread across the field of Sword Emperor Castle like an umbrella. Enya, the Time Magician. On the walls of Sword Emperor Castle, she cast the Dragonfire Shield, Chukon Tolder's legacy, and the essence of extreme defense magic. Enya's protective shield, which completely enveloped the castle's facade, showed performance worthy of the Dragonfire Shield name. The barely exhaled breaths of Zippel's dragons collided with the shield and vanished, and the mana rays from the magicians couldn't penetrate it. For the Archmage of Ans, Chukon Tolder, the current Dragonfire Shield was stronger and more perfect than when he cast it himself in life. Although Enya was a prodigy, it was impossible to surpass Chukin's mana in a few years. However, It was thanks to Tychon's divine item that Enya's shield unfolded with mana that far surpassed hers. As it had the power to destroy the world, Jean had always kept away from that evil thing, unlike Zippel in his past life. It seemed that he would need a bit of help from that power to save his friend and his people. It's too much mana. I can't control it. Hey, stupid. Get yourself together. Do you have time to babble nonsense? If you mess up, you and I will die and those knights over there too. Got it? Did I teach you that way? Huh. Open your eyes wide. Focus on combining the mana at the 4 points. We'll all die if you make a mistake. Seriously. She was Berese, who was yelling at Enya and giving her advice and assistance. Even with a depleted mana reserve, she remained a genius in magical theory and an excellent fighter. Yes, teacher. Teacher. An attack is coming at the 2nd point. Bind and block until the 3rd point. Yes. The infinite mana shield held Sword Emperor Castle. Jean smiled coldly as he watched Zippel's magic shatter against it. As all calculations were wrong, I can't say your judgment was good. Zippel, today you won't get what you want. The bird dragons, carrying the leader of the Dragon Knights and the Sword Saints of Hyran, began to run towards Zippel's army. Sorry for being late, our Hyran. From now on, we'll prove it together. May the sword of Hyran never break. The leader of the Dragon Knights, Calmaine, and the leader of the Sword Saints, Ruyan, raised their voices, and the Sword Saints unsheathed their swords in unison. Emperor Sword's secret technique Divine Radiance, Sword Saint Emperor Sword's secret technique Imperial Charge, Dragon Then. The appearance of the 5-line Divine Radiance, and the exclusive secret technique of the Dragon Knight Commander shone through the night sky and pierced through the enemies. Chapter 533. The fleet crumbled under the power of the 5 Sword Saints and the Sword of Tranquility. Shadow and the power of time continued to trample the enemies. The shattered fragments of the destroyed battleships menacingly crashed to the ground, but even that couldn't cause significant damage to the Vamal Alliance and the Knights of Hyran, as they were protected by the Dragonfire shield. Amila, she also continued her support from the rear. The captured dragon spears were now more than 20, and all of them became artillery to strike the enemy rear. Dragon Knights, crush the enemy, block their magic so they can't counterattack. At Carmine's command, the Dragon Knights began to fly toward the enemy camp. There was no group in the world that could keep up with the Dragon Knights in aerial warfare. 30 Dragon Knights, soaring through the sky with unparalleled agility, were truly showcasing the greatest advantage in aerial battle against the mighty magicians. Kaya! Wounds! Ack! As Calmine and the Sword Saints pierced through the protective shield, the Dragon Knights infiltrated and cut off the breath of the magicians. No one would have ever imagined that Zippel's magicians, accompanied by a fleet, and dragons would die so futilely. The cries and pleading voices of the enemies spread through the air and sky, everywhere. Every time the 5 Sword Saints and the Dragon Knights encountered pleading eyes and voices, they responded like this. You invaded the land of the Sword Emperor with such light determination. Not a single one of you will survive. Of course, Zippel's forces weren't just taking a beating. The White Knight magicians were showing fighting spirit and potential even while on the defensive. The brilliant light of Great Zippel will eventually devour you. One of the White Knight commanders raised his staff, growling. Then, the flagship of the unit was dyed in mana and caused an ominous resonance. Not everyone had experienced the flight of battleships, nor knew all of Zippel's magic and combat tactics. They could sense it intuitively. The ominous resonance clearly signaled one thing: self-destruction. That was an ugly move. Murakin, you should do something about it. It's too massive for me to contain with my abilities. Even if it's a mass-produced ship, it's a flying ship after all, right? They're annoying me, insects. Praised be Zippel. Dragon Knights, disperse. Just before the flagship exploded, Murakin, who had closed the distance, enveloped the flagship with his wings. The outspread wings remained large enough to cover the flying battleship. Murakin Nim, it's going to explode. Fool. Can you really stop that? Boom. The worried voices of the Hyran Knights were soon drowned by the subsequent explosion. The mocking White Knight commander, who had been making disdainful comments, disintegrated within Muraken's wings, dragged by the fleet's explosion. However, the self-destruction wasn't visible from the outside. Couldn't penetrate Muraken's wings. When Muraken unfolded his wings again, all that could be seen were the remnants of the exploded flagship mixed with shadow energy, falling to the ground like a black rain. You have a talent for bothering me, as you have for 1,000 years. Thousands of black tendrils emerged from the still giant wings. Surprisingly, the tendrils did no harm to the allies in the sky, and they spread, massacring only Zippel's magicians, dragons, and fleets. Muraken. People were astonished. 1,000 years ago, everyone revered the legendary power of the Black Dragon, the King of Sky. No one could comprehend that he represented only 50% of his true strength. That's why Zippel's dragons were mistaken now in thinking that Muraken had regained all his strength. Zippel's forces were left with no choice but to lose all their will to fight. The tables had already turned from the moment Jean appeared, and with the addition of Muraken, Quicantle, the Dragon Knight, and the 5 Sword Saints, it seemed that Heron's victory was inevitable. Muraken. A blue dragon took her place in front of Muraken. It was Lalamakwa, whom they had encountered before on the Black King's Mountain. Blue Dragon Lalamakwa, have you come to repay me for sparing your life back then? Muraken, I know why you're involved in this fight. It must be to save your contractor's friend, Jean Runcandle. It seems like you're talking as if you're not pleased with that. Never. I don't disapprove. There is no being in the sky who dares to say they are displeased with you. But I would like to make you a proposal. Muraken's wings grew even larger. Lalamakwa was weighed down by Muraken's arrogant demeanor, and it was difficult to even meet his gaze. Speak. Can you take your contractor and leave? I allowed you to speak at most, but now you mock me. Not only your contractor, but also his comrades and all the knights of Hyran. If you do, Zippel will immediately declare defeat and a ceasefire. I swear by the honor of my lineage and the name of Kaon, the sea god whom I serve. At Lalamakwa's words, the eyes of everyone present on the battlefield widened. In particular, the emperor, who was in the rear of the battlefield, was furious with bloodshot eyes. What nonsense is that insane blue dragon spouting? When Zippel officially declared defeat, the empire naturally had to follow suit. This went beyond jeopardizing imperial prestige. It was something that could lead to the destruction of the entire imperial family. The emperor hadn't heard anything about this when he made a deal with Zippel to lend his strength in this civil war. It was a proposal that the emperor couldn't comprehend. Zippel's reinforcements would keep coming anyway, and the temporal space device had not yet been used. The imperial army also had several secrets prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if Siren Runcandle is here instead of the Black Dragon Muraken, he won't be able to face Zippel alone. Why is she spouting such nonsense? This is an opportunity to obtain the White Stone. Is she implying that these troops are not worth it? The moment Muraken accepted the terms, the Vamal Alliance and Hyran would achieve a crushing victory over Zippel and the Empire. Is that all? As Jean told Dante from the start, he could leave the battlefield, saving not only Dante but the entire Sword Emperor castle. Jin's status would rise even more within his family just with the great victory against Zippel, and there were high chances that Hyran would become his ally, maintaining all its strength. The deafening roar and darkness that had resonated on the battlefield until now were replaced by an eerie silence. People stopped fighting and fixed their eyes on Muraken and Lalamakwa. Muraken didn't respond, because he didn't believe it was a question to answer. The commander-in-chief of the Vamal Alliance, and the one acting on behalf of Sodaret, was his own contractor. I refuse. When Jean shouted, the emperor smiled and sighed, and Lalamakwa gritted her teeth. The Hyran Knights showed no change in their behavior. It was because what they were trying to protect was the honor from the moment they decided to stand against the emperor's tyranny, not their lives. Moreover, spilled water cannot be collected again. Although the losses in Hyran were not severe yet, if a single person died due to the betrayal, it meant everyone had died. If that was the case, not only honor but they had to protect one more thing. They must never give up what their enemies coveted. Blue Dragon, it seems you are mistaken. Why did this war happen? Because of the white stone. The Emperor claimed it as his possession. The Empire betrayed the Sword Emperor Castle just for that insignificant object, and Zippel engages in the fight with dirty desires. 12th Flagbearer of Runcandle, your words are excessive. I am here as the Commander-in-Chief of the Vamal Alliance, not as the 12th Flagbearer of Runcandle. So mind your manners and show some respect. Blue Dragon. Lalamakwa was stunned by those words, but Murakan, in front of her, seemed ready to tear her wings off at any moment. Mind your manners. The meaning behind those words was a gesture. Jean didn't look at Lalamakwa. In the end, Lalamakwa descended to the ground and transformed into a human in front of Jean. Jean looked at her with an expressionless face. Is that boy, Jean, the same person I met on the Black King's Mountain? It hasn't even been a year since then. The intimidation was different. At that time, Lalamakwa hadn't felt particularly impressed by Jean due to Murakan's power, but now she did. The heavy and powerful power weighing within Jean wouldn't lack even if he maintained this position as the representative of Runcandle, not as the leader of the Vamal Alliance. It wasn't just a feeling that came from the result of Jin's remarkable growth in the meantime. It was because the power of existence, first known through records left by Soderette in the past, was slowly awakening in Jean. The numerous changes that Jean had caused in the world, and the power awakened by those who followed him. That power was forming a transcendent class beyond battle prowess and divine power. May I ask why you reject my offer? As I said before, the war was caused by greed for the White Stone. If anyone should withdraw, it should be you. Give up Heron's White Stone and withdraw. If you accept my revised proposal, I will immediately persuade Dante and the Sword Emperor to declare a ceasefire. Isn't saving your friend and his people enough? It's not like that White Stone is so important to Runcandle. It's not up to you to decide whether it's important to Runcandle or not. Are you really planning a total war against Zippel? Considering the immediate situation, perhaps Lalamakwa might have been right. If they kept fighting like this, they would have to prepare for devastating damage to Jean and Jin's people, as well as the Sword Emperor Castle. However, Jean was convinced that if the White Stone fell into the enemy's hands, the consequences would be even more terrible. Just looking at Zippel's desire alone, it was something that would end up bringing destruction to those who were not Zippel. There's nothing I can do, but the one who really fears total war is not me but all of you, right? That's why I suggested negotiating before the war escalated. If you're confident, go ahead. And what I mean is, don't insult me, my comrades, and the Sword Emperor Castle by making unreasonable suggestions. Chapter 534. At the moment the White Stone was handed over, the war in Hiran would lose its meaning. If the war could have been stopped simply by delivering the White Stone, Jean wouldn't have come here. If the fighting intensifies further, I won't be able to propose the same offer with my authority. I just want to minimize unnecessary deaths. Now that Zippel and I have offered support to our friends, it's hard to say this war is just a struggle between the Empire and Hiran. Unnecessary deaths? Does such a thing exist between Runcandle and Zippel? Anyway, it's our destiny to keep fighting until one side is completely finished. In the end, Lalamakwa, she had no choice but to give up on negotiations. You will regret this. The talk is over, return to your side. And don't add anything unnecessary to continue provoking me. Indeed, Jean didn't trust pushing so hard. A total war with Zippel was too heavy a burden even for Jean. No, beyond the burden, it was a dangerous event, and there was still no answer. However, Jean did not withdraw for a reason. Zippel talks about a total war against Runcandle. There must be something in the White Stone that makes it so important. The White Stone, if that cursed object, undermining the honor and pride of his friend's clan, was something Zippel had to acquire even at the cost of total war against Runcandle. Then Jean must not back down. Jean didn't retreat because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. It was no longer just about the Sword Emperor Castle. If the White Stone held so much value, Zippel would undoubtedly use it to take one step further. And preventing Zippel was Runcandle's greatest mission. Of course, there was a part of Jean that didn't believe that at all. My mother and the elites of the family must be monitoring the situation. The Emperor revealed the existence of the White Stone to the world, and Zippel sent reinforcements, even revealing the mass production ship. It was impossible for Runcandle not to take action in the face of such a magnitude of incident. My mother probably hasn't judged the value of the White Stone yet, so she decided to observe for now. However, if Zippel shows a more desperate move, the family will definitely intervene. Without a doubt. It's the same with Talaris. She was still watching the battle as a spectator, but the moment she came to the conclusion that the White Stone threatened the world in any way, she would join the fight. If Ron and Dante don't use the White Stone as a last effort, she will point her sword at Zippel. I don't know about Ron Nim, who is unconscious, but if it's Dante, he would never make that choice. Even if he made that extreme decision, I can stop him. If I can prevent it, there won't be a need for Talaris Nim to press the Sword Emperor Castle. Ron's condition was reported by the Hyran Knights on the way to the front. The thought that Dante was still holding Ron, who couldn't wake up, in the Sword Emperor Castle, pricked Jin's heart again. Baradin. At the same time, Jean remembered another friend. I think you're also doing something for Dante. He would definitely do it if his mind were sane. Jean sincerely hoped that Baradin wouldn't become a pawn of war, attacking Hyran like in the mission to assassinate Barton. It was too cruel for everyone involved. Lalamakwa turned sharply, transforming into her true form. The battle resumed. As soon as she repositioned herself in the sky, the brief pause in the fight until now seemed unreal, as the battlefield was now filled with cries and explosive sounds. Most were the cries of Zippel's magicians and dragons, and the explosion that spread when their fleet was destroyed. Along with Murakan, the power of the Five Sword Saints stood out especially. Unlike Dante, they have a rigid body, so they suffocate their opponents with a burst of secret techniques. Including the Divine Radiance, the successive secret techniques dazzled the night sky, and at times Jin's lightning energy revealed its dignity. The Imperial Army's ground forces could no longer tighten the encirclement. It was because Amala's cannon support had not ceased, and Jin's companions, including the Valka's brothers and Proc, were still active in the rear and flanks. The initial and middle battles of the war were progressing towards the victory of the Sword Emperor Castle. However, those fighting for Hyran were not enthusiastic. Rather, as the situation improved, they were preparing for the next fight with even stronger determination. This was not going to end like this. Zippel's initial reinforcements had significantly dwindled in number. There were barely 5 battleships left, and most magicians and dragons had perished. It seemed that even these remnants would find their fate in a matter of minutes. The leader, the blue dragon Lalamakwa, could barely let out a roar with a missing wing. At this point, I think it's enough, Lalamakwa thought. There was an issue that neither the Imperial Army nor the Knights gathered for Hyran knew. In preparation for such a situation, the Zippels had devised a method combining unfinished technology and ancient dark magic. Suddenly, the blood flowing from Lalamakwa drew a magic circle in the air. It wasn't especially large or brightly visible, and as it was drawn in an instant, no one in the chaotic battle recognized the moment it took shape. Jean and his companions recognized it only a few seconds after the magic circle was completed. What is that? A blood magic circle. As soon as Murakan recognized the magic circle, he unleashed his breath against Lalamakwa. The dark breath pierced through Lalamakwa's chest, and the blood drawing the magic circle was also scattered by that power. However, the blood soon gathered again, maintaining the form of the magic circle. And it wasn't just Lalamakwa forming. The blood magic circle. The surviving dragons and high-ranking magicians of Zippel also drew similar blood magic circles. What served as a catalyst for them was death, which was constantly blossoming all over the battlefield. Keek dash. The blood magic circles resonated, producing strange metallic sounds. Hyran knights capable of aerial strikes continued attacking the magic circle. But even if the magic circle was torn, it continued to maintain its shape and merged. Soon, the combined magic circle took the form of a cube. Cube? Suddenly, Jean remembered Gaifa. The artifact that Mitter-Elner used to summon Myron Zippel was also a perfect cube like this. It can't be. Space-time artifact. It's possible to perform the summoning by magic, not by artifact. Lalamakwa collapsed, spitting blood, and her death completed the magic circle. There was no need to shout that it was dangerous. Allies in the sky already sensed that something was wrong and were retreating. The magic circle began to emit a dark red light. The light, resembling an ominous sun on an ill-fated day, soon formed a massive portal. The first thing that emerged from the portal was a battleship, similar in shape to Kozek. The battleship came out, distorting the space around it. Tremendous force sucked in the bodies and blood remaining in the air, creating a peculiar noise. Kozek, who was the only flying battleship before the existence of mass-produced battleships, is known to have different performance depending on the occupant. The same applied to mass-produced battleships. All battleships could either be just a means of transportation or a formidable combat weapon, depending on the occupant's mana. Zippel's mass-produced battleships, which were destroyed earlier, didn't show much effectiveness. However, the new fleet was powered by magicians of another level. It was something that could be known without having to fight. The mana density surrounding the battleship was completely different. It was so dense that even knights who couldn't read mana could feel it throughout their bodies. Specters. More reinforcements were expected. Summoning through dark magic simply accelerated time. And it wasn't so shocking because Jean was aware of the appearance of specters from the beginning. Still, the reason Jean let out an empty laugh was that there were too many. The number of mass-produced battleships coming out of the portal reached 30. And all those mass-produced ships were being operated by the specters. How is it possible that they have so many specters? In his time as a provisional flag-bearer, the first number of specters Jean encountered on Beridan's island was 15. At that time, Jean was sure their number would exceed at least 20 considering the instability of Spectre's chain magic. However, in front of him were more than 30 battleships, and each of them was powered by the mana of at least 2 Spectres. Even with simple calculations, it meant there were at least 60 of them, and that was an impossible number without even delving into contemplation. If Zippel had maintained that level of Spectres all along, they could have ended Runcandle as much as they wanted before Siren's time ran out. In that case, 2 hypotheses fit. Maybe they have recently invented a training method that far surpasses the conventional, and the number of specters has rapidly increased. Or they resurrected the dead. The fact that Zippel could resurrect humans through the demon god orb had already been proven long ago when he fought against Andre Zippel. Jean assumed it was the latter. Magicians were resurrected with Myron Zippel in Gaifa. It's the same as back then. Only the size and quality were different. Ha ha ha. Jean heard a familiar voice from the first battleship that appeared. It was the voices of Mitter-Elner and Myron Zippel. Fate is fate. And you are also here. I, Myron, have returned from hell twice. Before they could finish speaking, Jean and Murakin simultaneously fired a light speed thrust and exhaled breath. The power of Runcandle's secret technique and the breath of the Black Dragon shattered the protective shield and shattered the front of the battleship where Mitter and Myron were. Mitter and Myron found their second and third deaths in vain. Only their ankles remained aboard the battleship after Jean and Murakin's power swept through the vanguard. They're not some kind of cockroach, but they keep coming out even if we kill them. They'll only disappear after showing such a pathetic state. Murakin spoke sarcastically. But he and Jean knew. The reason why Zippel's idiot brothers died was that the specters from other battleships didn't protect them. Despite being on the front line, Myron and Mitter were not the commanders of the specters. The specters considered them mere scavengers who only held their positions because they were Keliark's sons. It didn't matter if they were dead or not. Because of this, the specters quietly elevated their mana even though the vanguard fleet was destroyed, and Myron and Mitter died. Those guys, they are quite tenacious. Jean gritted his teeth and thought. He hoped that the resurrected specters wouldn't be as good as the real ones he had experienced the first time. Chapter 535. No one was fazed by the deaths of Myron and Mitter. A fleet of 33 battleships emitted a red light. A powerful mana that seemed impossible to control at all caused a resonant sound with enough momentum to tear the sky apart. Is this the reason why the Emperor and Lalamakwa were so confident? Dante defeated the Vanguard, and the Vamal Alliance, the Dragon Knights, and the 5 Sword Saints crushed the first reinforcements. The significant victories of the pre-war and half of the war they obtained were overshadowed. Although the Sword Emperor Castle's camp was still in good shape, it was impossible to deal with more than 60 specters. Even if the resurrected specters have fewer abilities than when they were alive, each specter has at least 9-star level mana, and the ships operated by them will have an incredibly powerful performance unmatched by those operated by the previous reinforcements. The battleships extended their main cannons with barrels open like mouths. Enya, hold on tight. The mirror's mana is unlimited. In theory, you can handle thousands of them. Increase the strength of your shield. Open your eyes and breathe. Beres, she said that, but she knew Enya was already reaching her limits. Blood flowed from her nose and mouth, and her body trembled. Enya barely nodded. Haha, I can do it. Hook, I can do it. Block it. As soon as Jean shouted with all his might, the battleships fired their cannons. It was not comparable to Kozek's golden main cannon, but the 33 cannons mixed with the unique red mana of the specters seemed to easily obliterate the Sword Emperor Castle. It was thanks to Enya that the Sword Emperor Castle did not collapse the moment the first bombardment was fired. She managed to control the mirror, and her dragon fire shield, endowed with almost infinite mana, perfectly blocked the bombardment. Well done, Enya. Well done. Even Beres hugged Enya with pride. But it's over if she tries to control the mirror again. She will become like me. Enya's body in her arms was as hot as a fireball. Beres's clothes turned red instantly from her convulsions and severe blood loss. Ugh! Who? Enya had a hunch that if she continued using the mirror, she would either die or never be able to use her magic again. However, she picked up the mirror again. Enya, no more than this. If I don't do it, too many people will die. That thought made Enya move again. The mass-produced battleships seemed unable to reload their main cannons as fast as Kozek. But their means of attack were not just the fleet's cannon shots. Red Abyss. The Spectre's chain magic began to spread through the sky and the land. Eradicate Zippel's enemies? The Patriarch wants the white stone. Kill them and find it. The eerie voices of the specters spread. They all had the same voice, and their tone was quite dragging, like that of someone drugged or something. The density of the Red Abyss is also lower than I remember. It wasn't difficult to deduce from such factors. They all have the same voice, the resonant sound characteristic of resurrected dead, and magic inferior to the original. There was a clear difference between the summoned specters and the specters Jean had experienced in the past. Of course, compared to the Red Abyss Jean had known before, it was only slightly inferior. From a general point of view, it was still great magic. It looked like a rain of blood. The red mana turned into swords and chains wreaking havoc on the ground. Most of them were blocked by the Dragonfire shield, but Enya continued to endure the attack. Murakan also spread a curtain with his shadow force to protect the ground, and Quicantle roared and extended the divine power of time. However, the mana was too massive. In addition to the Red Abyss, various offensive magics fell from the entire sky. Elemental magics like Hellish Wind, Flame Orbs, and Ice Blades burst in and broke through the Dragonfire shield. The Dragon Knight and the Sword Saints tried to counterattack, but it wasn't easy. Heron's decisive killing moves were countered by countless magical spells before reaching the enemies, and even if he barely approached, he was often repelled by momentary concentrated attacks. The Spectre's magic leaked through the cracks in the Dragonfire shield. The magic didn't differentiate between the Imperial Army and the Sword Emperor Army. Because of this, the Imperial Army suffered more damage than the Sword Emperor Army, which was protected by the Vamal Alliance. Bastards, we are allies. Ah! A gigantic cauldron of death boiled amid shouts and thunderous explosions. The battlefield was transforming again, and Jean had to make a decision. Mother. She still has no intention of joining the war. there were still no signs of Rosa and Runcandle appearing. The reason was simple. My mother is waiting to destroy or loot the White Stone. Or she has planned to appear when the Sword Emperor Castle is completely destroyed and can no longer counterattack. Unlike Jean, Runcandle's purpose is not to rescue the Sword Emperor Castle. It was the White Stone. For Runcandle, his sole purpose was to prevent Zippel from benefiting from the stone. Rather, it would be the best outcome for Runcandle if neither side could obtain the White Stones and be destroyed. While Zippel knew exactly what the stone was for, Runcandle did not. Furthermore, the moment Runcandle intervened directly, the risk of total war would increase. That's why Rosa was waiting for the outcome of whether Jean would urge Hyran to destroy the White Stone. Thus, Runcandle would appear when the Sword Emperor Castle's camp completely collapsed and retreated. Do I somehow grit my teeth and continue blocking? Or do I save the power of the Vamal Alliance and make Runcandle appear even if the Sword Emperor Castle suffers significant damage? Jean chose the former. It was by no means an efficient decision. It was very likely that in the current situation, it would be better to make Runcandle appear even if the Sword Emperor Castle collapsed, and thousands of knights died. However, Jean believed that using his friend and his people as leverage in this way was not the right thing to do. Some might label him as immature and naive, but he was convinced it was the right decision. In a way, Jean was making a decision for the sake of his friend and his people, while Rosa was doing it for Runcandle. If he had only considered Runcandle's interests from the start, he would have raised Runcandle's banner as the 12th flag-bearer, not as the leader of the Vamal Alliance. As always, Jean needs to prove why it's the right choice. I can't use the Sword of the Reign of the Kingdom of Legends. If it's the Sword of the Reign of the Kingdom of Legends, it would be able to pierce through the protective shield of more than 60 specters and destroy the fleet. However, if Jean executed the Sword of the Reign of the Kingdom of Legends, there would be no next. As the commander-in-chief of the Vamal Alliance, Jean had to observe the beginning and end of the war and make judgments and orders. Zippel and Runcandle, no matter what forces ran rampant, he had to protect Heron's flame. Only Jean wished for Heron's survival, unlike others who were after the White Stone. Jean opened his eyes and called Shuri. Shuri, who was rearranging the battlefield after transporting Dante to the Sword Emperor Castle, arrived by Jin's side like an arrow. To the castle walls. Nya! As Shuri ran at full speed, the Spectre body magic began to concentrate on Jean. More than half of the Dragon Fire shield had already been destroyed, unable to provide adequate protection. Protect the Lord. Help the brat. Warriors of the Vamal Alliance, including Proc and Valkaz, ran toward Jean, clearing a path and diverting magic. Jean also wielded his sword frantically, and Shuri roared and shot lightning from her eyes. Several enemy attack spells and lightning shots directly hit Shuri, but they couldn't penetrate the curse of immortality. Meanwhile, Enya kept trying to control the mirror. Enya! Stop, you'll die! Haha! People keep dying. G-Nim is coming if something happens. To you, it will affect his mind. That could end up killing more people. Is that what you want? If it weren't for Bariz's words, Enya would have strengthened the Dragon Fire shield once again and would have died. In the end, Enya lowered the mirror and shouted with her face stained with tears and blood. They are too much. Such horrible people. It seems like there are only bastards in the Empire and Zippel. Haha. Arg. A red spear made of mana impaled the ground where Enya and Bariz were. Fortunately, the first one only knocked down part of the castle wall, but the second spear that followed precisely aimed at them. At that moment, Shuri jumped over the castle wall, and Jean diverted the second red spear away from the two. Jean took off the flagbearer's cape and put it on Enya's shoulders. Enya looked at her back and burst into tears. The corpses of Heron's knights piled up under the castle wall, beyond her steel back. Enya, she wasn't as strong as Jean. Facing so much death was a horrifying agony in itself. Good job, Enya and Bariz. If it were me, I would have fallen. Short. Hearing those words, Enya lost consciousness. Jean picked up the mirror lying on the ground. Bariz, get on Shuri. Take Enya to the healers and tell Dante. I don't know much about the White Stone, but don't you dare use that damn thing. Contrary to Jin's concerns, Dante still didn't know how to use the white stone. But as the war intensified, Dante could clearly hear a dark voice whispering to him. It was the voice of the white stone. Now that I think about it. Even when Jean obtained the mirror, Zippel trampled on countless natives of Cologne and only coveted power. Now it was Jin's turn to trample them with the power that Zippel finally missed. A magic circle formed under Jin's feet. Bang! Then, the sharp spinning sound characteristic of reflux magic spread, and a reflux sphere followed, rising into the sky. It was as if the moon was rising right in front of them. Reverse Sky, which far exceeded Jin's mana limit, absorbed the red abyss mana and showed a gigantic appearance every time it flickered. It's an infinite mana Reverse Sky. Even if your mana is huge, I wonder if you can show off. In front of me. Chapter 536. The Reverse Sky Sphere was engulfing the sky. Simultaneously, the sky, the plane, and the entire battlefield began to tremble as if they were about to shatter at any moment due to the power of Reverse Sky. Broken rocks, piles of stones, and corpses floated randomly, dragged by gravitational attraction, and the air around the sphere was grotesquely distorted. Jean shouted as he controlled the mana gushing madly from the mirror. It's a magic rank not allowed for humans. From the beginning, Jean had been using more than several times the mana Enya had extracted from the mirror. It was a cry he uttered unconsciously because he felt like his head was about to burst, but it was a desperate voice that rather sounded like a scream. But for those who heard it, it was just a terrifying and horrible sound that sent shivers down their spines. It seemed as if some divine being threatened them by announcing punishment. Everyone present on the battlefield stared at Jean, who remained blurry in the distorted space. Is this really the magic of a single human being? Neither the enemy nor the ally. Even after seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be astonished that it was the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle who unleashed Reverse Sky. Even the blank eyes under the hoods of the specters twitched at the light scattered by the Reverse Sky orb. Most of the battlefield ignored the existence of the mirror. However, they were able to know that Jin's magic far exceeded human limits. They were also convinced that no one would be able to do this with the help of any artifact. An archmage. No, a magic swordsman. The Reverse Sky Jean had just launched was like a signal that the history of Runcandle's magic swordsman would be revived. Infinite mana. Is that Cologne's artifact? Flight withdrawal. Hurry to reload the cannon. To escape the influence of Reverse Sky, the mass-produced battleships began to retreat. However, an enormous invisible force was already holding back the entire fleet. Some parts of the ship were crushed, and protective shields shattered every time they tried to force an escape. Fragments of the shattered ship fell to the ground and crushed the enemy ground forces. Occasionally, the fragments caught in the whirlwind also fell onto the Allied camp, but the Dragon Knights and the Swordmaster seemed to eliminate them. Murakan and Quicantle also protected their allies by spreading the force of shadow and the divine power of time. If not for them, the allies would have suffered considerable damage, but in the first place, Jean decided to use the mirror for Reverse Sky because he believed in them. Over 40% of the swords and chains of the Red Abyss had already been absorbed by Reverse Sky. If the specters had exactly the same power as the specters Jean had experienced, they would have blocked even the Reverse Sky from the mirror. It was possible that there were up to 60 superhuman-level magicians. However, just like the mass-produced ships couldn't compare to Kozek, the resurrected specters were no different. In essence, they were nothing more than imperfectly resurrected dead. Even so, they have tremendous power, but they do not possess the unique transcendence or the ideal quality of a true superhuman. Ka'ia, we can't retreat. Give up the battleships that have already been caught too much. The red mana veins absorbed by Reverse Sky looked like blood vessels. These veins were constantly being cut and burst, plunging the specters into a mana reflux. There were specters who vomited blood. Some lost consciousness and fell out of the shattered battleship, but they were caught in the Reverse Sky vortex and disappeared. Not a drop of blood remained, let alone a corpse. It would be okay if they could finish off the cannons before they recharged. But those who were not Jean could not afford to protect their allies. The battlefield had become a hell difficult to stop for ordinary people. At least, Murakan summoned dark force leeches outside the protective shield of his allies and attacked the enemies. But even that was unsuccessful due to the gravitational force of reverse sky. He couldn't help it either if he didn't focus entirely on the attack. That's why Murakan was worried about Jean. He's on a different level than the great fan, Enya, used to say, "Kid, you can't maintain so much mana intact. If not controlled, not only could it end in a mana reflux, but it could lead to death. I can't check it because visibility is very poor, and I hope he hasn't already gone, right?" Indeed, Murakan had to save Jean even if everyone else died. Of course, Jean wouldn't want that, but his duty as a dragon guardian came first. Moreover, if he fell into the reflux while Reverse Sky had already advanced so much, not only Jin's life, but everyone's might be in danger. The infinite mana that has already escaped from the mirror doesn't stop until the magical launch is over. The boy has control now, but when it's over, Murakan didn't know what was going to happen, because there is no such case. However, there is no way this huge spell that has already been cast on the battlefield will disappear like a lie the moment Jean loses consciousness. Reverse Sky became larger and larger without control, and it might have swallowed the allies in no time. When all that is over, there may be no one alive on the battlefield, let alone Jean. When he thought about it, Murakan's scales stood on end with tension, and his hair seemed to soften. Even if he gave up protecting his allies for a moment, should he approach Jean and check his condition? If he did, his allies would die within seconds. He couldn't allow the hard-won victory to be tainted by the death of an ally. Quicantle, on the other hand, recognized Murakan's intentions. "Murakan, it's already too late to investigate. We have to focus on our part. We have no choice but to believe." As Quicantle said, if the limit had already passed, he wouldn't be able to save Jean by himself. Even as he agonized, the power of Reverse Sky kept growing. Over 30% of the fleet had already been completely destroyed, and the Spectres were unable to counterattack at all. Damn it! I know. If Murakan were in his best condition, he wouldn't have to worry about this. What bothered Murakan is his own incompetence. Quicantle is also a dragon guardian, and she knew that fact better than anyone. Our contractors have always been stronger than us. Jean has always been special among them. So wait, he'll be fine as always. Murakan roared and expanded the curtains even further. And whenever the opportunity presented itself, he checked where Jean was and waited for the vision hidden by his mana to clear. Perhaps his intentions had reached Jean, and soon the mana covering Jean rose. Brat! Murakan was worried. But Jean, who had suddenly appeared, seemed to have regained some stability. Unlike the first time when he was screaming, he was calmly adjusting the magic circles of the reverse sky that spread everywhere. Along with the mana, a familiar black aura enveloped Jean. Shadow energy, the power of Sodaret. Jean, wrapped in that, seemed to be receiving Sodaret's protection. And that shadow force was not directly controlled by Jean, but it came from Sodaret's masterpiece engraved in the mirror, the seal. The seal is a masterpiece created by pouring all the power of Sodaret when it possesses a stronger power than ever. It's not just a high-density shadow energy. It's also part of Sodaret. The words of Callum, the mana god, when he saved Cologne in the past. Part of Sodaret. The remaining will in it guided Jean on the way. How to use that infinite mana, which could destroy the world if left unused, to turn it into the power that would save the world. Jean truly felt that he was communicating with it after a long time. He couldn't hear its voice, but he felt a clearer will that guided and protected him. As a contractor, this is the feeling of having a deity with me. The sea of infinite mana moved according to its own will, forgetting for a moment the horrors, deaths, and madness of war. Jean was momentarily in a state of ecstasy and played with his magic, with the will of the two gods trying to save the world. All the mana from the reverse sky that was heading towards the allies returned to the enemy. It was the result of Jean starting to fully control the mirror's mana. The confusion in the friendly field quickly disappeared, and the enemies were limited to screaming. However, That sound was blocked by the cheers of the allies and the roar of reverse sky and did not reach anywhere. Surprisingly, not a single ally died in Jin's reverse sky. Both the Vamal Alliance and Hyran were defending him tenaciously. Although he was said to have risen to the level of superhumans, Jin was only 20 years old. If they let Jin bear the weight of an ally's death like that, they wouldn't be able to look him in the face after the fight. Look, I said he'd be fine. Now wake up and strengthen your shield. The reverse sky is diminishing, but your contractor doesn't seem to intend to end it here. Mana and shadow energy. A red flame burned in him. Main fleet cannon reload completed. Loaded. At that moment, the remaining battleships finished loading their cannons. The Spectres have not yet confirmed the flames that have begun to spread from Jin, so they thought that if they could somehow fire it, they would be able to reach Jin. Even if they couldn't finish him off, they were sure they could thwart Kiddard Hall's legacy and kill at least 1,000 enemies. 17 cannons opened. It was a reload that had been done diligently while flying away. Moreover, the Spectres, although inferior to the real ones, wore gray robes. They were prepared not only for their main cannons but also for their final link magic. Send Zippel's enemies to hell together. Cologne and white stone artifacts. Everything will be in the glory of Zippel. The Spectre commanders couldn't finish their last words. It was because they were confused, as if they had fallen into the absolute darkness for a moment. The darkness was so deep that even the person next to them couldn't see them. It can't be. This is. That darkness was the power of shadows. It was a darkness deeper than when Murakin had colored the sky with a shadow force curtain. Decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the final version of the Demon Empress. As soon as Jin finished chanting, the cannons fired. However, everyone on the battlefield didn't even recognize the moment when the main fleet cannons opened fire. It was because, as soon as it was fired, it dispersed into the solar mana created by the flame orb. Legacy of Ryal Zippel. The great magic among the great magics, which can only be fully cast with Sodaret's power, was swallowing Zippel. Chapter 537. It seemed as if the sun had just pierced through the sky. The eyes of the people gazing at the flame orb formed by Jin turned red. For allies, it was the flames of hope and victory, but for enemies, it was the flames of fear and defeat. The runes left by Ryal Zippel scattered light throughout Jin's body. The runes, scattered like snowflakes, had already been seen by those who suffered the terrorist attack on the Sword Emperor Castle. Back then, Jin used this magic to destroy Kinzelo's flying ship, Grenil. And now, the decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the final version of the Demon Empress, was a gigantic orb unmatched by what people witnessed that day at the Sword Emperor Castle. Although they had not yet recovered from the shock of the reverse sky, Ryal Zippel's legacy far surpassed even that. It transcended human limits. Now, not even those words could explain Jin's spell. A spell of divine magic. As the will of the two gods was united, people felt them through Jin even if they did not know their names. Sodaret and Callum. Some involuntarily placed their hands on their chests, others knelt, and some closed their eyes. Almost everyone present on the battlefield unconsciously worshipped Jin. Although the war continued, the act was almost a display of strength. Those with the highest rank among beings are called gods. And even in the world of gods, the two beings sitting on the highest throne were revealing their majesty through Jin. Although it was not a perfect manifestation, even the small creatures and nature that felt the majesty of the two gods showed respect. The ground insects shivered, the birds flying in the distance uttered a voice, and the wind stopped moving for a moment. The darkness of the night receded before the shadow of Sodaret. So, humans at war had no choice but to worship. In particular, Murakin was a dragon born of Sodaret, and he was more impressed than anyone by Sodaret's subtle appearance. Sodaret! He never expressed himself, but since he woke up after being stabbed by a friend's sword and falling into a 1,000-year-long sleep. No, since Sodaret's voice began to fade before that. Murakin missed his own god. The loss of a god by a being born of a god was an incomparable pain to that of a human losing their parents. Murakin, are you crying? What nonsense! Look directly into my eyes. Are there tears here? He cried, seeing how sensitive you were reacting. HPMH, do you think I'm you? The King of Sky does not shed tears. Murakan's veil was also filled with new strength. It was a temporary strengthening that occurred thanks to Sodaret's will in the mirror, but it was the most satisfying moment for Murakan than the moments when he gradually regained his old power after waking up. The darkness grew deeper. All the lights placed under the influence of the flame orb quickly lost their power. Torches went out, and cannonballs that had been fired everywhere disappeared into the darkness. The protective shields shining like bubbles all over the battlefield lost their color, and even the power of time that Quicantle had spread faded away. In reality, not everything disappeared, but it seemed like it. Jin's magic was just a source of light in the dark landscape. Jin's body floated in the air guided by the flame orb. The remaining 17 battleships were superior in sheer size, but they seemed like insects in front of the sun. No matter how massive, it was Zippel's fleet, a fleet that wasn't even a ship. Not long ago, there was only one Kozek flying ship in the world. With the appearance of Granil, even mass-produced ships arrived, but the majesty of the flying ship itself has not disappeared. Still in war, a flying fleet meant slaughter and terror. Such a flying fleet was blocked by a single person and could do nothing. The legacy of the best magician of my clan. A run candle dares to... You're blaspheming us. The opportunity for bombardment, earned by sacrificing half of the fleet, disappeared, leaving only futile results. Now, all that was left for the specters was the last prepared linking magic. You are the ones blaspheming. The god of infinite mana is revealing his will before your eyes, but you can't even recognize it. Can you still call yourselves magicians? Jean continued the conversation with a cold voice. You are nothing more than chunks of flesh with strong mana, and you are nothing more than dead men who fearlessly challenged Providence. Rather, if your leaders were here, they would have first paid their respects as humans. Jin's finger pointed at the fleet. Then, the runes swirling around him moved towards the fleet. Looking from the ground, it looked as if the galaxy was flowing. Ryal's runes left a mark on the fleet and the specters. At the same time, the wands of the specters also spread their magic. No matter how great the mana of the specters, there is no rival for him. That's why their last chain magic, the self-destruction movement dedicated to the specters, Flaming Star, disappeared without even revealing its sharp brilliance. It was the result of having no element that would challenge the majesty of the gods. The explosion couldn't even generate a small light like that of a candle. AAA. They screamed like monsters. The summoned specters rusted without destroying anything in the Sword Emperor Castle. However, 17 flying battleships were exploding together in their self-destruction. The horrible machines built to kill humans exploded and poured black debris. Murakan, we must stop it. Oh, that's a lot of debris. It's too wide. I can't block it all with the veil. Murakan stopped and opened his eyes. There would be countless deaths on their side with each falling fragment. But Ryal Zippel's runes were being engraved, following Jin's will to ensure none of his allies died or got hurt. You and I worried for nothing. Sodaret's will has manifested. The runes were completely dissolving, the fragments falling onto the heads of their allies in the air, to the point that Murakan and Quicantle's determination, who had been strengthening their powers and shields from before, had no color. And the flame orb hanging from the sky began to advance. Thousands of streams of flames sprouted from the flame orb, connecting the shattered ships. The crashing ships halted their advance, but those not touched by the fire continued to fall to the Imperial Army and the Zippel Army. Even, run, avoid, avoid, it seemed to be pouring heavily. They couldn't even think of stopping it. There's no way to block it with a normal protective shield, and only superhumans who have reached the level will be able to withstand its weight. So all enemies shout to run and avoid it, but it was a random word because there was no other way. Where do you want to run? All sides are blocked by the darkness of the shadow energy. In the darkness, where you can't even see the person next to you, the enemies had no choice but to await death. Even more horrible is the fact that what they couldn't stop are the fragments of the fleet. As the reverse sky had already been deployed, not only the specters but also the ground forces had collapsed. Command lost its value, and orders were not transmitted. It's not that the Imperial Army doesn't have many powerhouses. Although they followed the Emperor's orders, the commanders wanted to end this war with minimal damage from the beginning. Who likes war except a madman? Needless to say, it was a war in which the pillar of the Empire was destroyed by themselves. They don't know about Zippel, but the Imperial Army was now certain of their defeat. Because of this, the commanders of the Imperial Army wanted to save as many of their subordinates as possible, even if they were to die. It wasn't a desire to regret this unjust war, but rather the belief that a commander should do so. But if that sun falls to the ground, at this rate, it's annihilation. No one can survive. Ordinary knights and magicians, and maybe even the Emperor in the end. If the flames spread to the rear and sides, everyone, even those who stayed there, would die. Tens of thousands would die. The unreal number of deaths was a predetermined reality. The fact that so many humans could disappear from the face of the earth in a few minutes was a problem that no one in the Imperial Army had considered. How should we? Do you mean we can avoid it? Jean, run, Candle. We lost. Please stop, please. Finally, surrender statements emerged from the entire Imperial Army. The commanders shouted surrender without an order from the Emperor. Although the skies and the earth trembled with all kinds of explosions and roars, Jean heard all those desperate and small voices, and he responded immediately. No matter the background or circumstances, the fact that you tried to trample and kill my friend will never change. With the heart of a condemned man, the Emperor knelt and banged his head against the ground, crying, "Please forgive me, please forgive me. Please. That's why I think it would be good to burn all of you. But my God seems to have a different heart than mine." While Jean slowly clenched his fists, the sun in the dark sky began to extinguish slowly. At that moment, the Emperor's soldiers, who had been prostrated for a moment, shouted that they could live inside. Not a few howled like animals and shouted thanks. However, Jin's and the God's mercy was not always merciful. "I will take away the magic." The dark sun that colored the entire sky disappeared in an instant like a lie. By then, not a single piece of debris had fallen on the Allies, and the camp was in perfect order. On the other hand, even if the dark sun disappeared, the fragments of the fleet were still falling on the heads of the enemies, and as a result, explosions continued to occur in various places. Jin's and the two gods' wills could block everything sufficiently, but they didn't. That was the price the Imperial Army had to pay. So those who can survive, survive and flee. My promise not to catch and kill those who withdraw still stands. Jean concluded his speech, and the rest of the Emperor's army seemed to be fleeing randomly, like worms under an exposed rock. Chapter 538, regarding the Runcandle camp, which was observing all of this from outside the Sword Emperor castle. It was truly a series of shocks. If it were only about annihilating the enemies, it would have been possible with just the flag bearers and some of the Black Knights, or even the First Division of the Black Sword Association without Rosa stepping forward. However, ensuring that none of the allies died in the process was a completely different issue. Silence hung over the headquarters. Everyone seemed to have forgotten what to say because they were contemplating Jin's divine prowess in battle. The elders cleared their throats and glanced at Rosa's expression. The 12th flag-bearer shows shocking things every day. Are you saying it's a piece of cake? It was nothing compared to what he showed when announcing the reintegration of the magic swordsman. Now you can't underestimate the 12th flag-bearer's magical sword with the value of legitimacy. Ran and Vigo, Mew, and N were also in the headquarters. The siblings moved and nodded from time to time, unable to recover from the shock, while the sisters had expressionless faces. Rosa looked at Mew and Anne. Since I stripped Joshua of his position, these two girls have definitely changed. Rosa had never cared about Mew and Anne, as she always did with other kids who didn't stand out. Among them, Mew and Anne were especially unremarkable girls, to the extent that even scolding them or reprimanding them to stimulate them was a waste of time. However, after that day, although the feeling changed, it changed too much. If they were her original self, even if they didn't know the subject, They would go crazy and say nonsense, but their calm appearance was strange. That's why Rosa has been watching them these days. They weren't warriors who could gain weight through some enlightenment. What made her daughters change? They maintained their composure even after seeing the overwhelming appearance of the younger one. However, they don't seem to have given up everything while waiting for the day to die. Rosa quickly reached a conclusion. It seems they met the prophet. That's why they can have the belief that a greater power is with them than the one the younger one showed. Rosa closed her eyes and opened her mouth. There must be restrictions. People who were talking nonstop fell silent. If the younger one can keep using powers without any restrictions, the battle for the hegemony of the family will be over. That's correct. You're right. Since the 12th flagbearer is the contractor of the shadow, he must have borrowed Soderet's power through some condition. Wasn't there a report that he used an artifact? It could be a god's thing. Moreover, being the youngest, he wouldn't have known he could wield such power. If he had known, he would have revealed his power as soon as the war began. Unlike before the restoration of the Magic Swordsman Declaration, he's now in a position where the youngest doesn't have to hide his power. Those gathered in the headquarters nodded. It was a power that could be understood if there's a contractor and God's help. Runcandle is a family far from the contractors of God, and everyone was so surprised that they couldn't think about it. The first battle ended with a perfect victory for the Sword Emperor Castle. But I don't think Zippel will surrender with that white stone. The headquarters door opened, and 2 black knights entered. Madam, Zippel's troop movement has been confirmed. What's the size? Over 50 flying battleships, including Kozek. We don't know the exact number, but it is estimated that at least 300 elite magicians, including the Spectres, are on board. Octavia Zippel assumed overall command, but we can't rule out the possibility of Kellyark Zippel. Kellyark Zippel? It wasn't certain yet. It was just a report that it might be. However, the size of the second reinforcement wouldn't be strange at all, even if Kellyark were to appear. Kellyark Zippel, the leader of the world's #1 clan and the pinnacle of magic. His direct move in Zippel is the same as Siren leaving Runcandle. Rosa's eyes narrowed. What is the basis for Kellyark's possible involvement in the war? The fire dragon, Cadden, was seen leaving the first magic tower. We also confirmed that the composition of magicians in the first magic tower changed rapidly to the second division. Then it's almost certain that Kellyark will intervene. That's what I think. How long do you think it will take us to reach the Sword Emperor Castle? 2 days. The teleportation ability shown in Gaifa in the past and in the first battle of this war is unusable. It's technology we're unfamiliar with. It also seems to have some limitations. There was another heavy silence. Runcandle and Zippel had fought large and small wars from time to time. The 1,000-year battle was no longer a war but rather a daily routine. It was when Siren and Kellyark were young that the dispute reached its peak. When they had not yet ascended the throne, the 2 clans fought more fiercely than ever. And after they became patriarchs of their clans, they entered a period of stability. This was because, from then on, the moment the patriarchs faced each other directly, one side would surely come to an end, and the other would also be on the brink of destruction. That's why Siren and Kellyark rarely brought their followers to the battlefield. No matter how they turned out, as soon as they appeared, the war ended instantly on any battlefield. The 2 are literally the absolutes of the world. Such Kellyark came out directly. He headed to the Sword Emperor Castle, not Huffaster, but standing in front of him meant total war. Everyone was worried about total war as soon as his name came up, but Rosa had a different idea about them. Kellyark is someone who prioritizes negotiations, unlike the Patriarch. Although it is said that the Patriarch is in the Black Sea, he is still alive, so they wouldn't think of total war with us. Did everyone forget? He is afraid of the Patriarch. Rosa judged that Kellyark came in person to negotiate with her. However, we can't avoid total war. Black Knights, go immediately to the Black Sea and report the situation to the Patriarch. Siren would have already entered deeper into the Black Sea. Even the Black Knight couldn't make a quick report. Maybe they couldn't meet at all. However, Rosa deliberately gave the order as if the report reached her so that the clan members wouldn't worry about such a thing, and the Black Knights immediately understood her meaning. Honorable name. Also, summon all the Black Knights, the Execution Knights, the First Division of the Black Sword Association, the Guardian Knights, and all the flag-bearers except the scribes, and have the allies ready. When I give the order, they can move immediately to coincide with the war scenario. As you command. Some of the elders and secretaries of the Black Sword Association hurriedly left the headquarters to carry out Rosa's orders. Total war is something that cannot be ruled out, but what's important is not that, but the White Stone. It has already been shown that the fleet was summoned in the first battle, and large-scale reinforcements are coming again now. The White Stone is something indispensable for them, but we still don't know what it is. Should we send someone to the Sword Emperor Castle? At the words of the scribe, Rosa shook her head. No. If the younger one knew exactly what the White Stone is and is sure that the family needs it, he would have asked for help from the family first. The younger one is probably still judging. Above all, the hidden palace master is with him. Could provoke her for no reason. For now, we have 2 days, so we will watch a little more. I don't know why the 12th flag-bearer doesn't leave the Sword Emperor Castle. If the purpose of participating in the war were to rescue Dante Hyran, he should leave now when the opportunity presented itself, but there is no sign of that. Even Rosa found that part strange. According to common sense, the younger one should have taken Dante and the Knights of Hyran to retreat even now. It's impossible that they don't know that larger reinforcements are coming. At this moment, it is the way of the younger one to absorb Hyran and start a public opinion war to influence the empire and urge the clan to step forward. But why doesn't he leave the Sword Emperor Castle? Is it because he can't leave? If only Dante were stubborn, the younger one would have forced him to leave the Sword Emperor Castle by hitting him until he was almost killed. It was the same in the case of saving not only Dante but also the other Knights of Hyran. If the younger one is the person Rosa knew, he might have taken Dante as a hostage, or even threatened all of Hyran to leave the Sword Emperor Castle. It's also suspicious that Kinsalo is not moving. As reported so far, there has been no troop movement in the land of the Beastmen. As in the case of the Sword Emperor's terrorist attack, they can use the portal to suddenly go to the battlefield. Don't lose sight of it. Runcandle didn't know, but Kinsalo was currently in a state where they couldn't use the leader's power. Therefore, for them to participate in the war of the Sword Emperor Castle, troop movement should have already begun. The last magic used by the 12th flag-bearer is Ryal Zippel's legacy. The reason Keliark is moving may not only be for the White Stone. Recovering Ryal Zippel's magic seems to have been included in the purpose. Also, the artifacts used by the 12th flag-bearer could also be from Zippel. Rosa nodded as Tellot Runcandle spoke. Rosa accurately read the hidden meaning in his words. That makes sense. Telotnim is worried about the younger one. Joshua is done, and now he is the best flag-bearer of the family except for the first flag-bearer. I have no choice but to worry. If Keliark's purpose is to find not only the White Stone but also the magic and artifact, then he wants to negotiate with me. That part will not be included in the contents of the negotiations. It is unacceptable to ask for the return of what was taken. It meant that even if there were negotiations instead of total war, she would never make Jean lose anything. Telotnim, you think I'm foolish for worrying like this. It was a joke. But no one laughed. Only Tellot smiled and lowered his head. There were really only a few people in the family who could take Rosa's jokes like this. Well, the meeting ends here. Let's go to our respective positions. And Mew and Anne, stay for a while. Chapter 539. There were about 20,000 casualties in the Imperial Army and 2,000 at Sword Emperor Castle. The Emperor's army losses consisted of all knights and magicians, not just ordinary soldiers. Many significant figures, including the Imperial Sword Johnsina Farrell, also perished, and over 90% of dragon lances and war equipment were captured or destroyed. Most of the casualties at Sword Emperor Castle were Hyran and ordinary knights who gathered for Hyran. People like Shuras were injured, but key figures of the Vamal Alliance and Hyran suffered few damages. It was challenging to find mortal injuries among those above the commander level. The overall death ratio was around 30% and 10%, respectively, and the first battle was truly an overwhelming victory for the Sword Emperor. However, both sides suffered devastating damages. The Emperor lost too many talents due to unjustified purges. The Empire's prestige would not be the same, nor would the authority of the imperial family. It wouldn't be surprising if a new rebellion started around the Hensik or Lily the clans, or they could gather around Hairan. The cause and popularity of the Empire pointed to Hairan. Unlike the Emperor who forgot his honor, Hairan kept his promise against his unrestraint, the promise not to kill those who flee. Jean, Dante, and his people followed those words. Even those who had attacked Hairan until yesterday had the desire to stand with Hairan if they could. However, Hensik and Lily also suffered significant damage, and everyone knew that Zippel was behind the Emperor, so that didn't happen. There was no way Hairan would accept those who had aimed their swords at him just before. Above all, the war is not over yet. The fact that Zippel's new fleet is heading to Sword Emperor Castle is now known to everyone in the world, not just on the battlefield. The site of the fleet is being captured everywhere. Unlike Runcandle, the Vamal Alliance and Hairan were unaware of the change in the first magic tower. However, seeing the confirmed fleet size, it wasn't difficult to deduce that at least Octavia Zippel, and possibly Kellyark, might come. As Rosa said, it was best to abandon the castle and retreat. But as she expected, Jean was not going to leave. He couldn't. Dante Hairan. At that moment, he was trapped in a seal, presumably due to the influence of the White Stone, and was in a state where communication was not possible. It was a black seal like a shadow force. The black power forming the seal was the murky chaos energy that Jean had experienced many times. Its purity was higher than any murky energy Jean had experienced so far. Jean used to easily cut such seals with the power of shadow force and blue flames, but this time, no matter what he did, it was useless. The healing saints of the Holy Kingdom standing next to Jean showed an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Jean Nim. After the first round of healing, while I was away for some time taking care of other injured people." "Don't say that. If the saints weren't there, I might have died. And this seal has nothing to do with the saints. It's the Vamal Alliance and Sword Emperor Castle that we should lament and thank." From the beginning of the healing, it showed strangely strong resistance. After saving Dante from Johnsina Farrell, she told him to rest until he could fight again. In fact, Jean didn't believe Dante could participate in this war again. Dante's fragile body had already exceeded its limits several times. Seemed it would take more than 3 days to walk properly again, and at least 3 months to recover enough to fight. However, Dante recovered enough to leave the healers in just a few hours since the healing began. It was the power of the White Stone. Then, like a possessed person, Dante sought the deepest part of the castle. He followed the voice of the White Stone to where his grandfather lay unconscious. And as soon as he took out the White Stone his grandfather had been holding and returned to the arena, he was sealed. "Saints, please continue taking care of the wounded. The Vamal Alliance and Sword Emperor Castle will not forget the grace of the Holy Kingdom. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to fulfill our mission as saints after the Holy Kingdom incident, sir. Please, I sincerely beg Ayula not to get hurt." As the saints withdrew, Murakan and Quicantle entered the arena. "How are the knights?" "Well, they all have the spirit never to leave Dante. Damn it, that White Stone has been holding us back all the way. Neither I nor Quicantle have ever seen a seal like this." Dante looked blurry, hidden by the seal of the murky energy, but the White Stone emitted a gloomy light inside. It looked like Dante's heart. Few humans are disturbed by the fact that the White Stone really exists. It's useless to say that I can't use the same power again. It's not that I don't understand, but staying still like this is just suicidal. After Jean expressed the will of Soderette and Callum, the mirror lost its power. Every time Jean injected Shadow Force, the function gradually returned, but it was too slow. Couldn't be used again in the war. Jean could understand the hearts of the knights. Jean didn't trust leaving Dante like this right now. Boing dash, they heard Mort scream from behind. Talaris had only transported Jean and his group with Mort's help, but she had not officially participated in the Sword Emperor Castle battle yet. In the first place, she had come to fulfill her mission as the Hidden Palace Master, not as reinforcement for Jean, so she hadn't introduced herself to anyone except Jean and his companions. As soon as she appeared, Jean tightened his heart. It was because there was no response if Dante tried to use the white stone and if Talaris presented herself to fulfill her mission as the Hidden Palace Master. It's because it now seems that Dante has been sealed for attempting to use the white stone. Talaris Nim. Dante. I know what worries you, son-in-law. Talaris knew what the seal of the white stones was made of. It remains in the records of the Hidden Palace. This is the barrier that comes from rejecting chaos. Your friend, Ron's grandson, is fighting against chaos within himself right now, so there is still no reason for me to fulfill my mission. Jean felt relieved, but the word still bothered him. The barrier created by rejecting chaos. If Dante is defeated in the fight against chaos and uses that power, Madame Talaris will not assist Sword Emperor Castle. The Hidden Palace assumes that the white stone is the object of Helurum, and Helurum was a disaster in itself. In any era and any space, the power of the witch brought great disaster to humanity the moment it manifested. Always without a single failure. Son-in-law. Yes, Talaris Nim. In my opinion, this war may not be just a war between the Empire and Sword Emperor Castle, and between Zippel and Runcandle. It's a problem for all of humanity. Talaris interpreted the white stone in this way. A myriad of ice formed in Talaris's hand. At the same time, she condensed tremendous energy in the blade of the myriad of ice and threw it at the seal. However, not even with her strike did a small crack appear in the white stone seal. Rather, Talaris recoiled as if bounced back and caught her breath. It's a seal that can resist even the absolute power of the myriad of ice. Do you know what that means? It means there is chaos that I cannot handle even. Talaris continued. Hey, Hidden Palace Master. Is it that much? It's not an exaggeration, brave knight. Right now, I can't imagine which of these and the other dangers our Hidden Palace is hiding will be more problematic for the world. Alona Zippel. Most of Talaris's and full Isis powers are used to maintain the seal of Alona Zippel. She was considering whether to block the white stone, even if Alona's seal were partially damaged. I assumed it would be something considerable, seeing that Zippel is restless, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Dante, can he come back? If I told you he couldn't come back, would you leave him behind? Talaris had seen similar cases in secret records. Even in that record, humans exposed to chaos became monsters. Jean also knew of the existence of a chaos-infused monster named Smarian Proc. Dante may have already crossed the point of no return. It's not like that. I guess we can only hope that both Dante and your father and younger sister endure the acquired chaos. Somehow, maybe it's good that Zippel's main force is on the way, and Runcandle is waiting nearby. If the chaos of the white stone awakens, they will have no choice but to fight against it, like it or not. If it's not them and us, no one can stop it anyway. Great forces are fighting for supremacy in the world. Therefore, just like during the Holy Kingdom War, when an incident that could destroy the entire world occurred, it was natural to resolve it first. It will be the same for you and your comrades. At best, chaos won't awaken until the end. Then the situation will end with a war or negotiations between the giant forces. At that moment, the white stone inside the seal began to emit an even gloomier light. The shape of the light looked like a human mouth laughing at someone. To be honest, I don't think it's very likely. The situation is not good in many ways. If the war or negotiations continue without chaos awakening, Hyran will perish in one way or another. Conversely, the same happened when chaos awakened. Even if everyone on the battlefield fought against chaos, Hyran could not avoid destruction. In that case, it would be Dante who awakens chaos. Well, first I will go see Ron. If even that guy awakens, I'm sure there will be a bit of hope for Sword Emperor Castle. Talaris, who opened the dimensional door, looked at the castle from inside, and Jean looked at Dante beyond the seal. Thus, The two could only fervently wish that their friends would awaken. Chapter 540, Kinslow Headquarters. Zephyrin bit into a cookie. It looked like Latree's cookies, but the taste was so terrible that it was hard to describe. How the hell do you manage to make such a dreadful snack? Caligo princesses. Beside him, the Caligo sisters, who had made the cookies themselves, awaited his evaluation with bright eyes. Zephyrin nodded awkwardly and forced a smile, and the sisters jumped for joy, taking that as a sign of honor. As expected, our cookies beat yours, sister. Oh, thank you for eating delightfully, Grand Duke. Beyond just running, they joined with Bouvard and sang a strange song while running around the meeting room as if it were a playground. Since the demonesses arrived, there hasn't been a single quiet day at the headquarters. I can't say anything because of the Grand Duke. Pact obviously doesn't want to see them either. But if I say something, he'll tell me, "Shut up, or I'll break your mouth." He doesn't even know I'm on his side. Bouvard, and that woman who looks like Bouvard. Both are so repulsive. The Bouvard woman is still funny sometimes. But no. Damn it. What am I thinking? Both are intolerable beings. How can Biancanim associate with such things? Pact, Joe, and Bishkal clicked their tongues inwardly, while Zephyrin looked out the window without understanding. Zephyrin. Margiela wheeled her wheelchair next to Zephyrin. Miss Margiela, what are you thinking about so much? It seems like you have a lovesickness. There's a subtle sorrow in your gaze. Perhaps a secret lover in the demon world? How romantic. It was strange. Zephyrin, when in a rational state, used honorifics for everyone and seemed friendly. But she was truly ruthless with those who crossed the line even a bit. She was like that with demons and dragons, especially those who were not superior to her. To tease her, one had to be at least the leader or the next in line among the dukes of the demon world. Or at least be a fool like Aina's. But for some reason, Zephyrin had never felt uncomfortable with Margiela's jokes. Well, considering the entity residing in her, it's not so surprising after all. Zephyrin lifted Margiela and sat her beside her. I'm not in love, but there are similarities in some aspects, in the sense that I can't stop thinking about it. It's not love but, rather resentment. Anyway, I was thinking about how sad Miss Margiela said the other day. Can I tell you a funny story for the depressed Zephyrin? What's it about? Something sad might happen to Jean Nim soon, Zephyrin. Something sad? You were thinking about Jean Nim. I didn't know that what Miss Margiela was talking about as sad was that stone. Ah. Are you disappointed I didn't mention it earlier? I would be lying if I said no. But I suppose I had something on my mind about my lord, who was lying there bleeding like a weakling. But it was Zephyrin who made the leader vomit blood. When Margiela brought up the topic, the other executives in the meeting room were startled and watched. Lately, the leader's health has been the biggest issue in Kinslow. He kept having troubles as he improved. It was the leader's will to use his power during the Sword Emperor's attack last year, but the subsequent issues, namely the Black King incident, the Soda Desert, and the accidents during the visit to Tychon this time, were all Zephyrn's responsibility. However, no one dared to question or scold Zephyrin. The only punishment she received was Bishkal asking her once to work as a spy in Zippel. Oh, as expected of the vice leader's younger sister. She knows how to scratch the itch. Well, I hope Zephyrin doesn't intimidate Margiela. Right? Even if it's Margiela, if she speaks so bluntly, is it okay? Even if I recall some of the stories I heard from Biancanim about the demon world, Zephyrin is a bit more ominous than Pact. Margiela, good job. No, why would you say that? Zephyrin nodded gently, dismissing the concerns of Pact, Joe, and Bishkal. That's true, it was my fault. I tried to be as careful as possible, but as you know, Jean Runcandle, that bastard is simply inscrutable, you know? Of course, I know him well. He really isn't ordinary, is he? Thinking about how we've been defeated by Jean Nim all this time, killing him 100 times wouldn't be satisfying. Of course, that's a reasonable claim. Actually, I still want Jean Nim to come to our side. I've seen that kind of people often in my long life. Humans like him will never associate with those who have different beliefs. You talk as if you recognize Jean Nim. Zephyrin didn't answer and turned her head to the window. Our Kinsalo is always open, so someday an opportunity might arise. But before that, I think Zephyr Nim's and Uncle Barak's patience might run out. You have a bit of a strange side, Miss Margiela. Haha, I hear that from time to time. If you really wanted Jean Runcandle on our side, you should have informed him first of the true nature of the stone and persuaded him not to get involved in this matter as much as possible. I've also considered that. However, even if we revealed the true nature of the stone, we couldn't avoid the fated outcome. Right? Fate, as Margiela said, it meant Dante Heron's death. Your friend will surely die, and the white stone is a dangerous object, so you must never go there. Jean Nim is not the type of person who would listen if we told him to stop. As Zephyr Nim said, Jean Nim is that kind of person. In response to Margiela's words, Zephyr nodded. Hihiji, fools. They don't even know that the stone is a bomb. When Bouvard intervened, Bishkal quickly covered his mouth. She intended to prevent Bouvard's repugnant voice from being heard to avoid offending Zephyrin further. In Bishkal's opinion, the white stone was something people like Bouvard shouldn't speak of carelessly. Anyway, I'll be more careful when using the master's power from now on. First of all, let's have a snack while watching the fire. While the Caligo sisters weren't looking, Zephyrin threw the cookies they had made out the window. I hope that when the incident is over, Jean will choose the meeting date rationally. April 4th, 1800. Everyone in the Sword Emperor Castle spent the night with wide-open eyes. A massive enemy approached the castle, and the white stone seal surrounding Dante revealed a chaos color darker than yesterday. The knights gathered in the castle still showed no signs of leaving Dante behind. It wasn't because they believed in the power of the Vamal Alliance. It wasn't because they gained any hope from the overwhelming victory in the first battle. It wasn't because they believed Jean could deploy another miraculous power. The knights knew very well that when Zippel's true main force arrived, the Vamal Alliance and themselves couldn't stand against it. The reason the Hyran Knights didn't leave was a matter of loyalty, belief, and efficiency. If someone has to leave, it should be Jean Nim, not us, said Shuras Helter. He didn't look good due to the injuries suffered in the first battle. Jean looked into his eyes without responding. Jean Nim and the Vamal Alliance have already fought enough for us. I can't express my gratitude in words, but Jean Nim, you and your people will be swept away by Zippel's fire at this rate. Sure as Nim, I am Runcandle. Runcandle and Zippel are originally enemies from long ago. That's not a reason for you to die on this land, Jean Nim. Don't you have a whole life ahead of you? Wouldn't it be right to plan for the future instead of dying fighting with us here? The enemies will come when midnight passes and dawn breaks. I won't die on this land, sure as Nim, and it is right to plan for the future. The same goes for the Hyran Knights. No, it's different. We don't have a future. You may have plans to evacuate and incorporate us into the Vamal or Runcandle for our safety. But if you do, we will bear the guilt of abandoning Hyran for the rest of our lives. While Jean chose his words, Shuras looked at Dante's seal and continued. Jean Nim, to put it bluntly, we are worthless. Strength, wisdom, wealth, and influence within the Empire. Everything is insignificantly small. The role of most knights gathered by Hyran in this war is like cannon fodder. Oh, come on. Why are you talking like that? Thanks to you, refugees have saved their lives, and Dante too, right? He gained courage, and it doesn't look good when you belittle yourselves. You were great. Why underestimate yourselves? Since the Black Dragon said that, I don't know what to say. But even after all that, we are insignificant beings in this war. Oh, are you saying that it doesn't matter if you die, so you'll just stand still and die? Rather, we can strike a blow to the enemies by dying on this land. Zippel and the Empire trampling on the insignificant knights who fought to the end to uphold their faith. Our enemies will lose their honor by killing us. Jean Nim, haven't you defamed them often more than anyone? I've never sacrificed my life to tarnish the honor of the enemies. Although you may not have sacrificed it, you must have risked it all the time. We also risk our lives for that. to tarnish their honor. This is the most meaningful counterattack that ordinary knights like us can make against a great force. From Shuraz's perspective, his words were not wrong. Jean knew it well too. The reason he wanted to save the knights gathered by High Ran was simply that he didn't want to witness their deaths. If you continue like this, I will save you even if I have to force it. Sir. Shuras grabbed Jin's hand and bowed his head. Jin Nim, please respect us. As fellow warriors, as companions who fought together. Isn't that too much for me, Shuras Nim? It's like you're asking me to watch you die. There is no other place to ask for respect than you. I'm sorry. It seems that only miserable beings are left who throw away their grace. Shuras held Jin's hand for a while, then turned around and walked away with firm steps. Murakan. Yes. Before midnight tonight, stun all the knights except Heron's front line with Valka's Nim, and the Proc brothers and send them to Tychon. All of them. Just as he was about to answer all of them, Quicantle sighed as he grabbed Jin's shoulder. Quicantle Nim. That man, Shuras, even though he said that, he spent the night going around trying to convince all the clans and families gathered for High Ran. He said it was too hard for them to bear, and he told them to leave and lighten the burden on the rest, leaving only himself and the old knights. Wow! It seemed like something he did not because he wanted to survive, but because he knew it was a trial for you, and even I could feel his inner pain. Still, there are too many lives at stake. Are you telling the brat to let them die? Are you kidding me? Besides, the knights still haven't lost hope for Ron. Imagining being absent when Ron wakes up is even more horrible than death for them. Obviously, it's painful for Jean that the knights don't leave the castle and prepare for death. But for the knights, the meaning of their existence was at stake. That's why respecting them might be a good idea. Jean, it's painful for you too. But for them, it's a matter of their own existence. For a while, Jean couldn't take his eyes off the door through which Shuras had left. Chapter 541. Inside the castle, the saints and medical personnel were busy tending to the wounded. Despite achieving a great victory in the first battle, there were nearly 2,000 casualties at the Sword Emperor Castle. It was impossible for the healing saints to attend to all of them in just 2 days. Outside, Amila, she was repairing the defense equipment of the Sword Emperor Castle. Her speed in restoring the equipment was truly remarkable. Even with thousands of gifted professional engineers, they couldn't match Amila's ability on their own. However, equipment repair was also a problem that couldn't be resolved in 2 days, much like the recovery of the wounded. The dozens of hands formed by murky energy never rested a moment after the war, but only about 1/5 of the restoration was completed. Old Valkas. From now on, I'll focus only on improving and distributing the dragon spears. Since Enya can't use the dragon fire shield, I have to calculate numerous variables when I'm under attack. I must find positions where I can fire the cannon at least 2 or 3 times even if I'm hit hard. Sigh. It's really frustrating not to find a good angle. She had fought in countless wars, but it was the first time she prepared for a war that seemed so insignificant. Instead of sitting idly, it's better to concentrate on improving even a little. This is really like hitting a rock with an egg. If Keliark is on board, the range of his cannons will far surpass that of the dragon spear. The results are too meager compared to the efforts I put into it. The Sword Emperor Castle had to fight with less power than in the first battle, while Zippel came with the greatest strength. Even if Ron was in good health and the Empire did not betray them, there was no chance of winning this fight. Runcandle was the only clan in the world capable of putting up a fight worthy of being called a battle against the entire force of Zippel. Ghost Blade. Valkas found Kashmir. What do you think, sir? Are you talking about Runcandle? Even without any further explanation, Kashmir immediately understood what Valkas meant. The Vamal Alliance knew that Runcandle was camped nearby. They hadn't witnessed it directly, but they trusted Jin's prediction about the camp. Now that Zippel's main force has shifted, the value of the white stone has been proven, as Jean Nim said, so they won't stay still. However, Runcandle will want the white stone to be destroyed somehow during the war, without their involvement. I also believe so. It's a dangerous object that even the hidden palace master distrusts, due to its unknown use. So Runcandle must be hoping it gets destroyed during the war. Regardless of the stone's value, the probability of the two clans engaging in total war is low. I'm sure it will lead to a negotiating atmosphere. In my opinion, the key lies not with the two giant clans, but in Jean Nim's choice. Whether Runcandle and Zipple would engage in total war or negotiate depended on Jin's choice. That's how Kashmir interpreted the situation. If Lord gives up High Ran with his friend, there will be negotiations, and if he doesn't give up, it will be total war. That's what you're saying. That's right. And as you know, the Lord is never one to choose the first option. But he's not the type to choose the second without any countermeasure. Driven by emotion. They both nodded at the same time. Jean Nim believes in his family. To be precise, he is in the process of using them. Is he really going to take the white stone while engaging in an all-out war with Runcandle? Can he afford it? Kashmir thought that Jean would press Zipple with his clan, Runcandle, behind him. That's why he chose to persist in his initial plan, rescuing Dante and the Knights of Hyran and abandoning the Sword Emperor Castle, even if it failed. So far, Jean has been able to overcome almost all adversities without the help of his family, only with the power of himself and his companions. This will be the first time he uses the power of his origin, called Runcandle, even when Rosa is in command. If Zipple feels that pressure and initiates total war, Lord Jean will force the Vamal Alliance and all the Knights of Hyran to withdraw from the fight. From then on, this war will no longer be the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, but will become a rotating battle between Runcandle and Zipple, excluding all allies other than Runcandle even by using the clan's strength. That's the Lord's way. I'm sure he'll do what he said. He wanted to send everyone ahead during the process of excluding those who are not Runcandle in case of a large-scale battle, but those gathered in Hyran did not withdraw. What do you think of the possibility of Rosanim subduing Jean Nim and negotiating with Zipple? That was what worried Kashmir the most. Except for Siren and the former Black Knights, the most elite knights of Runcandle, led by Rosa herself, are close to the total strength of Runcandle. The Vamal Alliance now has the power to ascend to the fifth faction, but it wasn't enough to protect Jean against Rosa. I don't think you should worry about that yet. The Lord is now the closest flag-bearer to becoming the next patriarch of Runcandle. It's impossible to subdue or punish the Lord by force in front of Zipple. So, Rosanim has no choice but to respect Jean Nim's judgment after all. The Lord is also Runcandle. Although the methods are different, Rosanim and the Lord have the same goal as Runcandle. As long as the Lord's actions do not deviate from the assumption that it is an act hindering Zipple's interests, even if it seems like the Lord is forcefully carrying the clan on his back, it won't be a fatal problem. I have the feeling that this war can decide the fate not only of the Sword Emperor Castle but also of the world. I feel the same. Even if Dante Nim wakes up, and we all escape from the Sword Emperor Castle, in the end, it will only put the situation on hold. Total war or negotiation. One of the two is destined to happen, unless the White Stone is destroyed. The White Stone was destroyed, and the chaos that had been latent within it never awakened. That was the only scenario that could lead the situation to a stable conclusion, but Talaris assessed the likelihood of it happening as very low. We just have to focus on supporting the Lord in any situation. The Lord won't abandon his friend, but if the Lord is in danger of falling because of that, we must ensure that the Lord doesn't fall even if we have to trample on his heart. Valkas continued with a somber voice. The words held many meanings. If Jean risked his life saying that he wouldn't give up Hyran even in the worst situations, they were willing to make Jean step back, even if it meant killing all the inhabitants of Hyran in front of him. The Lord is obviously a strong man. However, that same strength he carries within is sometimes his weakness. It's been a long time since I served the Lord, but it seems that way to me. I understand what you're saying. I hope such a situation never arises. This past midnight, may the Sword Emperor awaken and restore the dignity of this land. May Dante safely escape the Chaos Seal. May the enemies arrive a little later, and may today's dawn, which is likely the last, not be gloomy and desolate. Time flowed cruelly and swiftly, mocking the countless hopes and prayers gathered at the Sword Emperor Castle. Zippel's main force has been confirmed over the K2 Mountains. They will reach the Sword Emperor Castle in about 3 hours. The knights who went out to scout informed the castle that the enemies were close at hand. Kashmir. Yes, Jean Nim. Order the Saint Healers to return to the Holy Kingdom, and give orders to Luton Nim and my guardian knights to return as well. Also, please evacuate all the wounded from the Vamal Alliance as well as Gilly and below her level. The younger division officially belonged to Runcandle and not the Vamal Alliance. Luton, who led them, was an outcast, so it was right to leave the battlefield before Runcandle arrived at the front. The Saint Healers fulfilled their duty. Very well. The name of this war remains the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. That's why Jean only commanded the Vamal Alliance. But the Knights of Hyran considered Jean their commander. Jean didn't give orders separately. Strictly speaking, the current commander-in-chief of the Hyran army in the Sword Emperor Castle is Ruyan, the chief of the 5 Sword Saints. However, Ruyan didn't give orders to the Knights of Hyran, and also treated Jean as their commander-in-chief. There was no need to give an order because all the Knights of Hyran were already in their respective positions in a desperate fight, and the reason why Jean is the one who puts everything aside when the war begins and puts everything into the Sword Emperor Castle. It was a sign of respect and admiration towards them. Before climbing the castle wall, Jean looked one last time at Dante, who was trapped in a seal. Dante. The chaos seal imprisoning Dante contained a darkness much deeper than the first. Neither the color of the white stone that shone as if mocking someone nor the blurry figure of Dante were visible. Jean remained silent for a while as he touched the seal. He couldn't find words that expressed his feelings, and he feared that if his troubled voice reached his friend's ears, it might affect the internal battle Dante was fighting against the chaos. Instead, Jean stared at his friend for a long time. He conveyed that there was someone firm and waiting, someone who would never abandon him. The time had come. Jin's companions approached him, indicating that the enemies had arrived. See you later. Finally, as Jean climbed the wall, the 5 Sword Saints and the leader of the Dragon Knights, Calmaine, saluted him, expressing their respect and gratitude. I am Sword Saint Ruyan. I express my respect and gratitude on behalf of Hyran. It is an honor to fight alongside you. I, Calmaine Ita, leader of the Dragon Knights, Hyran and this land will not forget that you were our benefactor even in death. Jean slowly met their gazes. I, Jean Runcandle, Commander-in-Chief of the Vamal Alliance, 12th Flag-Bearer of Runcandle. I am infinitely grateful to Hyran and those gathered for Hyran for allowing me to fight for my friend. Jean raised his eyes and looked at the dark dawn sky behind Ruyan and Calmaine. He could see Zippel's fleet, shrouded in fire mana, all in a radiant red. It looked like a sinister rising sun. And in this world, the person who could protect the entire fleet with vast and profound fire, displaying impressive power. There was only one. Kelly-Ark Zippel, the pinnacle of ruthless and dirty magic. He personally led the Zippel and arrived at the Sword Emperor Castle. Chapter 542. Meanwhile, Talaris looked at Ron deep within the castle. Ron's breath was so faint that even Talaris had to concentrate to hear it. He had weakened since the day of his first visit. The mighty body of the Sword Emperor lay stretched out in a way that couldn't be concealed by clothes or blankets, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Ron. Talaris sat beside the bed, cautiously holding Ron's fragile hand. Your beloved grandson, the friend of that boy, and your knights. They are all fighting for Hyran. Did you really not know this was going to happen? There were only 2 people Talaris could call friends. Siren Runcandle and Ron Hyran. Talaris shook his head, reminiscing about their past. Ah, these pitiful people. The stronger they become, the more they disappoint me. Of course, the fact that Kelly-Ark Zippel could come in person was anticipated by many, but people felt a choking sensation when faced with His Majesty. The entire fleet was enveloped in fire magic. The flagship, Kozek, looked so distant that it could only be seen as a dot. Still, everyone in the Sword Emperor Castle felt like they were facing Kelly-Ark directly, an overwhelming presence, The fleet led by the patriarch of the world's #1 clan was slowly approaching the Sword Emperor Castle. Not a single knight among the Sword Emperor Castle feared death. However, no one thought they could defeat him. It seemed impossible for any change or miracle to occur. But their morale did not waver. They were only slightly worried. Worried that even if they couldn't win, the battle might end without a single significant counterattack. "I will finally get to see the face of the current head of the Zippel clan," Mirakan said quietly. It was the first time Jean would see Keliark Zippel in person. In both past and present lives, he had only seen him through news articles and clan records. A giant among giants. I wonder how he'll be in person. Fortunately, Zippel's main force did not immediately attack the Sword Emperor Castle upon appearing. The issue Amala had feared did not occur. The current Kozek was able to unleash a power different from what Jean had experienced so far. Ruyan Nim. Yes, Jean Nim. Runcandle must have finished preparing for total war as well. I suspected as much. If it's the object Zippel so coveted, Runcandle won't stand idly by. If Runcandle intervenes, some herons might survive, but I will save everyone, not just some. I know you're sincere and capable of doing it, but we will never retreat leaving the young patriarch. That goes for me too, Rhiannim. However, I'd like to ask for one promise. Promise? The chaos seal that imprisoned Dante happened because he resisted the chaos. Jean informed Ruyan that Talaris was here. She had agreed to let Ruyan know more about the Hidden Palace's mission and the dangers of chaos. Talaris allowed it out of consideration for Jean, not for Ruyan. For a while, Jean explained the stories about it and Ruyan listened. If the young patriarch can't overcome the power of the White Stone, he will awaken a monster that not even the Hidden Palace Master can handle, correct? That's right. Then how do you give the young patriarch? Ruyan didn't wonder why Jean was bringing out this information now. It was only because he knew Jean was the reason the Hidden Palace Master was handling the situation even while informing foreigners about the Hidden Palace's mission. Moreover, the situation wouldn't change even if Jean informed them in advance. If such a thing happens, please promise to withdraw all remaining Hyran knights at that time. When Dante died, chaos would awaken, and the Sword Emperor Castle would become a battlefield between Zippel and Runcandle, or a battle to subdue chaos. The right thing to do was for the Knights of Hyran to leave, dead from the war between the two clans or dead from the monsters of chaos. It would only lead to senseless death. Even in that case, chaos would kill the young patriarch. We must fight and kill that monster. Ruyan couldn't bear to say that. Ruyan also understood how Jean felt by making such a promise. Facing the possibility of Dante's death was itself a heartbreaking experience for Jean. I will, Ruyan replied with a somber voice. Heron's fate was absurd. Jean risked his life to protect Dante and the pride of Hyran, but Hyran could only survive if the chaos from the White Stone didn't devour Dante and awaken. A miserable and terrible existence. In return, please promise me one thing too. Tell me, in some way, if the young patriarch comes back, come back when we're gone. Please help the young patriarch so that he doesn't turn into a monster. No one knew how things would end. Ruyan was talking about when only Dante survived, and Hyran was destroyed. At that time, he asked Jean to help Dante, who knelt under the weight of loss, pain, and wounds, not to lose his way and not to become a monster. That's something only friends can help with. The young patriarch has already endured too many wounds. It must have been tough. Even now, I won't let go of Dante, even if Dante falls into hatred and attacks me. Yes, you're that kind of person. I just wanted to say it. There's so little Hyran can do for that boy. Keliark's fire now dyed the Sword Emperor Castle red, and the fleet stopped advancing. Everyone on the walls looked up and stared at the fleet. An elderly man with long gray hair wearing a white robe emerged from among the magicians on Kozek's deck. It was Keliark Zippel. Deploy the shields, shouted the leader of the Dragon Knights, Kalmain, with wide-open eyes. It was because the heat from the fire that had already engulfed the fleet was permeating the entire Sword Emperor Castle. For the middle-tier knights, it was too hot to bear. The stones forming the walls were red-hot, emitting heat, and the air was hot enough to melt every lung and organ. That was something no one expected. Magic had not yet been cast correctly, and the entire fleet had not moved, and only Keliark, at the forefront of Kozek, was the cause of this phenomenon. The knights deployed their shields and activated their defensive equipment. Instantly, the entire castle was covered in a blue film that seemed to block the heat. However, in the next moment, Keliark brandished Zippel's exclusive wand, Rodi, and the protective shield surrounding the Sword Emperor castle continued to disappear, as if it had never been deployed in the first place. I have only come to share a few words with someone I am curious about, so there is no need to get too worked up. You speak nonsense after spitting fire with enough force to melt our castle. In response to Calmain's words, Keliark smiled gently, like a gentle elder listening to a mischievous child's chatter. I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time. I haven't paid much attention to that. Take care of it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the heat disappeared as if it were a lie. The fire mana still burned around the fleet, so Keliark's power definitely reached the realm of power beyond magic. And, I say this out of consideration, do not interrupt my conversation any further. If I decide, I could end all of you in a matter of seconds. Show me the same consideration I have shown you. Keliark, how much do you intend to mock us? The one who shouted that was Golo, the commander on the left side of the wall. He had evacuated non-combatants and civilians during the first battle. He shouted with no particular intent. It was an unconscious act of defiance against overwhelming pressure and fear. Your words sound ominous. Those who had reached a certain level of enlightenment could anticipate what might happen. However, there was no way to stop it and no time to warn of danger. Moreover, their intuition was misguided. Boom! Spatial explosion. Keliark Zippel cast his magic. But the target was not Golo. Everyone expected Golo to explode and die, but Keliark's magic harmed another person. Calmain Ida. An explosion erupted. From Calmain's shoulder, the explosion completely tore off his right arm. The right arm, torn and bounced by the explosion, scattered without a trace in the subsequent spatial explosion. The only remnants were the pitiful sound of the fallen sword hitting the stone floor. Kook! Leader! Calmain! The Dragon Knights and Sword Saints shouted at the same time and tried to approach Calmain. Keliark halted their movements, detonating spatial explosions right in front of their faces. It seemed to be the final warning, and he even said, "Consideration ends here." Most of the inhabitants of the Sword Emperor Castle had never heard a more chilling voice than the one Keliark had just used. An oppressive and sudden silence fell. Keliark waited for about 5 seconds to make sure no one was moving, and then locked eyes with Jean. With an indescribably benevolent smile. Jean Runcandle. Keliark Zippel. Jean felt his blood chilling and his bones tingling under Keliark's gaze. Now, he emitted an energy completely different from the transcendent figures Jean had encountered before. Gentle yet powerful, elusive yet sharp, light yet heavy, kind yet evil. That's how Jean defined the feeling of Keliark Zippel. I understand why people who have seen Keliark in person compare him to a god. Undoubtedly, he was a figure that left an indescribable impact. But I see why Keliark is number 2. Jean sensed the divine and mysterious atmosphere surrounding Keliark and the emotion hidden behind his smile. That perception allowed him to understand why Keliark was behind Siren. So Jean smiled at him. You hate me, Keliark Zippelnim. If the person Jean had in front of him were Siren instead of Keliark, Jean would never have been able to discern his emotions as he did now. First of all, his father is in a position where he wouldn't harbor emotions as clearly human as hatred towards someone like him. Even if Jean had tried to provoke Siren in some way, he would have felt nothing but annoyance. Even if Jean had been born as a Zippel and had killed everyone in Runcandle. Is it noticeable? Keliark asked in a calm voice. Yes, to the point where the divine power you have shown so far seemed dimmed, replied Jean, wiping away his smile. Chapter 543, It was evident that having his pride wounded by being overshadowed by a younger individual in terms of status, age, and experience was hard to swallow for Keliark. However, Keliark didn't reveal the scars of his pride, but erased his smile and unveiled his genuine hatred. That deep and horrifying hatred resembled a swamp, making Jin's body feel heavy just by facing it. Deliberately exposing his hatred was a testament to Keliark acknowledging Jin. I see it's an intimidation worthy of the absolute leader of Zippel. Hatred. In retrospect, Keliark had reasons to hate Jin. It started with Jin killing Zippel fanatics when leaving the Storm Castle, pretending to be Tessing and learning Tsenmi magic, which was erased from history. Then, killing Andre and destroying the demon god orb, saving Cologne natives by killing Myron Zippel, annihilating the Dark Magic Society, and obtaining Ryal Zippel's legacy. Later on, the theft of the compass, Holy Kingdom incident, Western Sea battle, Timar's tombs, Spectre's assassination, Barton's elimination, Wantaramo Forest, Gaifa Islands, Soda Desert, and even this moment. Everything Jin did after the regression was a story that blocked Keliark and Zippel's path without exception. Killing Kiddard Hall and monopolizing his magic was an indirect blow to Zippel, and Valeria Hister, whom Zippel yearned for, was only connected to Jin, although Keliark was still unaware of her. Even Baradin resisted mental manipulation under Jin's influence, and Jin rejected the humiliating Pact run candle made with Zippel through the declaration to restore Magic Swordsman. There was not a single reason not to hate Jin as Zippel. This hatred is probably why you didn't reach the demigod mastery my father touched. Just as Jin sees through Keliark, he too saw through Jin. Outstanding in itself. For a long time, I thought Soderette would break the oath and join Runcandle because of Siren and Luna. Jin Runcandle, seeing him in person, I understand why Soderette chose him over those two. Keliark even resented Siren. He had remained in the background, eclipsed by him for the rest of his life, but not even his children, the next generation, could surpass his legacy. Sometimes, when I talk about you in the Tower of Tales, my colleagues think I take you lightly. It's a bit useless to see you read my hatred that they didn't even notice. Why don't you have more competent and profound people around you? The Vamal Alliance and the Knights of Sword Emperor Castle felt Jin's responses like fire against oil. They were concerned that Jin was making excessive provocations against Keliark, who had just paralyzed Calmaine with a single attack and showed the power to annihilate the entire Sword Emperor Castle in seconds. But Jin knew, no matter what happened, he would never attack the castle until negotiations were off the table. If he had intended to destroy Sword Emperor Castle by force without compromise and take the White Stone, he wouldn't have initiated a conversation in the first place. Keliark Zippel feels overwhelmed by an all-out war with Runcandle. There must be many reasons, such as Siren's existence, Runcandle's potential, and Kinzelo's power. Maybe Keliark is also aware that a chaos monster can awaken from the White Stone. No, that's certain. He knows the value of the White Stone better than any of us. That's why he wants to have it. Therefore, Keliark wanted to end the situation through negotiations with Sword Emperor Castle, actually Runcandle, without armed conflict as much as possible. Indeed, just by Keliark pulling out the negotiation card, Zippel's external prestige would plummet. It wasn't possible for the world's most important magician clan to prioritize negotiations over battles after losing so many dragons, magicians, and fleets. Above all, I can't see the fire dragon, Kadin. Fire dragon Kadin. The most powerful fire dragon created by the fire god, Shinu. Jin was aware of not seeing Kadin's appearance from earlier. Of course, Kadin could be on board the fleet in human form. However, Jin judged the possibility to be very low. Is it strange to place the strongest fire dragon out of sight after they bragged by putting huge mana to cast fire over the entire fleet, throwing fire over the entire Sword Emperor Castle while pretending not to know, and creating a sense of intimidation? There were Zippel dragons among the fleet of about 50 battleships led by Keliark. There was no reason for Kadin not to display his majesty at the center. However, Jin found it difficult to deduce the reason Keliark hadn't brought Kadin. Is it because there will be problems with Zippel's air defense without Kadin? No, even if they prioritize negotiation, it doesn't mean they haven't considered total war at all, so if that's not a reason, then Suddenly, Jean remembered the name of another friend. Did Baradin take any measures to prevent Cadden from being included in the fleet? He was correct. Baradin had run wild forcibly and created a situation where he had to be protected by Cadden. Because if it ended with Baradin, all the plans Zippel had prepared up to that point would go down the drain. Jean didn't know the truth, but for some reason, he had a strong impression that Cadden's absence was the result of a friend's sacrifice. You're aware of Cadden's absence. At those words, Jean almost showed an expression of surprise. I've heard that the power of the fire dragon is necessary to use fire perfectly. The one who makes a fire magician perfect isn't the guardian dragon but the phoenix. Whoosh! Suddenly, a phoenix appeared behind Keliark. A phoenix renowned as the strongest alongside Tess, Manier and Sankish. It was Beloit. Indeed, it was the summoning of someone who had reached the pinnacle of magic. Beloit cast a dark shadow over Sword Emperor Castle with its enormous and fiery body, larger than any recorded document. It was literally ablaze. The night sky over the Vamal Alliance and Sword Emperor Castle was filled with the fire from the fleet and Beloit, to the point of wondering if the target they had to fight wasn't Zippel but Shinu, the fire god. A fire greater than Ryal Zippel's legacy, which Jean had shown through the mirror and the will of the two gods, dyed his vision red. But Jean wasn't discouraged. I thought you knew about my phoenix, sir. Your phoenix is the only god in the world of flames and the owner of all phoenixes. But you still can't handle its power properly. That was the point at which Keliark acknowledged Jean in front of everyone. And the word still implied the possibility of the future. If you truly believe that, go ahead, try to blow up my head right now. I wonder if the power bestowed by Shinu, the fire god, can penetrate Tessa's absolute dominion. As I've heard, you have a very thick face. How dare you make such a visible bluff against me? Your courage is commendable. Keliark could figure out that Jean couldn't summon Tess at that moment. Jean got goosebumps realizing that fact. He didn't explicitly express such things, but it was an area where he could instinctively know it. Keliark Nim, you're more cautious than I've heard. You refrained from using spatial explosions only because there's a slight possibility that I can summon Tess. I'm not refraining from blowing your head off just for that reason. Keliark smiled again. Now, not only hatred but also composure was in the smile. Jean Runcandle, tell me. I've heard that you've been generous enough not to catch fleeing enemies. I'll also grant such leniency. Hyran, leave the White Stone immediately and exit Sword Emperor Castle. Then no one will die. Swish! A small spark formed on Keliark's finger. He wrote in the air with sparks, which was a fire seal that only Shinu's contractors could handle. Additionally, Zippel swears to rescue Dante Hyran, who was invaded by the White Stone, with all the efforts the clan can mobilize. Once recovered, Zippel swore to send him back to Hyran. Everyone in Sword Emperor Castle looked at the glowing red letters. Along with this, if you accept my conditions, Zippel will do everything in its power to destroy the imperial family that betrayed Hyran. With no time to reflect on how Keliark knew Dante's status, Heron's knights couldn't help but stir for the first time since the incident began. The promise to destroy the empire didn't matter too much. However, more valuable than the pride they had tried to maintain by sacrificing their lives was Dante's life. The use of the fire seal meant that Keliark was swearing by his god Shinu. The conditions he presented were undoubtedly sincere. Zippel knows how to save Dante Hyran. I can't guarantee his unconditional salvation, but I can guarantee a success rate of at least 80%. Jean immediately addressed Heron's knights. It's a trap. There's surely no lie in Keliark's oath. The moment Hyran accepts the conditions, he will be destroyed by Runcandle, not by Zippel. Keliark omitted the word that he would protect Hyran from Runcandle. Jean couldn't bear to say the last word. It was natural for Runcandle to attack Hyran, who had accepted Zippel's conditions. If that happens, Runcandle will have to watch as Zippel obtains the White Stone without gaining anything. Rosa couldn't stand idly by. She was a person who wouldn't back down even if Sword Emperor Castle and Heron's land turned to ashes. And if Jean went against Rosa, It would soon become a betrayal towards Runcandle. You've shown a good hand, Kellyark. Zipple. Objectively, Jean and Runcandle couldn't offer Hyran a better condition than that. Runcandle had no way to save Dante, and only Jean cherished Dante's life among Runcandle. Runcandle is satisfied as long as Hyran disappears from history or prevents the white stone from falling into Zipple's hands. Jean gritted his teeth, and Kellyark showed confidence in victory with a serene face. Kellyark's gaze reached Ruyan. Now I will give Hyran the opportunity to speak with me. What do you say, Ruyan? There's no better condition for Hyran than this. Ruyan looked at Kellyark in silence for a while. Hyran. And the knights gathered for Hyran. Finally, just as Ruyan tried to continue. I refuse. Kellyark Zipple. The voice of a giant resonated in the silent sky, but muted and deep, and everyone in this land was familiar with it and longingly wished to fight together. All turned to the owner of the voice who had just climbed the wall. Who dares to save Hyran and my grandson in my name? It's only permitted to me. Ron Hyran, the Sword Emperor, stood there upright. Chapter 544. Patriarch Nim. Patriarch. All the knights of Hyran kneeled at once. A powerful enemy they couldn't handle lurked in front of them. Yet they all bowed their heads to Ron, giving their backs. In a situation that should never occur in a deployment of such desperation, the knights couldn't help expressing their faith and respect for his appearance. Not even Kellyark Zipple would be able to recklessly attack Sword Emperor Castle if Ron were present. The knights barely suppressed their fiery emotions. Step, step, step. As Ron stepped forward, the knights stood up and returned to their positions. Even without deliberately emitting energy, both allies and enemies could hear his steps like the beating of their own hearts. Jean, who was at his side, gave a respectful nod, and Ron placed a hand on his shoulder. I owe you again, Paul Grey Mick. Seeing Ron calling him by a pseudonym, Jean smiled. For some reason, he felt like he had become very good friends with an unstoppable giant named Ron Hyran. I think you'll pay me back when you want to, Ron Nim. Don't die and make sure to live to pay me back. Ron read the underlying meaning in Jin's words and chuckled. Leader of the Sword Saints of Hyran, Ruyan. Then he looked for Ruyan. Yes, Patriarch Nim. Answer me. As the acting commander-in-chief of Sword Emperor Castle, did you have the intention of accepting Kellyark's conditions? Absolutely not. Ruyan answered without hesitation. He really had no intention of accepting Kellyark's conditions. That would be betraying the Vimal alliance that fought for Hyran and humiliating Hyran. The reason Sword Emperor Castle trembled at Kellyark's words was solely because Zipple knew how to bring back their young patriarch. Ron nodded in satisfaction and replied, Good job. You've held up well. Ruyan seemed to choke on the sincere evaluation Ron gave him. It was because he thought he hadn't done anything. He hadn't done anything against Kellyark Zipple until you arrived, my lord, and even in the first battle, I let the young patriarch be so shattered. If it weren't for Jean Nim, Hyran would have been condemned immediately, and I was just filling the position. Not only Ruyan but all the knights of Hyran had the same thought. If they had been more competent, Sword Emperor Castle wouldn't have become a mockery. Knights of Hyran, it's my fault too, so stop blaming yourselves and obey the orders of this late Sword Emperor. Please order anything, Patriarch Nim. Leader of the Dragon Knights, Kalmain Ita. Yes, Patriarch Nim. Kalmain responded, holding his sword with his left arm. Intuitively, he knew what order Ron would give. Immediately take the Dragon Knights, excluding the Sword Saints, along with all the knights gathered for Hyran, and leave Sword Emperor Castle. Kalmain didn't object to the orders. It was clear that he and the knights below the Sword Saints wouldn't be of any help in the upcoming battle. But even if the knights of Hyran weren't needed for the current fight, they are the people who must be necessary for the reconstruction. When Ron was unconscious, the reason they didn't leave the castle, even if it was the death of the dog, was that there was no future. But now they could think about the future. It was necessary to prepare for the future. They needed people to welcome back the patriarch and the young patriarch when they returned. I, Kalmain Ita, leader of the Dragon Knights, will obey your order. Suppressing the strong desire to fight and die together, Calmain respectfully saluted Ron. Ron Hyran. By then, Keliark had narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. I didn't expect you to wake up. I thought you had already gone to hell. I've come back to see how my brothers and sons are doing. Belit, Keliark's phoenix, showed fierce hostility from the moment Ron appeared. Ron looked from side to side between Keliark and Belit and stroked his beard. You might as well go there soon too. Unfortunately, your summoned phoenix, whose neck and wings I cut off, won't be able to go with you due to its immorality. Suddenly, Belit's two wings swelled. He seemed to be trying to tie Sword Emperor Castle with fire according to Keliark's will. In an instant, the two wings, which became as large as battleships, enveloped Sword Emperor Castle. Even as they enveloped it, they spewed fire incessantly, and the swelling wings seemed to melt the entire castle at any moment. Do you think I would allow your knights to escape? Ron slowly drew his Rashid sword from his waist. Swish! The sound of the Rashid sword leaving its sheath was especially chilling in the dense fire that filled his vision. The shining Rashid sword cut through the air, creating a silent ripple. Then, formless winds sprouted from the sword in all directions. Countless streams of invisible sword winds slowly began pushing back Belit's fire. Belit roared, unfurling its wings, but Ron never lost his composure, even as the clash of powers intensified. At that moment, Keliark was left with an ominous doubt. No way, Ron has crossed the wall. Genesis Night, the realm of transcendence and a power reserved only for Siren. For a moment, Keliark glimpsed the realm that Siren had attained from Ron. Even though the hand holding Rashid was so pale that it was unimaginable the owner was the Sword Emperor due to a long battle against illness and unconsciousness. Ron's body was too thin to be covered even with clothes. Now, the achievement of the Sword Emperor displayed a light and majesty stronger than ever, to the point that even Keliark Zippel, the current patriarch of the world's most powerful clan, mistakenly thought he was standing in Siren's domain. No, Ron hasn't reached there yet. Perhaps if Keliark hadn't experienced Siren firsthand, he would have been convinced that Ron had finally entered the realm of the Genesis Night. Note, in other translations it can also be called Divine Star Night. If Siren hadn't existed in the world, Keliark would have now fallen into fear and helplessness. The Genesis Night was a realm only Siren had reached, and Ron's current power had not yet reached that domain. Still, a chill ran through his body as if thunder were roaring, and he felt a shiver as if a sword had already been thrust into his back. Not only Keliark, but everyone was in the same state of shock. The dragons and magicians of the fleet, the allies, Runcandle observing the situation from afar, and Talaris guarding Dante's seal. In particular, the Phoenix Belit, directly competing with Ron, couldn't accept the fact that the enemy who had cut off its wings had become so strong. Wake dash! In the end, Belit's wings, enveloping the castle, opened wide and tore apart. Belit released a mournful roar, and the fire from the torn wings fell to the ground like hailstones. The strongest phoenix summoned by the absolute magicians suffered the humiliation of having its wings torn off once again by the same person. Moreover, Ron hadn't brandished his sword even once. Zippel's main force couldn't believe the fact that this was the result of Ron drawing his sword and revealing his energy, even after witnessing it with their own eyes. Belit shuddered and unfolded its smaller wings, frantically revealing resentment, and Keliark felt a single invisible sword wind brushing against his neck. You've gotten stronger, Ron Hyran. I haven't been idle. Is it the power of the white stone? It's the power of Hyran, who is breaking it. Jean paid attention to Ron's meaningful words. This is a seal that comes from rejecting chaos. Your friend, Ron's grandson, is fighting against chaos inside him right now, so there's no reason for me to fulfill my mission yet. Dante's inner war against chaos began after he took possession of Ron's white stone following the voice of the white stone. Of course, it was Ron Hyran who had been fighting against the chaos of the white stone until then. Ron achieved a new domain through that long, fierce, and terrible struggle. It's the power of High-Ran that is breaking it. The meaning behind those words was no different. The chaos of the White Stone couldn't defeat Ron-Nim and tempted Dante. Or perhaps it lost to Ron-Nim and transferred to Dante. Perhaps there was an expectation that Dante might win the fight against the White Stone like Ron. The expectation that a friend would be able to get rid of it and return. If in the end, I lose the fight against you, my knights who withdrew will die. So why don't you try to defeat me somehow and let my knights go? I think it will look better when historians record this battle later. Keliark showed no particular reaction to Ron's provocation. Recording history, you're talking about something interesting. Anyway, it will be recorded according to the will of the victor. If that's how you want to fight, I won't interfere. Today is the first time we can truly communicate since we met. Keliark shook Rhodey, erasing the fire seal in the air. Knights! Ron turned around and looked at the Knights of High-Ran still in front of him and shouted. A strong voice shook the sky. Then, the knights collectively saluted and bit their lips to hold back tears. I, Ron High-Ran, the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle. Ron also slowly saluted the knights. It wasn't just to respond to the subordinates as the Lord of Sword Emperor Castle, but a genuine expression of gratitude and respect for those who had not betrayed High-Ran. I express my sincere gratitude and respect to all who leave High-Ran for the sake of High-Ran, bearing more pain than having their bones cut and their skin torn off. All the knights of High-Ran could contain their tears. They could bear it now because if they cried, they felt that this might really be the end. When Calmain lowered his sword, the knights followed suit, and Ron continued to maintain the salute. High-Ran! Everyone follow the dragon knights. Let's retreat. Only after all the knights withdrew under Calmain's command, and their backs crossed the collapsed cliff beyond the back gate and disappeared into an invisible place, Ron released the salute and looked out at the battlefield, now filled with enemies. Chapter 545. As the knights departed, Zippel's fleet distanced itself from the castle. As Amila predicted, Zippel's fleet cannons, including Kozek, had a significantly longer range than Sword Emperor Castle's defense equipment, so there was no reason not to increase the distance. If it weren't for Ron, they could have quickly dealt with Sword Emperor Castle, disregarding its effectiveness. However, the situation was different now. As Heron's knights left, the fleet also had the opportunity to move slightly out of Ron's range. Except for Siren, Zippel had never fought against an opponent stronger than Ron. Most magicians aboard the fleet had not experienced Siren firsthand. Even the dragons, who had not encountered Siren, remembered Ron's nightmares. It reminded them of Murakan in his prime. For the dragons, there was no more formidable existence than Murakan at his best. The problem was that the terrifyingly powerful black dragon was also standing next to Ron with its eyes wide open. Of course, Murakan had not fully regained his former strength. But the dragons, unaware of this fact, found Murakan even more terrifying than Ron. The wind dragon, Salayan, took its place next to Keliark. He was the one who had recently become Octavia's guardian dragon when she became the new contractor of Melzair. It's like seeing one of the old Runcandle's 10 great knights and Murakan together. Huh? Salayan, who said that, tilted his head as if something strange had happened. It was because he felt confused about himself using the term 10 great knights. The other dragons who heard him only felt that Salayan had confused the Black Knight with the name of the 10 great knights, and they did not feel any other sense of discord. Soon, Salayan also forgot that he had used the term of the 10 great knights. The dragons wouldn't be aware of it even if someone else mentioned that name again. Certainly, the power of history seems to have weakened a bit, Keliark thought quietly. There may be an influence from Ron, who is close to the Genesis Knight's domain and has the power to go against fate. But the biggest problem is probably Jean Runcandle. Power of existence. Keliark carefully examined the power Jean possessed. Things were worse than he thought. The fact that Ron awakened, the fact that he became stronger, and the fact that Jin's power of existence expressed itself to a greater extent because of it. All of this exceeded Keliark's expectations. Keliark felt great discomfort at these unexpected developments. It was a discomfort derived from a kind of intuition. He felt as if things were about to twist. Octavia. Yes, Patriarch Nim. When the battle begins, you and the true specters will infiltrate the castle and secure the white stone. Not long ago he lost his fleet, some blueprints, and the machine in the Soda Desert. If he couldn't get the white stone today, Zipple would have to return without any gain even after fighting a knight close to the Genesis Knight. Yes, I will prepare the Demon God Orb for infiltration. To take the white stone that was already being opened, the Demon God Orb was needed. The Demon God Orb will take some time to open, so until then, I will fight alongside the Patriarch. No, I will personally use the Demon God Orb. You will make arrangements so that the consequences of the battle inside the castle do not affect the white stone and wait. It seems like you are concerned about the possibility of Runcandle joining forces with High Ran. Since Ron had awakened and reached a new domain, there was a possibility that Runcandle would join High Ran from the start. But Keliark thought it unlikely that Rosa would make such a judgment. With Ron appearing, Runcandle had the opportunity to observe more. No, the Demon God Orb is necessary even if I am supposed to be dealing with Ron Hyran alone. The current Ron. No one will be able to defeat him except Siren. Octavia opened her eyes in surprise at this statement. She had also seen Ron's transcendent battle prowess, but she did not recognize the level as perfectly as Keliark did. Only those at a similar level can know for sure. All magicians of Zipple, including Octavia, were significantly lower in level than Ron. I didn't expect that not bringing Hito and Cadden would lead to such a painful situation. I didn't want to reveal the power of the Demon God Orb unless it's time to deal with Runcandle. I heard that the power of the fire dragon is necessary to use the perfect fire. He remembered Jin's provocation from earlier. Now he couldn't deny those words. It seems that maintaining dignity is not that simple. Now I understand how the inferiors who faced Jin Runcandle have felt so far. Octavia nodded. All right, be careful, Patriarch Nim. You be careful too. Infiltration won't be easy. The specters gathered around Octavia. Those 30 gray robes were real specters on a different level from the resurrected ones. Keliark knew what concerned them without looking at the faces of the dragons mixed among the fleets. Murakan hasn't recovered the battle prowess from 1,000 years ago. If he had, there's no way the first battle would have ended like this. So don't let the dragons make a mistake by being possessed by ghosts. As soon as Keliark finished speaking, a new and deeper sense of terror entered the eyes of the dragons. It wasn't because he was more fearsome than the old Murakan. A faint sound of wind echoed through the fleet from somewhere. It sounded like the breath of a monster. As soon as the sound started, Zipple's dragons trembled, their scales standing on end. It was the sound of the Demon God Orb beginning to open. The replica, reproducing the origin orb, had the power to suppress dragons with instinctive fear, just as Quicantle herself experienced for the first time when fighting Andre in the past. The current Demon God Orb was still unfinished, but it was much more refined compared to back then. The fear the dragons felt was amplified accordingly. Ugh! Quicantle. Even Quicantle, who was far from the Demon God Orb, stumbled as if she had fallen. Murakan helped her up, but she let out a rough and unstable breath. Those bastards from Zipple brought the Demon God Orb. Damn. I can't draw strength from my body. Don't speak. Take deep breaths. Kid, she can't participate in the battle. In this state, she can't even retreat on her own. I'll evacuate her outside the range of the Demon God Orb and come back. Quicantle didn't insist on joining the fight. She was disgusted, but she admitted that at this rate, she would only be a burden. Among the currently active dragons, the number of beings capable of resisting the Demon God Orb's energy could be counted on one hand. Among them, only Murakan and Misha were completely immune. If Quicantle is struggling so much, most of the dragons there should already be foaming at the mouth and falling. That shiny thing. Is it a necklace? It seems to be blocking the Demon God Orb's energy to some extent, said Murakan, transforming into his true form and putting Quicantle on his back. All the dragons on Zippel's side wore something shiny around their necks. It's more like shackles than a necklace. It looks quite unstable. Ron, those things seem to fear you more than anything. Seeing that he brought out the demon god orb while harming his allies. Everyone fight well until I return. Ron felt the energy of the demon god orb more deeply than the dragons. The demon god orb emitted an aura similar to the chaos of the white stone, within which he had been fighting while unconscious. While Murakan flew towards the rear, most of Zippel's dragons mistakenly believed that he had left because he feared the power of the demon god orb and felt even more relieved. Jean. Yes, Ron Nim. There will be those infiltrating the inner castle. Maybe Octavia will take on that role. I'll cover the entire battlefield, but there will surely be gaps. You and the Vamal Alliance work together with the Sword Saints to stop them. Can I entrust you with this? It wasn't different from Ron leaving Jean his back. It's an honor. When the fight is over. Ron placed his hand on Jin's shoulder and added a farewell comment. Let's have a drink together with my lovely grandson. It was an indescribably gentle voice, as if speaking to Dante. To Jean, it seemed as if he could feel the warm affection of a grandfather. Something he had never experienced before. It was like receiving an unexpected gift before an imminent war. Rashid emerged from the sheath. Kellyark, let's begin. Ron's calm and deep voice resonated throughout the area again. At the same time, the fire surrounding Zippel's fleet grew denser, and the Phoenix Bellet roared. The war had started again. The first attack belonged to Sword Emperor Castle. Ron directed his sword towards the center of the fleet, at a not very fast pace. However, the trajectory that even ordinary people could easily read contained the transcendent state he had reached. His formless sword began to attack the fleet before the action even ended. The invisible energy of the sword continued to fiercely gnaw at the fire curtain that Kellyark and Bellet had opened. And that was not all. The formless swords that pierced the fire curtain soon turned into a typhoon and completely covered the entire area of Zippel's fleet and Sword Emperor Castle. For allies, it served as a protective shield. For enemies, it was a terrifying icy wind that cut flesh and bones. In one fell swoop, Ron completely took over the battlefield. Ron's words of covering the entire battlefield were not just an expression. From the beginning, Bellet grew tired of that ignorant, invisible energy of the sword, and Kellyark wielded Rhodey with wide-open eyes. Octavia couldn't penetrate Ron's territory, so it seemed she couldn't even begin to infiltrate. Kellyark forced his way through, continuously firing spatial explosions inside, but it wasn't easy to squeeze his body through the unstable opening. While the real specters spread the red abyss to make way, Kellyark began chanting another legacy of Ryal Zippel. Ruyan. But Ron wasn't the only one on the battlefield. There was a reason why Ron prevented the 5 Sword Saints of Hyran from leaving. The Sword Saints were able to deploy their greatest strength only when Ron was present. I allow the use of the Supreme Sword. Show the power of the Sword Saints to the enemies. Chapter 546. Supreme Sword. The Sealing Sword of Heron's Vision. The sword conceived about 500 years ago and developed by the Patriarch of Hyran and the Sword Saints until today. The existence of the Supreme Sword has never been known to the world. When Ron mentioned the name, the eyes of the Sword Saints changed. The aura that suddenly sprouted from their bodies carved strange patterns all over them as if they were runes. Muddy whirlwinds spread through their eyes, and the pure white layers symbolizing the Sword Saints were dyed gray. It didn't seem like an aura, but a change caused by ancient dark magic or other forbidden spells. Supreme Sword. Is this Heron's sword? Jean thought. The Supreme Sword is a sword that symbolizes the right path. The swords wielded by the heirs of the Sword Emperor were meant to radiate a unique, pure, and strong aura. But now the changes in the Sword Saints were completely opposite to that. Murky, dark, and ominous. It seemed more like a form of curse than martial arts. Anyone witnessing the energy of the Supreme Sword couldn't help but sense it. Those who wield this sword could never go back to being who they were before. Moreover, strangely, the energy of the Supreme Sword emitted a strangely similar feeling to the sword Jean was familiar with. Runcandle's sword. The reason the 24th Patriarch invented this sword wasn't to fight against Zippel, but to prepare for a battle against Runcandle that might happen someday, said Ron. The reason why the Supreme Sword wasn't known to the world until now despite being crafted 500 years ago. It was only to prepare for Runcandle's invasion. It was a sealing technique following his sword skill. The meaning of the Supreme Sword doesn't include the righteousness of Hyran. An extreme sword made to withstand supreme power for a brief moment if you abandon your body. In a way, the Supreme Sword emitted a wilder and fiercer aroma than Runcandle's sword, which had a safety device called the Blessed Body. Jean could hear the terrifying breath of the beasts that had forsaken their future to win the battle. It's a sword destined for Runcandle, but I ended up bringing it out fighting against Zippel. It's strange. Clang. The sword saints unsheathed their swords, lowering their stances. The stone of the wall they stood on exploded, leaving deep imprints. I, the leader of the sword saints, Ruyan. I will obey the Patriarch's order. I, the sword saint, Akita Hyran. I will obey the Patriarch's orders. I, the sword saint Errol Lyman. I will obey the Patriarch's order. I, the sword saint, Bel Artemiro. I will obey the Patriarch's order. I, the sword saint Franz. I will obey the Patriarch's order. The sword saints unsheathed their swords in unison. At the same time, the energy of the sword sprouted from their swords towards the fleet. In an instant, the sword, shining with a gloomy gray color, pierced through Keliark's fire curtain and advanced towards the inner fleet. A horrible trail remained, as if some gigantic being had scratched it. Ron's formless sword aided the attacks of the sword saints and tore through the fire curtain in an instant. There was a smell of ash from the falling and dispersing fire pieces. A dark smoke enveloped the fire, completely darkening the view. The 5 swords that glowed in the darkness continued attacking without hesitation. No matter where they swung it, the entire area was filled with enemies, and any lost sword energy effortlessly joined Ron's formless sword, finding its place seamlessly in the coal-black visibility. Formless and gray, the 2 sword energies relentlessly struck the fleet. Occasionally, Jean heard the screams of humans and dragons who didn't know who they were. Ron had already exceeded expectations by getting stronger, but the transformation of the sword saints added an unexpected twist. It's becoming more aggressive. But Keliark was no longer caught off guard. The reason he clenched his teeth when he first confirmed Ron's martial arts wasn't that he was anxious about losing this war. There was not a hint of that anxiety. The reason Keliark felt invaded by a sense of inferiority for a while was the fact that he had been defeated by Ron in the competition in the human category. It was a revival of the deep sense of inferiority he had always felt towards Siren since his youth. I admit it, my friends. As a human, I have been defeated by you. However, the demon god orb could elevate him beyond mere humanity. Towards gods or even something transcendent, a red light spread from Rhodey, decimating flame orb of the dark sky-second version of the demon empress. Jean watched as the flame orb engulfed the smoke and spun. The orb, even larger than the one Jean had formed with the help of Soderette and Callum during the first battle, emitted an awe-inspiring majesty, as if it had been cast directly from the pinnacle of magic. Jean had only seen the decimating flame orb of the dark sky-second version of the demon empress once in his past life. This is our lord. Lada looked at the fire orb and said. Most of the Vamal Alliance and Sword Emperor Castle mistakenly believed that Keliark used the same magic as Jean. It was thought that power increased by using the same magic with a stronger magician. And everyone couldn't help but get very nervous because they knew what the power of Ryal's legacy was. Keliark Zippel, you weren't sitting idle. Ruyan. Yes, Patriarch Nim. I'll take care of that. Meanwhile, Octavia will undoubtedly try to infiltrate during the opening. As Ron spoke, Jean recalled the conversation he had with Valeria in his past life. According to records, the decimating flame orb of the dark sky-second version of the Demon Empress is superior to the final version. It seems the final version is superior in other aspects. Is it stability? Yes, stability. The final version is refined so that the second version can be used stably. But that's not all. In what else does it differ? Weakness. The second version is the strongest, but its weaknesses are too apparent. There are errors that aren't even in the first version. Normally, if you see this magic, you won't survive. And there are few people big enough to dare to analyze Ryal's perfect magic. So it's an unknown area. Well, look here. At that moment, Valeria had explained while launching the second version directly near the Hister succession temple. Behind her floated a horrifying fire orb just like now. Dash paper that shows letters when wet. It's the same. When the second version starts, release your mana and spread it in all directions. Try it yourself because I can't keep up with this and sing at the same time. Following her instructions, as Jean dispersed his mana, he immediately understood the weak points of the second version. He began to see the mana flow that constituted the second version. The runes that were once invisible shone, and numerous lines appeared between the runes. Cutting those lines can release the second version. And you know the backlash when the magic is interrupted by someone other than the caster, right? Mana backlash. Yes, if you cut those lines now, there's a high chance I'll die. I wouldn't be able to handle this amount of mana backlash. Therefore, the natural enemy of the second version was a magical swordsman or a combination of a magician and knight who knew the weakness of the second version. The magician had to make the runes and lines with mana visible, and the knight had to play the role of cutting them. Unlike the second version, the final version was stable because the exposed runes didn't become a weakness. Ron Nim. I'll stop that with the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints. Ron's eyes widened. Jean was determined to stop the magic that even he could overcome if he was ready to use an aura beyond Jin's ability. However, Ron didn't ask Jean to confirm it. He didn't even tell him not to be so brave as to do something that even he couldn't easily do. He just trusted Jean. To Ron, Jean was no longer a child or a knight inferior to him, but a knight who always accomplished what he said. How can I assist you? If possible, please allow the knights to fly through the sky with your sword energy. In the aerial battles of the 10-star warriors, they used sword energy as a means of flight. Ron went beyond that and had reached a level where he could lift others, not just himself. How long? 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes will be enough. If you could perfectly protect the allies in the air. Ron smiled. It was because there was no need to waste so much time. It's child's play. Shall we start right away? Yes. Suddenly, an intense formless wind enveloped the bodies of the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints. Knights caught in the wind and rose into the dawn sky. Until Keliark's magic ends, all the Sword Saints will follow Jean Runcandle's orders. Jean had raised his mana. A thick, white mist blossomed as Jin's vast mana and nature's mana intertwined. And within it, the decimating flame orb of the dark sky second version of the Demon Empress began to descend. Flame swirls fiercely attacked the knights rising into the sky. Ron shouted a war cry and emitted the formless sword energy. The clash between the sword energy and the flames created a deafening explosion, and the knights heightened their senses as they confirmed that all the explosions were happening right in front of their noses. The clash between the sword and the fire, a precarious confrontation, was taking place. Jean didn't quickly disperse his already open mana, so that Keliark wouldn't be aware of the weakness of the second version. At this moment, I can spread it all at once. About a minute passed like that. Vamal Alliance Sword Saints. Destroy the runes and cut the connected mana lines. When Jean shouted, the most surprised was undoubtedly Keliark Zippel. Releasing the launch of the second version. It means he has found out. No, it couldn't be. It was a survival mechanism that only someone who already knew it could handle. And for Keliark to know, there was only one human besides him who could know the weakness of the second version. Valeria Hister, the last survivor of Hister. Now Keliark could be sure that she had already made contact with Jean. However, it was already too late. Even if it were Keliark, not Ryal Zippel, he couldn't retrieve the second version already launched in an instant. The Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints were already aiming their swords at the runes and lines of the second version. And Jean prepared Runcandle's secret technique, grasping the location of the runes and lines that were too far for their swords to reach. Fifth secret technique of Runcandle light speed thrust, legends far from the flames. Lightning extended through the shining runes. Chapter 547, excluding Ron, Jean was the only warrior with the longest-reaching attack in the Sword Emperor castle camp. The lightning bolt wrapped in lightning retained its power even in the flames of the second version. The sword energy, fiercely advancing, cut the runes and lines hidden in the depths of the second version's flames. If he had done this before Jean had risen to the ranks of powerful warriors, he would have faced many doubts and checks before undertaking such actions, so he might have missed the opportunity. But not anymore. He didn't have to explain how he knew the weakness of the second version and why one had to follow unfounded words. Ron just had to act according to his will, because Jean hadn't disappointed those who believed in him, not even once. The Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints, who were cutting the runes and lines, checked that the flames of the second version were getting smaller and fading. It was a disaster that came from perfect harmony. Ron's formless sword wind that could protect and lift all allies, Jin's magical and dispelling ability, and the warriors floating in the air. Without any of them, this disintegration wouldn't have succeeded. Even if they knew the dissipation, not many could handle the mana in this terrible hell and wield a sword correctly. For Jin Nim, he has the power to call victory, an inexplicable power. How can you not serve my lord? The scene of the Vamal Alliance and Jean, and the Sword Saints blocking the second version while floating in the formless sword wind exuded a mythical atmosphere in itself. It was full of a sublime feeling. The desperate and pure struggle of those who would not yield, who would not bend, to protect something precious was always like this. That's why those who opposed Zippel, even in the evil flames of the second version, in battles where they faced life or death every second, even as they swung their swords and shouted, they could feel their insides being filled. Ugh! Keliark swallowed the heat rising in his throat and opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and the blood drops flowing from his nose dyed his beard red. Patriarch! Octavia shouted. Not Siren, not Ron. It was difficult to accept the fact that Jean Runcandle had made the Patriarch bleed for the first time in decades. Keliark raised his hand towards her as if to reassure her. Unlike the mana reflux reaction, his hand holding Rhodey didn't tremble at all. It seems that Hister reported the weakness of the second version. Hister. They are terribly persistent. Keliark was calmly recovering mana from the second version despite the mana reflux reaction. He had long since surpassed the limit of the magician's mana reflux. There might be physical damage, but not being able to use mana due to reflux was no longer a problem for Keliark Zippel. It was not the power of the demon god orb, but an achievement solely of the human Keliark Zippel. Octavia, I'll open the way again. Deal with the nuisances so I can focus on Ron Hyran. Understood. Keliark's eyes tinted blue. Blue flame gaze, Zippel's vision magic used by Myron Zippel in the past. Naturally, its power couldn't even be compared to Myron's magic. At the same time, another flame formed in his left hand, and Rhodey began emitting blue lightning bolts. Keliark also went beyond the scope of the initial simultaneous chant that uses 3 or more types of magic. He was using 4 major magical spells at the same time, up to the second version whose recovery had not yet been completed. Blue flame gaze, crazy lightning, decimating flame orb of the dark sky Keliark Zippel, decimating flame orb of the dark sky second version of the Demon Empress. Among them, the second version was quickly recovered and replaced by Zippel's ice barrier vision magic, Frost Hell. Each of these 4 magical spells had power comparable to the second version. The total amount of mana was 3 times that of the second version, meaning that Ron's mana burden also increased by that amount. Crazy lightning fell from the sky, and the second version that disappeared was replaced by the decimating flame orb of the dark sky enhanced by Keliark Zippel, and a cold explosion echoed in the frozen air, and blue flames blossomed wherever his gaze landed. And the advance of the invisible sword that had landed on the battlefield slowed down. Ron's sword was losing strength as it clashed with Keliark's magical spells. The flight of the warriors riding the formless sword became precarious. Their center of gravity, which had been solid as if they were stepping on the ground, wavered, and fire, cold, and lightning attacked them from all sides. Keliark Zippel's power was completely beyond the realm of magic they knew. More than magic, it approached an irresistible disaster. The group gritted their teeth and had to find a safe path through the invisible sword, feeling like they were stepping on a bomb. In the intertwined air of wild magic, a drop of cold sweat soaked their backs with each step they took. Stepping on the frozen, formless sword, they felt as if their ankles were about to be cut off, and when they looked for a place to step back, two flames pressed against their entire bodies. Crazy lightning easily pierced through their shields, and they felt like their wrists would explode if they were hit with a sword. Until Ron reached the pinnacle, Keliark Zippel was clearly the most powerful magician in the world. The reason the group could even feel that they were fighting against him was because Ron existed. Jean knew nothing about the release of the casting of the new magical spells. Even if he knew, he couldn't dissipate them in this state. In terms of purely magical achievements, Keliark was clearly far above what Jean had achieved. That fact did not dampen Jean and the others' fighting spirit. It only made things more complicated in their minds. It pained them to figure out how they could reach the pinnacle of magic again. Yes, you can't claim to be the Zippel Patriarch if Jean takes you down. Isn't that right, Keliark? Ron was in a completely different realm than those fighting in the sky. That's why he wasn't worried like them. For him, it was a matter of facing the strength. Ron observed Octavia's battleship heading towards the castle. Just as Keliark entrusted Octavia to deal with the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints, Ron had to entrust them to Octavia. The fight to focus on the opponent that suited each of them had begun. Keliark, Fleets, Dragon, and Ron. Octavia, Spectres, Vamal Alliance, and Sword Saints. The battlefield was rapidly divided into different areas. As Octavia approached, Ron gradually reduced the invisible sword wind protecting the allies, and Keliark also reduced the mana helping Octavia penetrate as the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints retreated. Keliark and Ron took less than 3 minutes to pour all their power onto each other. At that moment, Jin's group and Octavia's battleship were on the ground, avoiding the clash between the two giants in the sky, settling on the plain in front of the Sword Emperor Castle. Those who hadn't reached the level couldn't even breathe properly in the overwhelming battlefield storm. Octavia's battleship landed on the ground as if crashing. Due to being swept by sword strikes and magic, it was already half destroyed and unable to function correctly. Even that was the result of Octavia and the Spectres desperately extending a protective shield. They had much longer flight distances compared to Jin's group, meaning they had to endure even more the power of the two giants. Jean, run, Candle. In Octavia's dark and deep voice, there was a profound killing intent in her eyes as she looked at Jean. Even beyond the hoods of the Spectres, the bloodlust vibrated everywhere. All of them had memories of losing members because of Jean. Octavia Zippel. I never expected letting you live after leaving the island of Baradin would become such a troublesome issue. Octavia was recalling the conversation she had with Murakan that day. Do you think Runcandle can defeat us and ascend to the throne of the world? You must have forgotten your old contractors. Lesson from 1,000 years ago. Kakik. Ha ha ha. Who said anything about the Runcandle family becoming the king on the surface? I mean my current contractor. You're making noise without even knowing that today was the last chance to change the future. Back then, Octavia couldn't help but mock the grandiose words that Jean Runcandle, not the Runcandle family, would become the king on the surface. Then, a terribly unpleasant memory came to her mind, and that unpleasant intuition continued to wrinkle Octavia's forehead. She had never felt such an ominous sensation in her entire life. Why? And how? It was in early 1798 when she failed to kill Jean in the Baradin village. Now, it was April 1800, so not even 2 years had passed since then. However, during those 2 years, Jean had become incredibly strong, a true giant, facing her directly in the war. In just 2 years. First of all, I truly salute you. Jean Runcandle, you're a crazy and impressive human being. It's inexplicably impressive. You even survived after meeting me and Hedonim. Jean didn't respond. Objectively, the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints were clearly inferior to Octavia and the Spectres. The 30 members of the Spectres, directly led by Zippel's second-in-command, were at a level that could only be faced with the first division of Runcandle, including the Black Knights. If the Sword Saints hadn't executed the seal called Supreme Sword, the odds of winning wouldn't have existed in the first place. Even if I used the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends, the chances of winning are not very high. But if they push me, my family won't be able to keep watch. While Jean thought, Rosa read the flow of the battle and inferred the situation Jean was facing. The younger one's power can't match Octavia and the Spectres. Will the Hidden Palace Master participate in the war? I'll have to send the Black Knights if she doesn't step forward. Even if problems arose later in the negotiations with Zippel, even if they entered into total war, Runcandle couldn't afford to lose Jean now. Rosa thought the same. However, instead of relying on the family, Jean considered stopping Octavia by bringing out the variable he had, the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends, to the limit. The odds of winning were low, but there was still a chance, because Jean had countless victories with such low odds so far. If my mother intervenes, Dante's survival chances will disappear completely. My family is here only to destroy or obtain the White Stone. Anything else doesn't matter at all. Above all, that was what mattered. Dante, his friend, could have already reached a state of no return. Jean had no intention of severing his bond with him, regardless of the circumstances. Octavia was seeing through Jean. You want to save your friend, but if your family steps forward, he will surely die. If you had handed him over, you could have saved your friend. An 80% chance, as our patriarch said. Do you think Runcandle will step forward to save one person? Octavia Zippel? Absolutely. Now you have such a position within Runcandle. Thank you for the compliment, but that won't happen. You must be saying that because you still have hidden power. I'm looking forward to it. Show me everything. And rather, you'd better pray that my family doesn't show up if you want to live. Octavia smiled. She didn't fear Rosa stepping forward herself. Now that I think about it, I don't see. Your guardian dragon. I have something to return to him, Octavia said, but stopped abruptly. It was because two black stars suddenly rose over the sky, where Keliark's magic and Ron's sword clashed wildly. She had seen the same thing 2 years ago. Bastard! Murakan, Jean, and Misha, two guardian dragons of Soderet's contractor, descended towards Jean. At the same time, Octavia, herself, felt the terrible discomfort pressing on her brain once again. Chapter 548. It was no coincidence that Murakan escorted Quicantle and encountered Misha. Furthermore, Jean not finding her lurking around his hideouts was no coincidence either. If you're so concerned, I'll order to increase the number of people tracking Misha even more. Will that help ease your anxiety? Okay, I understand. I think it would be much better if we could capture Murakan's sister. It was a pity that I lost her by a narrow margin some time ago. Anyway, I care more about my son than the 12th flag-bearer or the Black Dragons. Misha had been evading Zippel's pursuit. She sensed the unusual atmosphere within the Empire, so she was preparing to meet Jean. However, she had to be cautious about joining the battle at the Sword Emperor Castle even after it started. If she were severely injured in this war, it would cause irreversible setbacks in all matters of Soderet that she handled on behalf of Jean. Nevertheless, since Jin's death or capture didn't end the setbacks, she immediately joined Murakan and stayed here. As Jin's other dragon guardian, her first duty was to protect him. Misha transformed into a human and stood beside Jean. Murakan was behind them like a large black mountain, with his amber eyes burning like flames. It's been a while. Misha's firm yet clear voice seemed more reassuring than anything else. If that's the case, I might be able to completely remove the Sword of Legends from the calculation. The Sword of Legends was literally the last resort. Even if he used the sword to defeat Octavia and the Spectres, Jean, who executed the sword, would never witness the direct end of this war. Still, the only reason Jean wanted to use the Sword of Legends was that it was the only answer. Misha was by far the most powerful dragon that Jean knew. The image of her effortlessly defeating Murakan, who had regained 40% of his total strength, was vivid in his mind. Once again, Murakin had said something unnecessary to Misha along the way, and due to that, there were traces of shadow energy flowing like blood in her mouth. It wasn't a serious wound, but it looked like a proper hit, as always. It's been a while, Mishanim. I wish to see you too. I have many stories to share with you. But before that, a black spear formed in Misha's hand. The spear technique, which Timar directly called the Shadowless Spear, had stopped Octavia and the real specters on the island of Baradin 2 years ago. Firstly, we need to get rid of those who interfere with our meeting. We've met before, haven't we? Daughter of Zippel. Octavia's eyebrows twitched. Black Dragon Misha, like 2 years ago and even now. I thought you were only good at running away, but it seems you have experience in scratching the insides of people. You must have been busy avoiding pursuers, yet still managed to find your way here. In response, Misha smiled cheerfully. I felt it even 2 years ago, Don't you think you should improve your manners a bit? Even Ryal Zippel was extremely careful when talking to me. But your casual tone and informal behavior make me uncomfortable. Everyone who heard that voice seemed to feel a cold bloodthirst running down their spine. Especially Murakin, upon seeing Misha genuinely expressing her anger after a long time, recalled unpleasant things, and the scales on his back trembled. I have never seen a mortal live comfortably after poking at the temper of this sinister demon. That woman named Octavia will never be at peace, not today, not ever. Of course, Octavia was not intimidated at all. Really? I didn't know. I'll tell the clan scribes. If there's any record of the former Patriarch Ryal using honorifics for you, erase it. You'd better stop now. Murakin, who reflexively opened his mouth, interrupted Octavia after reading the atmosphere. Naturally, Murakin was not offering advice because he was concerned about Octavia. It was just that he was worried that the fierce monster would somehow release the irritation and anger that still lingered on him in the future. This monster has also aged, so let's hope he doesn't have that behavior. Let me recover all my strength. Jean wasn't the only one reassured by Misha's unexpected appearance. The Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints thought the same. They were surprised that, even though she was standing next to them, showing her back, there was no gap or opening. That lady is the Black Dragon Misha, our Lord's second Dragon Guardian. The atmosphere is no joke. Murakanim even expressed that she is a terrifying being, and the rest of the enemy seemed very afraid. Indeed, she's incredible. It's scary, really scary. Have to look good. Lada, Valkas, and Amala thought in unison. All the others thought the same. When are you going to stop this? Shadow energy extended from the black spear and formed a black armor on Misha's body. After finishing her armament, Misha looked exactly like the Grim Reaper from Legends. You can think you can erase history as you like. However, it would be wise to face reality head-on. The world you dream of is already crumbling. Casually, just as Misha finished speaking, the sky lit up and a deafening explosion occurred. The cannon of the Kozek ship infused with Keliarch's mana collided with Ron's sword. The entire sky distorted and swirled with the impact. It was a force that shattered even the protective shield of Jean and Octavia, the two groups that had held together. Magicians reflexively chose to recast their shields, and martial artists made the decision to rush at them. There was no need for Jean to give orders or signals. It was close-quarters combat with incredible speed. That was the only thing a martial artist could do against first-class magicians. The black spear stretched first, and then the eyes gleamed. Just like 2 years ago, Misha demonstrated her strength this time as well, shattering Octavia and the Spectre's shield center with a single blow. As if Octavia had expected it, she immediately launched her light magic as a counterattack, and at the same time tried to bind Misha's feet with her mana. 30 specters reacted almost as fast as Octavia and fired various types of magic without pause. All kinds of large magical spells were unleashed continuously. The swords of the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints also created sharp aura waves. Dozens of swords and staffs intertwined, and with each clash, the ground screamed, causing earthquakes. This should be manageable. Indeed, Octavia and the specters were a bit tired. as evidenced by Octavia's battleship, which was completely destroyed as soon as it touched the ground. Their path through the Battle of the Giants was much longer than that of the Sword Emperor castle camp. Still, facing the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints would have been enough, but the addition of Misha completely changed the situation. It wasn't just that the odds of winning were slightly higher. Misha was stronger than Jean thought, and above all, she had extensive experience facing the so-called specters for longer than anyone else in this world. A whopping 1,000 years. Even the specters she remembered were incomparable to the current ones. Just like the difference between the 10 Great Knights of Runcandle and the Black Knights. A while ago, you said I fled after fighting you on that island. Is that right? Misha's black spear brushed Octavia's cheek. The spear's edge re-entered between the splattering drops of blood, and Octavia hit the ground with her staff to create shockwaves of light attribute that would hinder the attack. In that opening, a thrust followed at the speed of light. Without the specter's shield, not even someone like Octavia would have escaped without serious injuries. On that island, I limited myself to fighting by killing as few of you as possible. Do you know why? Killing too many would be burdensome in the long run. Zippel cares too much about victory or defeat. You're good at boasting. Like Octavia's response, there was a bit of bluff mixed in, but not entirely false. However, all the magic from Octavia and the specters was unable to hit Misha. It was thanks to Jean, the Vamal Alliance, and the Sword Saints holding out, but the crucial point was that she perfectly understood the magic of the current specters, thanks to the battle 2 years ago. Moreover, Jean couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he met Misha and saw her ability. She had very strange abilities. You're good at boasting. Octavia couldn't help but turn her head at the sudden sound of her own voice. Even though the enemy's black spear loomed in front of her, it was an unavoidable greater force. At the next moment, what Octavia saw before her eyes was another figure, identical to her, standing there. Naturally, it was a forgery created by Misha's shadow energy. However, that fake Octavia was telling the real Octavia something. What is this? What is this? A gaze that doesn't understand why another self is there. At that moment, Octavia instinctively realized that all of this was Misha's ability and tried to respond. But it was already too late. It's always fatal to show an opening in a fight, especially if it's someone like Misha. Thudded dash. The black spear pierced Octavia's shoulder. Hee, you're truly the specter's captain. You managed to avoid it. I wanted to get rid of that uncouth mouth of yours. The specters took a step forward, and Octavia retreated as she distanced herself from Misha. Unlike their drastic formation change, Misha was smiling, as if she had no intention of continuing with an additional attack. I too once challenged fate like you. How does it feel? It's not very pleasant, is it? What you're doing is exactly that, Misha said. The fake Octavia disappeared, and in that moment, the dawn sky distorted once again. The showdown between Ron and Keliark was becoming more intense. The advantage was tilting towards Ron. Ron's sword skills were gradually pushing Keliark's magic away. Your leader seems to be losing to the Sword Emperor. Somewhere, Runcandle might be patiently waiting for an opportunity. Still, the fact that you're not showing signs of withdrawal must mean there's something you believe in, right? Whatever it is, you'll die without seeing the outcome. As Misha continued with her words, Octavia could only grit her teeth. Chapter 549. Now, the Runcandles were closely examining the battle situation. As Ron and Keliark were engaged in a serious fight, no one on the battlefield was aware of their location. The battlefield was a chaotic landscape, as if the entire sky were exploding. All the Runcandle knights who were watching couldn't help but shudder. Ron Hyran. Rosa spoke softly. Surprisingly, Rosa's voice was filled with a lot of regret. The reason for such regret was none other than the absence of their patriarch. If only Siren Runcandle, Luna, and the former Black Knights were here at this moment, and if only Ron Hyran had sought Runcandle's help. It was all because of the idea that today could mark the end of the 1,000-year war between Runcandle and Zippel. No one expected Ron to be so close to reaching the Genesis Knight's mastery. Lady Acting Patriarch. The commander of the Black Knights, Stam, stood next to Rosa. He was the only person who could directly discuss the current war situation with Rosa. Stam, how do you see this? Stam was asking whether Reincarnation could really win in the fight against Zippel. Without Cadden and Hito, Keliark's odds don't seem high. No, even if they were here, I don't think Ron would lose that easily. I think so too. Unless it's our patriarch, no one can defeat the current Reincarnation. But still, sir, you seem skeptical about getting involved in the war. Probably for the same reason as me. Stam nodded. Slowly but clearly. Zippel showed signs of distress. Despite that, they kept up the momentum without considering a retreat, and they hadn't sent anyone to negotiate with Runcandle. What that meant was clear. Yes, Zippel must have means to turn the situation around on their own. Seeing that they don't even pretend to be cautious with us, it must be a very secure means. I think it's the replica of the origin orb that the Patriarch mentioned in the past. Siren had assessed that power as dangerous. It was truly a rare case for him to use the expression danger. This time, we may have to settle for confirming that power. What if the Black Knights who went to the Black Sea return without encountering the Patriarch? Whitestone. Both judged that once Ron was defeated, it would be difficult for Runcandle to possess it. They also thought that a total war should never be waged if Zippel made a formidable move and Ron couldn't deal a serious blow to them. Lady Acting Patriarch. Speak. Would it be acceptable for me to infiltrate the battlefield with 3 Black Knights? Stam was concerned about Jin's survival. If Keliark pulls out a means that can defeat Ron, it was doubtful that Jin could survive. It was confirmed that the battlefield was divided between Ron and Keliark, Octavia's Spectres, and Jin's group. In the first place, Stam had the perception that Jin would be in danger even before Zippel made a formidable move. Do it. I think it seems necessary. I won't intervene unless it's right before the battle. That's how it should be. And one more thing. Make sure to bring him back alive. Blood spurted from Octavia's shoulder. Since all the Spectre's magic was focused on Octavia, their joint efforts were destined to become somewhat boring. Originally, that should have been the case. However, Octavia was a magician capable of handling the light attribute, which was said to have been lost long ago. Predestined fate. Maybe because you're a dragon, you don't know much. The history of mortals, including humans, has always been an effort to go against the absurd principles and laws set by the gods. Just like we changed the incurable disease into curable, and just like one would turn misfortune into fortune. A fist-sized orb of light materialized at the tip of Octavia's wand. When the orb touched her shoulder, the light penetrated, and the wound healed rapidly. Even light magic was cut off, with the gods murmuring that it was predestined fate. They said that mortals should not possess something completely flawless. Light magic is almost a dream for all magicians. The legendary transmitted light magic is an attribute that can handle attack, defense, and healing at once, and its power differs significantly from other magical spells. Also, lost dark magic can achieve all that, but it always requires catalysts and sacrifices. Light magic has no such restrictions. The only thing it consumes in return is mana. So, the light magic extending from her staff formed wings on Octavia's back. So don't speak as if challenging fate is a great sin, Black Dragon Misha. It's disgusting and hard to listen to. While the light wings stretched forward, a sharp sound of cutting wind resonated. Shards of cutting light shot out like arrows, and Misha spun her dark lance to block the attack. However, the scattered light shards exploded in all directions. Misha used her footwork to avoid the explosion, and the rest of the warriors dealt with the aftermath. Zippel's second-in-command position was not handed to her on a silver platter. She was a bit tired from enduring the battle between Keliark and Ron, but only the Spectres were heavily affected by that. Octavia was a magician who had already entered the realm of transcendence, so her physical burden was not a big issue, as long as she didn't face overwhelmingly powerful enemies from her perspective. I don't know why you suddenly mention the gods. Is it difficult for you to understand that your actions were offensive to my standards, and I simply want to give you punishment for that? Life is too short to worry about such things. as you expressed out of a sense of superiority, we are mortals. And you are the ones who erased the history of Tsenmi, the archmage most beloved by the light. Bang! Octavia's light magic and the dark lance clashed constantly. Octavia, who began to use her light magic seriously, showed no signs of being repelled even in close combat against Misha. Jean and Misha were dealing with Octavia and the rest of the specters. Murakan also tried to focus on Jean and Misha, but he retorted, "Hey, protect our allies while playing the role of my shadow energy source. It's much more effective for you to handle that over there if you want to capture it. Don't waste your energy attacking and charging." What did you say? Shadow energy source? Me, Murakan? Ha! Are you crazy? I don't have the luxury of worrying about your feelings. So shut up and listen. Doesn't matter. TCH. The black smoke emanating from Murakan enveloped Misha. The black lance and armor became even more dyed in black, and Misha's movements became sharper. While the Lord's sword formation was executed, the specter's magic couldn't be directed towards Jean, Misha, and Octavia at all. The patterns on the bodies of the sword saints became increasingly ugly. Deep wrinkles appeared on the hand holding the sword, revealing the fact that they were aging rapidly. Jean felt uneasy about this development, but Ruyan said, "Nim, don't worry about us. We won't collapse until the end of this war." The entire sky and earth vibrated wildly from the impacts of the war. The aftermath of the battle in the sky hit the ground like a cannon shot, but no other clash intervened in the battlefield between Jean, Misha, and Octavia. Fourth technique of the battle god of the Sword of Legends, erosion. Taking advantage of the time gained by Misha, Jean stabbed Sigmund in front of Octavia and used the battle god's technique. Erosion. A pillar of lightning rose, and 1,000 blue points headed towards Octavia. Right after Jean summoned Bradamanti, the erosion lightning bolts spread along the mark. As the lightning bolts started to fall, Octavia had already left the area where the mark concentrated, leaving only persistent traces of light where she had been. The battle reached the point where I have to use a battle god's technique to create an opening. It wasn't easy even to create an opportunity for an attack without that level of technique. Fortunately, Octavia was facing a similar situation. She had no choice but to use magic at the level of a secret technique to attack Jean and Misha. Amidst the tangle of lightning and elemental magic, the three individuals were limited to observing each other through their afterimages. Bang! The tip of Octavia's wand stabbed someone in the chest. Thus, she concentrated her mana at the tip of her staff and burst it. Only after seeing how the opponent was torn apart could she recognize who it was. Jean Run Candle? No, it must be a shadow energy doll created by the Black Dragon. Octavia calmly prepared for her next move. Looking around, she could see shadow energy dolls everywhere. Octavia couldn't rule out the possibility that they were all baits or traps. Every 10 dolls were in different postures. The posture of wielding the shadow blade and the lance without shadow. Which one was real, and were the displayed sword and lance techniques just illusions? Octavia had no way of knowing. Handling all of them at once should solve the problem. A glow hovered over her hilt and staff. She intended to completely erase the battlefield where the three were fighting with light element magic. Quake! The moment Octavia shouted, the shadow energy dolls that rushed towards her exploded or melted in the shockwave of light. Were they all illusions? I didn't perceive any resistance. If so, it has been proven that the attack on the illusion was an illusion. Thanks to this, it is possible to eliminate one of the trap elements. At that moment, Jean and Misha briefly left the battlefield while taking advantage of the opportunity to place the doll. They headed directly to the terrain where the group and the specters were fighting. Both took the opportunity to surprise attack the rear of the specters facing the group, managing to behead one individual. It's like watching a stupid bullfight, Octavia Zippel. Did you really think we would concentrate all our power only on you? Misha spoke with a smile, and Jean shrugged as he tossed the decapitated head of the specter. Specters have never had a favorable outcome when facing me. Now there are only 29 left. How many do you think will survive and return? Chapter 550. Octavia focused exclusively on the two individuals. To be precise, she couldn't afford that luxury. Murakin hadn't feared Misha for no reason. There were barely a dozen people in the world who could afford to take things lightly when dealing with her. Moreover, as she was fighting alongside Jean, it wasn't an easy task for Octavia, even considering she was leading all the specters in the battle. On the other hand, Jean and Misha also didn't directly attack Octavia even after using erosion. That was a testimony to the perfection of their magic, forming an impeccable defense. The dead spectre showed an opening while avoiding your magic. As she said, the dead spectre was trying to avoid the magic Octavia had just used to deal with the shadow energy dolls. I can understand it without your kind explanation, Misha. Really? I was just saying it to get on your nerves. Then you succeed. If you want a Messier fight, I'll be more than willing to oblige. Octavia aimed her staff at the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Saints. We have also surpassed the providence of death. But can you claim the same? Murakin. Hundreds of rays of light shot out from her staff faster than Misha's voice. The light beam casually tore through Murakin's shadow energy curtain, which blocked the front and aimed at the people inside. Through the torn shadow energy curtain, they could see martial artists cutting through the lightning bolts. Especially notable was the sword of the leader of the Sword Saints, Ruyan. As soon as the curtain was pierced, Ruyan stepped forward alone and showed his incredible strength by deflecting almost half of the penetrating lightning bolts on his own. After that, the rest of the Sword Saints and the Vamal Alliance took the offensive against the specters. Ha! It was Lada's shout. While assisting the relatively melee-weak Amala, he took a light lightning to the chest. Oh, cutie! Are you crazy? Calling me that in this situation? You're a cutie. Are you okay? If you're in your right mind, make a shield or something with your murky energy. It's all broken. Fortunately, Lada's wound wasn't deep, but in a battle like this, even that would become apparent quickly. Following Valka's, the Proc siblings, Amala, Kashmir, Elisa, Yulian, Kuzan, and Murakin, the 5 Sword Saints of Hyran, who opened the Lord's Sword, were also on the defensive. However, Octavia's magic easily pressed them. You still have time to scream. Just as the lightning bolts were about to fire again, Jean and Misha blocked Octavia once more. The black lance and the shadow energy stained with bradamanti fell from her back and front. Once again, only afterimages were left in the place where the sword and the lance were embedded. Octavia quickly dominated the battlefield with such high mobility that it was impossible to think of her as a magician. Every time she changed position, flashes of light pierced the eyes, and the battlefield on the ground, which had split into two, became one again. If Jean were alone, it would have been impossible to fight while protecting the allies. A few would have already been fatally injured or maybe even dead. I have to focus. If I show an opening, Octavia will attack my companions behind me now, not Miss Misha and me. First technique of the Shadow Blade, Soul Slash. Second technique, Scissors. Seventh technique, Shadow Assault. The swords Jean always used as a means to create variables in critical moments were being continuously employed. Occasionally, the attacks reached Octavia, but they only inflicted small cuts or scratches. The erosion lightning bolts were coming to an end. When the lightning bolts ceased, Octavia could attack their allies more freely. Jean had to prepare the most powerful magic sword while not stopping his attacks. Misha also had the same thoughts as Jean. Furthermore, they had to think about the next. Even though the battle with Octavia had ended, the war would continue. Now, Kellyark was being pushed back, but it was unknown how the battle situation would change the moment the Demon God Orb was unlocked. That's why Jean chose the magic sword instead of the sword of the Reign of the Kingdom of Legends. He's executing the magic sword as Hedonim mentioned. Octavia accurately predicted Jean Runcandle's magic sword secret technique. She also learned about the power of hellfire from Hedo, so she finished thinking about how to deal with it. Flames suddenly spread in the light scattered everywhere. It was Octavia's eyes spreading the flames. Crimson flame gaze. Octavia Zippel. It was Octavia's final movement that transformed from the blue flame gaze. It was an upgraded version not to lose power even in the real blue flame. The problem is not Jean Runcandle's magic sword but Misha's black lance. That was something even Octavia couldn't predict. After fighting Misha on the island of Baradin 2 years ago, Octavia searched all of Zippel's records to find information about Misha. There weren't many records. The predecessors of the specters who fought against her were either dead or insane, unable to leave proper records. But the way Misha killed the predecessors of the specters was mostly not in direct confrontation but in the form of prolonged and grotesque murder. This was the reason why the predecessors of the specters couldn't leave a proper record. For decades, he had killed them physically and mentally like a ghost. There must be something. The warrior who has been tested so far is transcendental. Whatever it was, Octavia was confident in facing it head-on. The position of the second magician of Zippel was never obtained in vain. Octavia wanted a clash of pure strength and power instead of catching something like a shadow energy doll. Crimson flame gaze melted the ground. The warrior's feet were deeply embedded in the molten ground, emitting a smell of burnt flesh. One after another, the wounded began to appear on Jin's side. Lotta took a deep breath and fell back, and the magical spell directed at him was barely dodged by Kashmir, Amala, and Faye. However, they also had a handful of fresh blood on their lips. Yulian's Thunderbow Harmilla fired a stronger bolt than before, but it was almost a last effort. Kazan, who protected him, continued to drink extreme poison to try to regain his vitality, but even that wouldn't last much longer. Valka's fully armed Elisa and Murakan along with the Sword Saints were holding their ground, but at this rate, casualties were only a matter of time. Octavia's attack added to it, and the Sword Lord's defensive formation was also slightly disturbed. However, in the midst of the unstable situation, the Sword Saints and Jin's companions did not think they would die soon. It wasn't because they thought they were superior to the specters, and that Jean and Misha were stronger than Octavia. It was the power of existence. The mysterious and inexplicable power that the ancient Runcandles had sensed from Timar, and that Talaris had identified in Jean, was dispelling the fears of their comrades. Octavia also stared at the power emanating from Jean. She concentrated even more to erase the dirty intuition. It's still more of an illusion, just like Misha's shadow energy doll. Before it becomes real, I have to break it. At that moment, Jin's magical sword technique was executed, just as Octavia expected. Do you think you can do anything against me with the remnants of the ancient Runcandle? Crimson flames rose as if a mountain had sprung up out of nowhere, and the mana of the wind mixed into it. Octavia was the new contractor of the wind god, Melzair, and Jean had realized it recently. The wild and fierce wind, incomparable to Andre Zippel's magic, known as the King of the Wind, was blowing the crimson flames. The storm of crimson flames engulfed the magical sword's flames that had just started to bloom. The blue flame, which was supposed to spread by writing the runes left by Sarah Runcandle, was swallowed by the crimson flames. The runes scattered in the wind and couldn't easily find their place, and Jin's body, which had turned into fire itself, swayed precariously as if it would extinguish at any moment. Octavia's scattered light spell was replaced by fire mana and further strengthened her magic. Octavia judged that she dominated Jin's hellfire. The essence of the magician named Octavia filled the battlefield on the ground. Now, all that's left is Misha's final move. It seemed like anything flying from anywhere wouldn't be a problem. The wind and the power of the crimson flames had already made the entire area their domain. But in the next moment, Octavia looked into Jin's blue eyes. She couldn't help but doubt why he was so calm and firm. They weren't the eyes of a person being dragged down by a blow. Well, I haven't seen this in a long time. I had forgotten. Contrary to what Octavia thought, Misha didn't prepare his own decisive move to kill. What he prepared was a recreation of the battle 1,000 years ago when he fought alongside Sarah Runcandle. Just before executing the hellfire, Jean received these words from Misha. Don't be afraid even if the hellfire is extinguished with Octavia's magic. I will be your strength. Misha, who had transformed into his true form before anyone knew it, spread his wings behind Jean, just as he protected Sarah's back in a fierce battlefield 1,000 years ago. The reason why so many magicians in the world always chose Sodaret as the supreme god was no different. It was due to the superiority of the power called shadow energy. Magicians have always longed for Sodaret to open new horizons in their magic through the power of shadow energy. And, although most magicians don't know it, shadow energy was originally a power more suitable for a sword than for magic, and more suitable for a magical sword than for a regular sword. And Misha was a black dragon specialized in the power of shadow energy itself rather than individual power. Misha had always supported Runcandle in this way. Did you say the remnant of the ancient Runcandle? Misha's wings were stained with blue flames. In addition, the blue flames that enveloped his skin regained their form, and the runes of Sarah, which were lost in the storm of crimson flames, strengthened with shadow energy and found their place. The crimson flames and the winds of Melzair retreated. The more that happened, the stronger the mana Octavia released, and she was clearly ahead in terms of power. However, there was no choice but to have a limit when it came to the case of strength. That's wrong. This kid's magical sword is the current Runcandle itself. Bold Mortal Zipple. Runcandle Magic Sword Secret Technique Hellfire. Jean Runcandle. Shadowless Shadow of the Black Spear. While Jean brandished Bradamanti, black and blue flames struck Octavia like a tidal wave. Chapter 551. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment due to the clash of power between the two giants, resonating with an immense roar. Absurd explosions and shocks rendered Heron's territory uninhabitable. Beasts and small creatures howled as they fled the aftermath of flames and shattered sword energies that stretched far into the horizon. Buildings melted, forests turned to ashes, and water veins boiled and evaporated. Who could believe that this was a battle between a knight and the world's greatest magician? Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor Castle stood firm. The tall and sturdy walls of the castle had not completely lost their function, and even with the broken gates, enemies dared not venture inside. Even the castle remained almost the same as when Ron regained consciousness for the first time and climbed the walls. He had to save the place. The place where his grandson fought alone with the White Stone could never be destroyed. The first thing the boy should see after overcoming the stone must not be the broken Sword Emperor Castle. Ron was defending his castle with such determination. His lips were stained with dried blood, and his hair was scattered, like that of a wanderer. The top of his slender body was covered with new wounds along with numerous scars he had accumulated throughout his life, and his breathing was rough. Still, the two eyes staring unwaveringly at the enemy shone without trembling, and his beloved sword, Rashid, consistently emitted brilliance, causing vibrations throughout the sky. The guardian deity of Hyran. That was the Sword Emperor. Hey, Keliark Zipple. You're losing, but it seems you have other methods since you're not negotiating or fleeing. Wouldn't it be better to reveal it soon? Although it was a low voice, everyone on the battlefield could hear it. The walls of the Sword Emperor Castle were lower, but Zipple's magicians and dragons' voices seemed to come from higher up in the sky. As Ron took a step forward and swung his sword horizontally, an indistinct sword wind spread and scattered Keliark's powerful magic. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor's secret technique, Divine Radiance, was executed. A deep blue sword pierced through the center of the fleet, and Keliark wielded Rhodey to counter most of it. But it was a hard hit. He coughed up blood, and the hand holding the staff trembled. Still, as the first time, no. Despite using greater mana, Ron showed no signs of crumbling under Keliark's attacks and the fleet. As time passed, the fleet and dragons were falling one by one on Zipple's side. Not an unexpected result. It feels quite bitter. Such a large gap? Keliark thought, swallowing the bitter lump that rose in his throat. Ron's level was not a domain he had directly touched, so the result could only be bitter. Just as Ron fought while protecting the Sword Emperor Castle, Keliark was not showing his full ability in the fight while protecting the Demon God Orb from getting damaged. But even taking that into account, Keliark had no choice but to admit his complete defeat. The Demon God Orb has not fully unlocked yet. It was due to a lack of mana. Keliark had no spare energy while dealing with Ron, who had become stronger, and with Octavia and the specters infiltrated into the Sword Emperor castle to obtain the White Stone. So the only magicians and dragons he had left were being used to unlock the Demon God Orb. From start to finish, everything was beyond his calculations. Fortunately, the opening of the Demon God Orb was coming to an end, and Ron was feeling that fact. The fleet's attack is not as strong as expected. The Demon God Orb, maybe it couldn't focus on the battle to use the object as Jean said. Although he said it as if he were relaxed, Ron was actually worried about the power of the Demon God Orb. Keliark and Zippel didn't realize, but Ron was also getting tired. The long struggle against the disease and the ongoing combat inside had undoubtedly taken a toll on his body. Transcendental martial arts and the class difference were the only things hiding this fact from the enemies. Ron himself was fully aware of it. If he had only had 1 more month or even 15 more days, he could have fought in his best condition. In his current state, if Keliark pulls out his trump card, will he be able to handle it? If not, how much longer could he endure? Ron was unable to answer that frustrating question. Just like Keliark had never reached Ron's level, the Demon God Orb was completely unknown to him. Ron only thought of his grandson. After fighting with a body like this, I now understand perfectly how much pain you must have endured all this time, grandson. This grandfather finally understands the path you have walked. He had to fight as his grandson did. All he had to do was continue the fight silently. Rumble. Kozek's main cannon was dyed golden. The cannon was fired following the trajectory left by divine radiance. Ron made a slash with Rashid and cut through the center of the cannon shot. The fragments of the cannon shot and the sword did not touch the ground and disintegrated in the air. They didn't know how many times such enormous and powerful forces had clashed already. Zippels used less than half of his normal firepower while unlocking the Demon God Orb, but the attacks of the other magicians and dragons, except Keliark's, were barely visible. Only Ron's sword and Keliark's magic covered the sky and the ground. Suddenly, a new power emerged in the center of the battlefield. As if a great vortex unfolded in the middle of the sea, another power cut through the space between the giants. Is this power originating from the ground? No way. Both Keliark and Ron had no choice but to be momentarily distracted by the power. Even as Octavia and the specters constantly used grand magic, their power never reached the sky. Furthermore, the power visible to the giants was not of light or natural elemental magic, but consisted of unique blue flames and black energy. Jean and Misha's flames. It was the magical sword that surprised the giants. Ha! Ron involuntarily let out a dry laugh. Even he, who had reached the edge of the Genesis Night, did not expect such a formidable power to emerge from the ground. On the other hand, Keliark could not find amusement in the situation. He had no time while dealing with Ron, but Jean and Misha's flames reaching the sky were extending their energy even to Zippel's fleet. Sarah's runes, rewritten with shadow energy, began to emit black light like tumors all over the fleet formation. Avoid it! Keliark gave orders to evade instead of blocking. Even before the order was given, those who felt an ominous intuition immediately maneuvered to dodge. However, those who had no energy left for Ron's attack could not discern those small runes well. Keliark hastened to deploy shields towards them, but the fire from the black and blue flames was already erupting like crazy. It was a type of fire that no one had seen before. No one knew that the name of the flames was a condemnation to punish Zippel's work. All they could know was this fire, which would by no means easily extinguish or disappear, originated directly from the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle on the ground. The shadow energy and real blue flames had long become Jin's symbol. Each of the magicians in the fleet was Zippel's best. Instead of succumbing to panic, they seemed to be striving to somehow expel the flames, so the advance of the fire was not very fast. Most of the power should have been directed at Octavia and the specters, but are the aftereffects the only cause for this reach? It's true that Keliark held Jean in high regard, but Jean could never release this power on his own. Murakin or Misha, one of them must have unleashed all their energy to help Jean. Jean Runcandle must have used most of his strength. It was as if the ground battle had already ended. If Octavia and the specters blocked it, the result would be Zippel's victory, and, if not, the side of the Sword Emperor would win. Keliark was not sure which of the two would win. The peculiarity of the power called shadow energy could not be accurately measured even by a magician like him. Moreover, Keliark had other matters to attend to first. This is Sarah. Runcandle. Wind Dragon Salion. He was a dragon who demonstrated that the power of history was weakening by unconsciously mentioning the 10 great nights when the second battle began. Now, he vividly felt the nightmares of that time. He vividly remembered how many of his relatives and magicians were killed by this dreadful flame from hell. The monstrous appearance of the Flame Empress, Sarah Runcandle. As Salion stirred, the other dragons also began to show signs of convulsions. The aftermath of the battle, the instinctive fear of the demon god orb suppressed by the collar, and Salion's voice, all these factors were awakening forgotten stories in them. Run, we must run. Ag. Keliak struck Rhodey on Salion's back. It was better to stun him, lest he accelerate the weakening of the power of history. The lack of power would decrease even further, but it was nothing compared to the aftermath when the power of history was further damaged. Anyway, if I endure a little longer, the demon god orb will unlock. Within the next 30 minutes, Keliark raised his mana once again. The front was filled with Ron's sword. Tightening dash. Octavia heard a sharp buzzing in her ears. It felt as if someone was tearing and disarranging her mind from her. What the hell happened? She couldn't feel her limbs. It wasn't paralysis. It was just that her body was not responding due to the extreme shock of the hellfire. And for a moment, Octavia recalled the instant when the black-blue flames covered her. Did I manage to block it? What happened to those bastards? Damn it! I can't remember. She didn't remember it very well. Soon, when she barely moved her hand and touched her face reflexively, Octavia realized that her own left eye had disappeared. It was an area she couldn't recover with light magic. Did I lose? With no possibility of being phased, someone flew to her side and dropped. It was one of the gray tunics and a specter, and they had already died. Only then did Octavia realize that the specters were fighting to protect her from the enemies. She also knew that she would have died on the spot without them, and that she wouldn't even have opened the only eye she had left. Chapter 552. Octavia thought she wouldn't be defeated even if Rosa herself led the Black Knights. It was shocking to assume that she would lose, and it was the result of fighting against Jean and Misha. It wasn't even the result of a careless mistake. Obviously, she cast the best magical spells she could, and yet, it wasn't enough to withstand Jean and Misha's hellfire. It's not over yet. She wanted to rise again, but her broken body only convulsed. The captain has regained consciousness. Captain, give us orders. The specters guarding her shouted hastily. Due to the clash between Jean and Misha's flames and Octavia's vision magic, the battle on the ground reached its climax immediately. Both sides desperately squeezed the remaining strength as Octavia fell. The specters had to stop the warriors trying to take advantage of the opportunity, and Jean and the others had to somehow finish Octavia off. Everyone was sure that if they couldn't completely cut off Octavia's breath, there would be no next time. They had to consolidate their victory while the specters watched Octavia and couldn't attack properly. 3 specters were killed, and 6 specters were injured to the point where they couldn't fight. On the other hand, the entire Vamal alliance was injured, but no one died. It was the result of Runcandle's magic sword-breaking Zippel's magic. Of course, this would have been impossible if Jean had been alone. But Misha also gave it her all like Octavia. As the battle resumed, Misha was unable to fight. She even transformed back into human form to ease her shock from the aftermath of the battle and seemed out of breath. Mishanim, are you okay? Jean was also a bit tired, but not enough to hinder the battle. Misha nodded and smiled faintly. I thought she would disappear without a trace, but it seems I underestimated her a bit. I lacked. Not at all. That thing is nothing but a monster. Ugh. Misha spat out a murky shadow energy and looked at the backs of the specters. She had hoped that Jin's hellfire, with all its power, would surely kill Octavia. Be careful, Jean. Octavia Zippel. She might probably resurrect. Jean had that premonition. Despite losing an eye, suffering severe reflux symptoms, and having a broken body, it didn't seem like Octavia would end like this. A new mana of light began to gather near the collapsed Octavia. The bright mana clung to Octavia's body and healed her. The specters awaited Octavia's command. It was because they still had options. Will they retreat or fight? On the other hand, the Sword Emperor Castle Camp had no choice, because there was no place to retreat anyway. If the specters had judged that Octavia was completely incapacitated, they would have chosen to withdraw with her. Octavia slowly got up. She seemed about to faint at any moment, but the light mana stabilized her. No retreat. Continue the battle. At her command, the specter's magic became more aggressive. Misha retreated to the rear ranks and hid among Murakan's curtain, and the rest of the warriors regrouped around Jean. Now, there were a total of 20 specters who could fight. However, once Octavia recovers, Jean and the others will have no choice but to fight harder than before. Same here, Octavia Zippel. Remnants of flames still lingered on Bradamanti. Jean released the mana he had left to reignite the fire. It seemed to be a signal for something. As soon as the sword began to burn, Jin's group and the specters once again clashed swords and staffs. Everyone was tired and injured. No one could fully deploy their original abilities on the terrestrial battlefield. That's why their battles were approaching more and more the original form of the act of fighting. It was a primitive and brutal skirmish similar to a brawl. Magicians stabbed by swords and knights hit by magic roared like beasts instead of screaming. In particular, the strength of Jean and the Sword Saints stood out. In this pure fight, it was natural for Runcandle's sword and Heron's supreme sword, made from that sword, to shine the most. Desperately, Jean advanced towards Octavia. Bradamanti, dyed in black, clashed with magic and shields with every blow, and blood spurted from her throat due to the backlash. But Jean didn't stop. If he stopped, it was over. Since he had already entered the enemy ranks, stopping or falling here meant death. The same applied to his comrades following him towards the enemy line. It was like crossing a sea from which there was no turning back once you started swimming. The moment you stopped before reaching that end, all that awaited you was cold death. There was always the danger of dying and being maimed. Not a single warrior was afraid as they charged down that path. They simply looked at Jin's back, pushing aside enemies flying towards their blind spot, and trusted him as they advanced. Why doesn't the 12th flag-bearer fall? Damn it. Does it mean he still has strength after reducing the captain to that state? From the beginning, the human named Jean Runcandle couldn't be understood by Zippel's magicians. How is it possible that he always performs miracles like this? What was that strength he had? When did he become such a formidable enemy? Even if they used great magic with all their might, Jin's advance showed no signs of slowing down. This time he will stop. This time he will take a step back. This time he will fall. All those predictions proved to be wrong. Even when the specter's chain magic struck Jin's chest directly, he showed no signs of having been hit. The chain magic seemed to pass through him like a ghost. Wait, did it seem like it passed through a ghost? At that moment, the members of the specters had to realize a terrible fact. The fact that they were deceived by the antics of the Black Dragon Misha once again. From the center of the gap, what the specters were attacking was not the real Jean. It was the illusion of Jean that Misha had created before retreating to the rear. Unlike the Shadow Energy Doll, the virtual image had no physical power, but it was enough to deceive enemies losing focus. Can you afford to devote so much effort to illusions? I don't think so, said Jean, thrusting his sword into the stomach of a specter. He hid among the specters while his attention was focused on the illusion. And the specter he killed was the one guarding the front of Octavia. By then, Octavia herself was in a considerably improved condition. However, she was only better than right after being hit by Jean and Misha's hellfire, and she still couldn't fight. Stop him! A mana bolt pierced through the bodies of the specters, who hadn't collapsed yet. Jean barely turned his head, and the light bolt barely grazed his cheek. He couldn't afford to dodge the subsequent attack, but the sword Saint Ruyan moved at an incredible speed to protect him. Ruyan's wrist was as thin as a dry twig. It was amazing that it was the wrist of a knight who had trained all his life. The rest of the sword saints following his also had a thin appearance like him. But as they thinned out, their swords became sharper, just like a flame in full bloom just before extinguishing. Jean didn't even have time to say thanks or exchange a glance. Jean continued to advance, leaving the sword saints behind. Octavia Zippel. Swish. The shadow energy and flames surrounding Bradamanti grew denser. Octavia was avoiding Jin's sword by taking clumsy steps backward. It was inherently unacceptable for someone of her caliber to take a step back in battle so clumsily. As much as she was a magician, she had the basic close combat training needed to face knights, and she never took a step back even when facing sword saints who were clearly superior to Jean. The moves she had to resort to were something that could be seen in a street fight, but Octavia had no other choice. If only she had one more minute to recover. However, Jean couldn't land a clean hit on her, despite his reckless attacks. The specters were a formidable force, although the sword saints and their companions risked their lives to push them back. It wasn't enough to completely break through the last line of defense. If Octavia were in perfect condition, they wouldn't have come this far in the first place. The sword wind grazed her nose, and Octavia felt her whole body chilling from cold sweat. Now 55 seconds. 54. Damn it. Time seemed too long. It seemed like her subordinates wouldn't be able to protect her completely in that time. It wasn't because the specters lacked skills. Jean was so special that he could never be explained in terms of strength, greatness, or luck. Amidst the onslaught of sword strikes and magic, Jean, as always, had a single thought. Before learning the first shadow sword technique from his brothers, he practiced the essence of the magic sword he had already mastered. He was armed with the will to cut without fail. That will reached Octavia once again, escaping the specter's encirclement. At the moment when the black energy of the sword rose into the sky to cut Octavia, she had to face a massive and dark emotion she had long forgotten. Fear. The fear of inevitably dying in this situation. Ah! The moment the sword fell, Octavia and Jean screamed at the same time. The specter's mana bolt hit Jin's back. Jin's shadow energy armor blocked it, but the impact made his eyes blank for a moment. So Bradamanti couldn't cut Octavia in half. What Jean slashed was Octavia's right hand, which reflexively extended her staff. The black-blue flame adhered to the cut surface and prevented recovery with light magic, and her severed hand instantly turned to ashes and scattered. It was too risky to continue pressing on. I need to regroup with my allies and seize another opportunity. Octavia's recovery will be delayed anyway, so we should be able to win. If he kept going, even if he survived, his allies would undoubtedly die. Jean stepped back, looking at the fallen Octavia. For someone who once spoke as if there was nothing to fear in the world, what about now, Octavia Zippel? Is that arrogant spirit still intact? Octavia had lived a long life, and there was only one more moment when she faced humiliation than today, the day she faced Chiron. Whether it was Misha's involvement in the war, or Jin's sword skills and fights exceeding expectations, or Jin's special nature, for whatever reason, Octavia had lost in the ground battle. She had been completely defeated despite having absolute superiority. Octavia herself couldn't deny this fact. This battle is your victory, Jean Runcandle. I haven't cut you yet, so it's not over, and it would be more accurate to say it's the victory of the Vamal Alliance and the Sword Emperor Castle. If you die, you won't be able to. At the moment Jean said that, suddenly, Jean felt a terrible aura emanating from the sky, an aura he had only felt once a long time ago. Jin's companions were feeling the same aura Jean sensed. Octavia said with a calm voice, "However, my defeat doesn't necessarily mean Zippel's defeat. Now you will see our true power." What the group felt was the energy of the demon god orb that had finally opened. Chapter 553 in 1795, Jean heard the same sound when André Zippel was cornered and pulled out the demon god orb. However, this time was different. The current demon god orb was in a state of completion incomparable to back then. Keliark began to use the demon god orb seriously. As the second battle began, Jean and his companions discovered that Keliark had brought the demon god orb. Quickhantle was terrified, and Zippel's dragons seemed to convulse even with safety devices around their necks. Nevertheless, when they felt the power of the demon god orb being unleashed, their skin crawled. That must be the hidden power specifically for dealing with Reincarnation. It seems your patriarch has finally decided that he cannot face Ron-Nim without it. Jean responded calmly, but he couldn't help but assume that the situation could turn either on the sky or on the ground battlefield. As soon as the demon god orb opened, Octavia's recovery accelerated. It reminded Jean of a conversation he had with Sandra Zippel on the Gaifa Islands. "Shall we marry? There's talk that you would marry the lady of the hidden palace. And me. If you tell me the secret of your regeneration, I'll consider it." "Really? It's not a very difficult condition. Do you know the demon god orb? With it, we can mimic the divine powers of some gods. High-speed regeneration by the demon god orb." The embers of the flame remaining in Octavia's amputated right hand were fading away. In its place, black smoke rose and formed a new hand. Jean witnessed the same rapid regeneration in 1795 when he fought against André and Bayuretta. Black bones formed, and murky, grotesque flesh emerged. Not only Octavia was recovering this way, the specters that were injured also began to regain their strength with high-speed regeneration. Even the already dead specters rose unpleasantly. Soon, Octavia reattached the broken staff with light magic, meeting Jin's eyes. Blood still flowed from the left eye. "Yes. Both Ron Hai ran and you surprised us too much. Why didn't your eye recover? Don't forget today. Anyway, you won't be able to forget it, but you're doing all sorts of useless things." Jean spoke calmly, but it was difficult to swallow his regret. The opportunity to kill Octavia had vanished. If that were all, he would have somehow accepted this bitter situation, but the problem was that, unlike him, most of his allies were either injured or exhausted. They desperately needed the participation of Runkandle or Talaris. "Lord." Valkas stood next to Jean and said, "It's time to retreat." Valkas spoke low and solemn. He was recalling the conversation he had with Kashmir before the second battle. "I feel like this war can decide the fate of the world, not just Sword Emperor Castle's fate." "I agree. Even if Dante Nim awakens, and all of us escape Sword Emperor Castle, it will only suspend the situation after all. Total war or negotiations. One of the two is destined to happen, unless the White Stone is destroyed. We just have to focus on supporting the Lord in any situation. The Lord won't abandon his friend, but if the Lord is in danger of falling because of that, we must make sure the Lord doesn't fall even if we have to trample on his feelings." Valkas felt that now was the time. If he didn't retreat now, it seemed that death would be the only future Jean and the Vamal Alliance could face, as well as the Sword Saints. Of course, for Valkas, Jin's survival was more important than Dante's life. Everyone in the Vamal Alliance thought the same. In particular, they couldn't let Jean die in such a desperate fight. They didn't know what situation they would be in if the demon god orb hadn't healed Octavia and the specters, but right now there was no answer. Regrettable as it was, Valkas, too, was pushed to the edge of madness, but all the more reason to accept reality calmly. "Lord, you've done enough." He tightly gripped the sword handle. His jaw seemed to tense as he clenched his teeth. Jean knew better than anyone that Valkas was right. In the end, Jean made his decision. "I will withdraw." Of course, Jean had no intention of giving up on Dante. Continuing to fight would only lead to death not only for him but also for those who followed him. The name Jean Runkandle and the influence he possessed were no longer solely personal. The lives of numerous comrades depended on him. Abandoning them for the sake of a friend who may have already crossed the river would be nothing less than betrayal. It was an unacceptable choice as their lord and comrade. But I'll have to take a look inside the castle. If there really was no hope even after withdrawing to the castle where Dante was, if there was no way to save him, then he would unconditionally withdraw. Jean was saying that, Lord, withdrawing from the castle may be more difficult. No, I have to go to the castle to increase everyone's chances of survival. My family won't be able to observe inside the castle, so they'll definitely send someone. Indeed, Rosa had already given the order to Stam, the leader of the Black Knights, to save Jean. Runcandle's people might not care about anyone's life other than Jin's, but if they fought against Octavia, that would inevitably facilitate the group's escape. Another Titan that still maintained neutrality, the hidden palace master, Talaris Dorma, might also be inside the castle. Above all, Jean evoked an old memory, the day his first sister, Luna Runcandle, cut the demon god orb. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that Ron couldn't cut. Runcandle, Talaris, and Ron. Among the three, Runcandle's intervention was decisive, so there was no reason not to check inside the castle, and Valkas agreed. By then, Octavia had already completed the recovery of her body. Light magic and chain magic flew towards the group once again. Bang! Valkas stepped forward and slashed the lightning that fell on Jean in one stroke. I will protect the rear with the sword saints. My lord, head into the castle as soon as possible with the rest of the group. The eyes were empty, and a grotesquely twisted black face occupied the space where the sky should be. It was a face protruding from the demon god orb. Ah! It screamed incessantly, as if suffering great agony from exposing its face to the world. Perhaps it wasn't a scream but a threatening roar towards enemies, or maybe it was just a senseless, meaningless scream. One thing was clear, the eerie and terrifying voice overwhelmed everyone in Sword Emperor Castle. They felt their entire body become heavy as they stared directly at the face of the demon god orb. They had never seen anything more terrible than this in their lives. It wasn't just a sensation coming from the horrendous shape, but an inexplicably deep and dark energy that colored the battlefield. Zippel did something like this. Are you saying humans created this? Until now, he had faced only Keliark and Zippel's fleet and hadn't faltered a bit. But not now. I can't. It seemed impossible to comprehend. It seemed that if there was anyone in the world capable of cutting it, it had to be Siren, not him. Ron was sure that no one else would be able to cut it if it wasn't him. He was sure that Siren could because Ron was a warrior closer to the mastery of the Genesis Knight. Dante, my grandson. Dante's face came to his mind. The thought that he might not be able to protect his grandson, and if that happened, what he could do for his grandson. There was only one thing. If I can't protect you, I'll make sure you can come back alive. Ron embraced Rashid. He gathered his emotions and willpower to push away the certainty of defeat. If he fought without dispelling that conviction, nothing would change. Shortly after, Ron could face the demon god orb again with the same eyes as always. Ron Hyran, to be honest, I never thought I would use this power against you, said Keliark as he floated in front of the face of the demon god orb. His appearance was completely different from before. He looked like a young boy, not a gray-haired elder. And Ron intuitively knew that it was a phenomenon caused by the assimilation of Keliark and the demon god orb. It's a sign of respect. How can a monster show respect to a human? Keliark Zippel. You're no longer the human I knew. The fact that I once competed with you as a human is disgusting. Keliark smiled bitterly at those words. I understand. Rhodey turned black. It was a dark and deep black color that wouldn't be out of place even if stained with shadow energy. The only consideration I can offer you is to facilitate your rest. A black gleam of light spread from Rhodey. The black gleam had no sound or presence, like a shadow blade that had reached its peak. At the same time, Ron also swung Rashid. However, Ron did not perceive it happening at the same time. He felt that his reaction had been delayed by a second, even less than a moment. The black gleam pierced through the enormous shapeless sword that stretched between them so effortlessly and reached Ron. Thanks to the shapeless sword slowing down the advance. Even a little, Ron managed to overcome the time difference and completely cut through the black gleam. Swish dash! At the moment Rashid and the black gleam collided, a strange sound was heard, and Ron, who was confident that he had deflected it, suddenly felt the black gleam brushing against his cheek, something that should never have happened at his level. Wak! The scream of the demon god orb sounded as if it were laughing at Ron. Ron wiped the blood running down his cheek with a stern expression. On his palm, ash-colored patterns like runes emerged. He activated the Supreme Sword. Chapter 554, Ron's aura turned gray. The unpleasant sensation of being consumed by dark power began, and his vision darkened. The large body, which had been trained throughout his life without a single apostle, now exuded a dark and ominous aura. The shapeless sword also lost its unique transparent color and began emitting a murky gray. As a result, it lost its singularity of being invisible, but its power was so enormous that it didn't become a weakness in the first place. Zippel's magicians could now realize how immense the pressure of the shapeless sword was once it took a visible form. The sky and the ground were filled with the gray aura of the sword. Furthermore, as the Supreme Sword opened up, the power increased even more, and wherever they looked, it was filled with gray swords. But now Zippel's magicians were not afraid. The power of the demon god orb that had opened up was strengthening not only Keliark Zippel but also the other magicians and Zippel's fleet. The dragons roared incessantly. It was because they lost their composure due to the energy of the demon god orb, but they didn't attack their allies. They awaited orders like a well-trained fighting dog, an order to bite the enemy. Godash. Except for Keliark, it was Belit who showed the most overwhelming presence. With the energy of the demon god orb, Belit spewed black fire, and the heat was incomparably stronger, pushing away the nearby gray swords. Who? Ron slowly collected his breath and assumed the stance. The pattern of the newly engraved Supreme Sword lightly covered his slim body. His condition was far from perfect. That's why the Supreme Sword couldn't last longer than the Sword Saints. But that didn't matter. The fight probably wouldn't have been too long. Suddenly, Ron Hyran felt there was something in common between the demon god orb and the white stone, which constantly screamed cock, cack, and terrible sounds. The white stone, the greatest enemy of the Hyran Patriarch. An ominous stone, a wedge pointing to the end, and the previous Hyran Patriarch referred to the white stone by many names like that. No one knew the true name of the stone, and no one had been able to cut it. The meaning of the stone's existence, only transmitted from patriarch to patriarch, lay in cutting. Only when you reach the level where you can cut it can you stand out in Heron's history. And yet, there was no one in Hyran who had managed to cut the stone. In the end, the stone plunged Hyran into a crisis, and it kept whispering the language of destruction while keeping Dante captive. The demon god orb was the same. The white stone and the demon god orb. If he didn't cut them, Hyran would disappear from the world starting today. Come, shameless monsters. As Ron lifted Rashid, it seemed as if a gray mountain suddenly rose in front of Sword Emperor Castle. The aura of the sword formed a barrier in the place of the collapsed and broken walls. Black gleams emanated from Rhodey again. That black power pierced through the layers of gray barriers without hesitation. However, before Keliark could confirm that the black gleam reached Ron, he had to face a sharp sword flying through a crack in the gray barrier. However, the energy of the sword quickly dissipated before touching Keliark's face. Just like dust disappears before touching fire, the power of the demon god orb was protecting Keliark and the fleet. In an instant, more than 100 sword auras, shot one after another, disappeared in the same way. Keliark slowly reached out to the image left by the disappeared sword aura. He could only feel the faint warmth generated by the power of the demon god orb countering the sword aura. He didn't act to defend himself seriously or to avoid it. Although Keliark only showed a slight will not to be hit, he completely blocked Ron's sword aura. Siren, have you always felt this way when you see those who oppose you? Keliark thought as he swung Rhodey again. The gray swords that Ron shot were ruthlessly shattered every time he swung his Rhodey. The attacks of magicians, dragons, and fleets, which had been constantly blocked by the shapeless sword, were much more effective than before. Ron hadn't dodged any of their attacks even once until the demon god orb opened up. Before the attack approached him, He cut them with a formless sword wind or blocked them while staying in place. But now, Ron was sweating as he walked back and forth between the castle wall and the gray aura he had formed. Ron didn't stop at this fact. He simply held the sword in silence, observed the battle, and counterattacked whenever he had the chance. With each passing second, scars grew on the engraved pattern of the supreme sword. Quack! Like a tidal wave, Bellet's black fire rushed toward the castle. The gray barrier exploded, and 30% of the left side wall was completely destroyed, and Ron prevented Bellet from entering through the gap. As Bellet charged, the space distorted, creating a shockwave and a roar. Ron's Rashid, who turned to face it, hit Bellet's head but didn't cut it. It was as if the swords clashed and fought for their strength. When the clash ended, Bellet was the first to retreat, but it was Ron who was bleeding. A handful of warm and hot blood rose up his throat. Cag! He spat blood, and before it could touch the ground, black fire and gleams covered Ron. The fire pierced through his chest, and the gleams hit his shoulders. Because of this, the fleet and dragons bombarded him as soon as it calmed down a bit. It was the first time he suffered such a unilateral attack after earning the name of Sword Emperor. The demon god orb continued to mock Ron. Zippel's magicians, dragons, and Bellet felt this way. They were already intoxicated by victory and madness. But Keliark thought differently. Does the demon god orb feel uneasy? Does it consider Ron still a threat? Keliark couldn't understand why. The battle was truly overwhelming. Although Ron still had some power left, Keliark was only using a part of the demon god orb's power. Even if he didn't understand it, he had no doubts. Currently, there were more than 30 gods dwelling in the demon god orb, and the total sum of their wills produced an absolute conclusion. Keliark's gaze landed on the ground. He saw Jean and his group, who had just entered the castle to escape the aftermath of the battle, and Octavia and the specters chasing them. Ron was unable to exert all his strength to prevent the impact from reaching there. Maybe it's because of the divine power of the shadow residing in Jean Runcandle. The demon god orb was superior to Andre's, but it still wasn't in perfect condition. Shadow. The demon god orb could never be completed unless the power of Solderet was obtained. Even if the power of all the gods except him and the gods who had already died or disappeared was combined. Where are you looking, Keliark? Ron's sword cut through the onslaught and arrived right in front of Keliark. Unlike before, this sword energy couldn't be casually dissipated with a simple will. While swinging Rhodey to erase the sword energy, he felt pain in his wrist. It was surprising that he could feel pain despite assimilating into the demon god orb. He thought that maybe the ancient race that disappeared after resisting the gods had also provoked the gods' anger in a similar way. Don't worry. For now, killing you is the priority. Like a tumor, spheres of black fire began to form in the sky. The 5 decimating flame orbs of the dark sky transformed by Keliark and strengthened by the demon god orb were aimed at Ron. In terms of sheer power, it surpassed the second version of Ryal Zippel's legacy. Even when Ron saw that, he didn't retract the power used for ground defense. Keliark frowned as if he were displeased. Did my words sound like lies? Following Keliark's staff, a black flame orb fell first on Sword Emperor Castle. Bellet continued pressing Ron to prevent him from avoiding the black flame orb. But Ron had no intention of avoiding it in the first place. Shoo! Gray Rashid made a resonant sound, and the pattern of the supreme sword engraved on Ron's body became thicker. Ron's gray eyes were steadfast as he looked at Bellet and the black flame orb. Emperor's sword, the first decisive move to kill. Rashid emitted a gray glow. Huge energy enveloped the darkness scattered all around, enough to make even Bellet, who was strengthened with the demon god orb, reflexively step back. The ceaselessly emanating gray light from Emperor's sword occupied its place, revealing the majesty of the Supreme, and at that moment, the expression of the demon god orb floating like an ominous moon wavered. This sword is like... Keliark couldn't help but think of a sword he had faced some time ago. The Supreme Sword was originally a sword modeled after Runcandle's sword, for the decisive battle against Runcandle. That's why all supreme swords resemble Runcandle. But that doesn't mean they are mere clumsy imitations of unblessed bodies. The supreme sword was made to defeat Runcandle. Meteorite Destroyer. It resembles the meteorite shower from Runcandle's third final movement. The sword Keliark remembered was the third final movement of Runcandle directly used by Siren, and the first final movement of the supreme sword. It was a sword forged to surpass Runcandle's meteorite shower. The air split in half along the direction of Rashid's trajectory. The gray aura of the sword emerging from the gap took control of the space that the black flames had engulfed and regained dominance. Ka'ia. The voice of the demon god orb conveyed more anxiety and rage than before. It seemed to say, "Do you dare to think that humans can possess such power?" Belit retreated and roared. It was impossible to block the gray aura of the meteorite destroyer. As soon as Belit dodged, Keliark threw the remaining 4 flame orbs at once. But the speed didn't come out due to the repulsive power. It wasn't much, but they dispersed even before reaching the wall. The 5 flame orbs had already lost their power, and their form couldn't be called an orb. You just said a moment ago that you didn't know you would use the power of the demon god orb against me. I say the same. It's not just hidden power. By any chance, are you getting stronger by facing me? Keliark squinted his eyes with such conviction, and Ron, holding a handful of scattered black flames, closed his fist, extinguishing them. No matter how this fight ends today, you and I will lose a lot, and the real winner won't be you or me. It will be the new generation. Chapter 555. The recovered Octavia and the Spectre Corps were fiercely chasing Jean and his group. Valkas and the Sword Saints, who were supposed to take care of the rear, were already exhausted, but fortunately, Ron's gray sword aura was scattered all along the way to the castle. Strangely, his sword aura didn't hinder allies at all. It only oppressed the specters. Just like a divine being only lends aid to those under its protection. Octavia's tremendous mobility was also dimmed by the gray sword aura, losing its luster. Thanks to this, the group advanced towards the castle more easily than expected. That doesn't mean they moved fast. In the sky, shockwaves from the giants were constantly erupting, and the ground churned and screamed every time they stepped on it. As the battle between Ron and Keliark intensified, the aftermath transmitted to the Sword Emperor Castle. And for the most part, Octavia and the specters had to endure it. It was a strange formation. The specters seemed to be covering Jean and his retreating group like an umbrella. Octavia couldn't help but burst into anger. Since the land battle began, she and the specters had received more damage from Ron. And Keliark's battle. Hedonim said he seemed to be a human favored by the heavens. It seems like infinite luck is on my side. If the heavens are favoring you, it's probably because your father has become the heavens itself. Just like Hedo told Jean in the Soda Desert, Octavia felt the same way. Strangely, Jean seemed to be lucky. Of all things, the battlefield of giants caused more damage to itself with its backs to the sky. And as soon as the battle began, reinforcements called Misha arrived at just the right moment, and they couldn't finish her off even after strengthening with the demon god orb. Again, Octavia couldn't shake off a sense of imminent doom. A dirty intuition was piercing her mind, suggesting that perhaps they wouldn't be able to kill Jean and his group. *T. Even if it wasn't enough, that Valkas and the Sword Saints hadn't fallen yet was horrible. The Black King and the Sword Saints were undoubtedly very strong, but they were in no way comparable to her and the specters. Even if they were able to withstand the impact of the giants, they should have been eliminated by now, especially the 5 Sword Saints. At a glance, they already looked like corpses. Their faces were not just gray but almost black, and the swords they wielded while retreating were not as sharp as before. Still, they didn't die. They had been pierced through the chest, so this would be the end. The running speed would decrease, the leg would break, and now they should fall. Octavia can't count how many times all those expectations have failed. With battered bodies, they wielded the sword almost as if they were staggering. But why and how could they continue to defend the rear, even against herself and the specters? There were moments when the consciousness of the Sword Saints flickered like a flickering magical light. The inner castle was getting closer. After the demon god orb was opened, the Sword Emperor Castle lost most of its castle form. However, the inner castle remained almost the same as the first time. Among the collapsed buildings and broken ground, the only intact inner castle somehow exuded a sublime aura. It gave the feeling that something precious, which should be protected even if the world collapsed, was right here. However, not even Ron could prevent Octavia from hitting it directly. If Jin's group and the specters enter the castle, the inner castle will collapse. You can't pass, Zipples. The Sword Saints stopped retreating in front of the castle. Jin and his companions stopped and looked at them. They realized without saying it. We will buy time one last time, check on how Dante is doing, and if possible, we will bring him with you. That's what the Sword Saints' backs were saying. Anyway, among them, there was no one who could live even if they received treatment right now. Sacrifice, truly terrible. Yes, the right choice. It's going to be very hard to make sense now, Octavia said quietly with hatred. She and the specters pointed their staffs at the Sword Saints. As she said, the miracle of the Sword Saints, which had continued hundreds of times until now, was about to end here. Jin turned around and took a step toward the Sword Saints. He drew the pale blue sword, Sigmund. Lord! Jin Nim. Jin's companions felt the same as him. They didn't want to move to the next step by stepping on the sacrifice of their comrades. But they had to make a rational decision. This must be something that the Sword Saints didn't want either. Feeling Jin's energy approaching them, they also wanted to shout, "Please go!" That's why all his companions had to stop Jin. But Jin wasn't losing his mind and heading towards the Sword Saints just because of his emotions. Won't they come even if I do this? Run, Candle. Jin was asking his own family with his action. Whoever comes from the family. If I fight with them even by executing my sword of the reign of the Kingdom of Legends here, you won't know that not only the Sword Saints will die. It was a friendly threat, and as always, Jin got what he wanted. The moment Octavia and the Spectre's magic rained down on the Sword Saints, and Jin's companions tried to forcefully bring him back. A group of knights hidden among the fire blocked the front of Jin and the Sword Saints. They were 5 black knights. Again, seriously. Octavia gritted her teeth and glared at the black knights. Do you think Run Candle will come to save me? Octavia Zipple? I'm sure. Now you have such a position in Run Candle. Just like she had a conversation with Jin. As soon as they met on land, indeed, Octavia had in mind from the beginning that Run Candle's support would arrive. Still, the reason she was scandalized was that she was fed up. The fact that the situation was favoring Jin more and more each time made her blood flow backward. The knights' swords cut through Octavia and the Spectre's magic. They must have endured the giant's might along the way, but they showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, the aura of one of the swords was stronger than any active Black Knight Jin had ever seen and instantly blocked their path. Jin's companions could breathe a sigh of relief, and Jin finally felt a bit of satisfaction at that moment. Not only was he pretending to fight alongside the Sword Saints, but it was a prelude to knowing that the Black Knights would never have stepped forward if he hadn't genuinely shown his willingness to rejoin the battle. 12th Flagbearer. Stam's calm and heavy voice remained undisturbed even in the chaotic battlefield. Jin had never heard Stam's voice and had no idea of his status, but he knew it instinctively, that he was the leader of Runcandle's Black Knights. To think you would pull me out like this. You always have a knack for surprising our family members. Stam's sword created a fierce resonating sound and pushed other energies away. As soon as he appeared, Octavia and the Spectres had no choice but to change their pursuit formation back to battle. Stam, hasn't Rosa Runcandle come in person? Octavia asked. Stam didn't answer Octavia and looked back at Jin and the others, as if there were no problem even though there were specters in front of him. For a few seconds, Stam's gaze moved back and forth between Jin and the others and the intact inner castle. In the end, it settled on the battered Sword Saints. Before being a Black Knight, before being a human, he was a warrior. He felt a deep respect for them. Thanks to the 12th Flagbearer, I can pay my respects to all of you. It's not my intention, but it's an honor to assist you in your final moments. Even though he felt moved by them as a warrior and wanted to help them as a human, The original mission and the family were the top priority for the Black Knights. Therefore, it wasn't very appropriate to step forward now. But considering Jin's injury or death, he couldn't help it. Stamnim, definitely. The day will come when Hyran returns the favor. Even if it takes 1,000 years. Stam nodded and looked Jin in the eyes. Go, 12th flag bearer. He didn't ask Stam for time to say goodbye to the Sword Saints. Since the land battle began, Jin and his companions had already said their goodbyes to the Sword Saints. The battle itself was like a long farewell for them. For once, Jin and his companions saw the backs of the Master Swordsman and turned back towards the castle. As they left, Octavia couldn't capture them. A while ago, you asked if Rosanim hadn't come in person. Octavia Zippel. Stam pointed his sword and continued speaking. Be thankful that Rosanim decided to send me in her stead. Stam's disdainful voice pierced through Octavia's lungs. Dante Hyran. In an inner war with the white stone, he walked on an endless gray path. How much time had passed, why he was here in the first place, what he resisted against. He couldn't remember those things now. Am I doing okay? He vividly remembered the fact that he had engaged in an intense battle, a fight so fierce that it seemed impossible to express with words. But now he felt calm. He no longer heard the voice that had seduced him, the voice that he didn't know why, but he believed he should never follow. I'm doing just fine. And I overcame it. Suddenly, such a thought sprouted like a horn, and his steps became lighter. He didn't know what he had overcome, but somehow good things seemed to happen if he kept walking. After traversing that gray area for so long, Dante could hear a new voice. Dante. Dante. It wasn't a tempting voice that he thought he should never pass by, but a completely different, very friendly and familiar voice. It was the voice of a friend. Jin. Dante smiled widely and began to run towards Jin's voice. The voice got closer before he got too far, and he saw a door emerging out of nowhere on the gray ground. He put his hand on the door. By the way, even if I open it and go out, is it okay? Suddenly, an unfamiliar feeling of unease filled his joyfully beating heart. Dante. He heard his friend's urgent voice again, and Dante opened the door, stopping his troubled thoughts. And as soon as he stepped out through the door, the white stone looked at the wide-open door and thought, finally, I can get out. Chapter 556. Before the start of the second battle, the Black Knights Rosa sent to inform Siren of the situation couldn't meet him. As fast as they traveled, reaching the depths of the Black Sea in 2 days was impossible. And, above all, Siren's expedition team had already entered the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. This meant total isolation from the outside world. The territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea was not land belonging to humans but a vast subspace prepared for them. There, the sun didn't set, and there were no shadows or traces on the black ground. There was only infinite darkness, with no distinction between day and night. The only things there were monsters that occasionally emerged from the darkness and attacked the group, or more precisely, remnants of chaos. Siren, Luna, former and current Black Knights, and a legendary talking monster walked through that deep and black land. Ha, these clinking and tasteless bastards. Knights, the food is ready. I did my best to cook, but as the ingredients are what they are, the taste isn't that great today. Sorry. Please don't hit me. Ozdak turned the plate of monstrous food made with Ozdak's skill around and squatted with an exaggerated gesture. Of course, it's true that Ozdak had been beaten by Tubin and Knights since he was captured. However, since then, he behaved well and was rarely beaten, and thanks to Siren recognizing Ozdak's usefulness, he was proudly acknowledged as a member of the expedition team. Although not perfect, Ozdak's memories of the Black Sea undoubtedly helped the expedition. Without him, it would have taken them much longer to find the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. So Ozdak was now making a joke. Unfortunately, no one reacted to his desperate attempt to lighten the mood. Haha. Enjoy the meal. Ozdak stood up and scratched his head shyly. Luna and the knights sat down and silently chewed and swallowed their portions. They sounded like a wild beast gnawing on bones. I'm suffocating. How long has this atmosphere been going on? Damn it. Ozdak sighed to himself as he watched them eat. He didn't eat the food he made. First of all, meals meant nothing to him unless they were made of gold. However, Ozdak had another important reason not to eat monsters. The remnants of chaos. It was because after entering the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea, there was something in the energy called chaos. Ozdak was slowly regaining his old memories. Chaos. It never lets go once it clings to life in any form, until the target becomes a completely mad monster. Timar Runcandle. He also remembered hearing rumors that even he, the patriarch of Runcandle 1,000 years ago, had been consumed by chaos and turned into a monster. Chaos was a force that should be avoided not only by humans but by all living beings in general. Everyone must have already accumulated quite a bit of chaos. I hope it doesn't drive them crazy and kill me. Seeing that they can eat and fight without any hindrance, they seem fine for now. All Ozdak could do was hope that such a thing wouldn't happen while keeping an eye on the situation. While he thought, Luna and the knights were busy pushing back the chaos that accumulated in them. In this land, survival required a constant struggle against chaos, even without battles. By the way, I'm a bit worried. Since the day before yesterday there hasn't been any monster attack, so there might be a problem with the food. This is quite troublesome. I can't even go out to look for it. Ozdak. Hyuk. The reason Ozdak was so surprised was that Siren called him. After entering the territory of the 5 kings, all members of the expedition team became less talkative as they struggled against the chaos energy. But Siren was especially severe. It was rare for even a simple order to come out of his mouth. Siren almost didn't feel like a living person. I showed such a pathetic image. Sorry, old man. You're doing very well. Ozdak could only widen his eyes at Siren's unexpected praise. He didn't know what to say, so he bowed his head as if bowing to an elder. In his life of about 2,000 years, he wondered if anything bigger than this had happened. Praise? From the old man to this Ozdak. Siren really thought that Ozdak was doing well. In this terrifying land, he constantly joked, casually cooked with monster corpses, and occasionally hummed to himself. In other words, it was impossible for humans to maintain universal emotions of an intelligent being. Ozdak's actions were helping the knights push back the chaos. He was helping to keep their emotions as humans. When we get back, I should reward the younger one more generously. Siren's gaze reached into the darkness beyond. The fact that Ozdak was worried about the food, saying that he saw no monsters, and how his daughter and the knights had been focused for the past few days without uttering the slightest word. There was a reason why he looked in that direction. 5 kings of the Black Sea. Finally, the time had come to face one of them. Luna. Yes, Father Nim. The battle will start soon. If you can't endure, hide behind me. Luna was well aware that Siren, her father, was the most affected by this terrible chaos. Not only her, but all the knights were aware of it. Unlike the others, Siren had already been fighting against chaos before entering this place, and it was something Luna and the knights couldn't even imagine. For the first time, Luna felt pity for her father. No, perhaps she had felt pity for him for a long time. It wasn't until she came to this land that she began to understand her father, and herself by looking at him. I will do my best to prevent that from happening. In response to Luna's answer, Siren smiled weakly. The knights left their plates. Then, as they approached Siren, they patted Ozdak on the head or shoulder. Then, as if they had been waiting, the darkness in the expedition team's field of vision became even denser, and Ozdak could do nothing but collapse. His legs gave way, weakened by the overwhelming force. Oh, a Black Sea King. 5 kings of the Black Sea. One of them revealed great chaos to the expedition team. Ozdak was overwhelmed by the energy and couldn't even breathe, but all the knights stood tall and faced it head-on. Barasada slowly emerged from its sheath. The chaos, which had come like a tidal wave, stopped due to the light that began to spread from Barasada. Siren was the only one in the expedition who had fought directly against the kings of the Black Sea. Siren knew that the countless eyes staring at him and the expedition from beyond the darkness symbolized Kyle, Kyle, the name of the king of the Black Sea, whom the expedition encountered for the first time. Soon, thousands or tens of thousands of eyes focused on a single person. Siren Runcandle, you managed to come this far with that heavy fate. A dark and eerie voice echoed throughout the subspace. The demonic creatures from the depths of the Black Sea they had faced until now and the remnants of chaos they had killed in the subspace were nothing but dust compared to Kale. Even the monsters that occasionally posed a challenge for Luna and the former Black Knights were no match. Siren didn't respond and approached Kyle slowly. Every time he took a step, the chaos energy that had been pressing on the expedition was pushed toward Kyle. Judging by the atmosphere, it seems you didn't come here in response to the proposal we made back then. The proposal? Kyle and the other kings of the Black Sea wanted Siren to join them. Do you want to have the same fate as your ancestors? Whether then or now, my only task is to end you. I won't become a fragment of a broken object. Origin Orb. The 5 kings of the Black Sea are all fragments of the broken Origin Orb. And the kings of the Black Sea couldn't approach each other except under special circumstances. It was due to the persistent will of the gods that remained inside the broken Origin Orb. So, the kings of the Black Sea only wanted one thing: a means to gather them without restrictions. An existence that could sever the persistent will of the gods imprinted like a stigma. That person was none other than Siren. You know better than anyone that your wish can't come true, idiot. Suddenly, Kyle narrowed his eyes and stopped speaking. He seemed very annoyed by something. Not only Kyle, but Siren also showed momentary surprise. They both had the same feeling. What they both recognized at the same time was that another king of the Black Sea had awakened. Not in this subspace, but in the human world. Soon, Siren's face contorted, and Kyle narrowed his eyes and let out a sinister laugh. Finally, I found you. So, you were out there, my brother. Gleek. Gleek. Kyle. Nergand. Su. Morganil. Among the 5 kings of the Black Sea, Siren had not met Gleek in person, and the other kings didn't know Gleek's whereabouts either. It was the White Stone of Hyran. It was the 5th fragment of the broken Origin Orb. Siren swung his sword against Kyle, and Kyle roared triumphantly even as his body was slashed. As Jean and his group entered the castle, the first thing they saw was the indescribably gigantic and solid ice layer covering Dante's seal and the entire interior. It was a scene in which this formidable ice was violently breaking under some dark force. Talaris had kept the inner castle safe shortly after the Second War began, but she couldn't even prevent the chaos seal from breaking. Talaris Nim, hidden palace master. Blood flowed from the corners of Talaris's mouth as she fell towards the group. The black power released from the seal spread in all directions without signs of stopping even after being crushed by the power of myriad ice. The inner castle that Ron and the Knights of Hyran had carefully guarded vanished without a trace in an instant. At that moment, Jean couldn't help but remember what Talaris had told him. Somehow, maybe it's a relief that Zippel's main force is on the way, and Runcandle is nearby. If the chaos of the White Stone awakens, they have no choice but to fight against it, whether they like it or not. If it's not them and us, no one can stop it anyway. Chapter 557. Retreat. Everyone. Talaris quickly regained her composure. Instead of the inner castle, a massive ice barrier extended in all directions, encompassing Talaris's full strength, except for the power used to bind Ilona Zippel's seal. However, chaos energy pierced through it effortlessly. The advancing chaos hitting her and Jin's group could be delayed a bit, but that was all. Cuckoo. Talaris, herself, spat out blood again and widened her eyes. Her eyes twitched, and her grip on the sword trembled. She wasn't trembling in fear, but neither without apprehension. The chaos tsunami emanating from the White Stone was so vast that even she couldn't comprehend it. It might be hard to believe, but if you can use that White Stone, it has the power to support the entire magical equipment of the Empire and make the Empire many times stronger in an instant. The traitor Tyan Heron's testimony. Now, it has been proven that large-scale reinforcements are coming. The white stone is something indispensable for them. But we still don't know what it is. Rose's evaluation. The previous Hidden Palace Master left a record that Hiran had something that could be a threat to the world. Our Hidden Palace speculates that the object Hiran has is the Witch Helurim. It's a seal that can resist even the absolute power of full ice. Do you understand what this means? It means there is a chaos even I cannot handle. Talaris's speculation. All those stories were wrong or incomplete. What slept in the white stone was an existence far beyond their expectations. The king of the Black Sea, Gleek, the fifth ruler of chaos. The only one who knew his true identity was Kinselo. Not even Keliark expected that Gleek was sealed in the white stone. Full ice emitted a dazzling glow. Its energy, which would normally illuminate the entire area, was as weak as a candle against Gleek's chaos. The full ice sword unfolded. If she hesitated even for a moment, at that moment, neither she nor Jin's group would be safe. Third technique, Avalanche. Fourth technique, Frost Crush. 10th technique, Glacier Slash. A ghostly white sword, infused with Talaris's essence, spread amidst the chaos. The chaos received all of Full Ice's attacks as if mocking them. The white stone was a king of the Black Sea. Full Ice assimilated even more with Talaris, releasing a harsh resonant sound like a roar. The rushing chaos showed signs of slowing down for the first time at that moment. Full Ice's final technique, White. While Talaris struck the ground with full ice, ice flowers bloomed everywhere like mountains. The glacial ice, absurdly sharp and hard, enveloped the space at a speed close to that of light. Talaris, herself, trembled, and dark blood flowed continuously from her mouth and nose. Along with Alona's seal, she had been single-handedly guarding the tumult of the white stone, so even Talaris couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. And Talaris breathed heavily, amplifying the energy of the final technique, White. She seemed to be fighting against the chaos. She was desperately blocking the chaos trying to break out by crushing White's sword. Damn it! Why is that here and not in the Black Sea? Saying that, Talaris's face turned pale. Her hair was already disheveled, and sweat poured down her body, and the sword formed by the power of White wavered unsteadily, as if it would be torn from the ground at any moment. Talaris and Dorma, the Hidden Palace Master and world-renowned strongwoman even acknowledged by Siren, faced a crisis as chaos awakened. Talaris Nim. Jean, listen. Carefully. Maybe even with everyone on the battlefield joining forces. Those bastards out there. The space where Talaris was blocking the chaos was extremely limited. Chaos was already spreading across the battlefield beyond the ice formations, although it had not yet broken the final move, White. Talaris was only buying time. Time for Ron, Keliark, Runcandle, and Zippel outside to push the chaos a bit. If the final move broke inside, that was the end. And that thing, Kook, wants you. The Black Sea King's resentment directed straight at the shadow. Talaris, herself, keenly felt that hatred while resisting the chaos. It was so difficult for her to fend off the chaos, and the hatred was aimed at Jean, not herself. Jean felt the same. He sensed that the chaos was directed at him as soon as it awakened. Such thick hatred that it almost seemed to have a form weighed on Jin's entire body. A sense of oppression that seemed to petrify his body, as if his father were displaying fighting spirit by focusing on himself. If it weren't for Talaris, Jean wouldn't have survived this time. He alone could do nothing. His companions were tired, and the dragons they had to protect were not the same as before, or their forces were depleted. Moreover, the enemy was so massive and strong that it had no comparison to anything Jean and his companions had faced, and the time Talaris could hold out wasn't much. After the final move, White ended, she needed a break to properly recover her strength and regain some of the power used for Elona Zippel's seal. If the Emperor hadn't made a deal with Zippel, if Zippel hadn't revealed such unbridled greed, if the world hadn't cornered Hiran and the Sword Emperor Castle, that horrifying being would never have awakened in the human world. Thud. The blood flowing from Talaris's face left red stains on the icy ground. And another problem arose within the territory of white that Talaris formed. Cook dash. Quack. Suddenly, Amala's eyes rolled back, and she was having convulsions. It was because the chaos within her was reacting to Gleek's energy and going out of control. If Yona hadn't stepped on her chaos once, Amala would have gone mad and attacked her allies within seconds. What should I do, Ag? Even Lada and Faye were also sitting and groaning. Even the faint scent of chaos inherited from Smarian was responding to Gleek's power. My lord, if I ever attack my comrades, do not hesitate to finish me. Even right now, my sanity is fading away. Lada used her willpower by stabbing herself in the thigh and shoulder, barely regaining consciousness, but she could no longer continue the fight. Leader of the Phantom Legion, Lada Faye. The territory of white was crumbling. Jean had to judge what he could do. At this rate, Talaris Nim and all my comrades are in danger. I have to find a way to do it. The special technique of the Shadow Blade. Black Light Call. That technique was still unavailable. Instead, Stamnim and the Black Knights behind me. Stam and the Black Knights, just outside the broken castle, were now facing chaos, not specters. There was no time for swords and staffs. Stamnim received the order to save me from the family. Also, due to the location, Stamnim is also assisted by Talaris Nim. As expected, Stam was now fighting to enter the territory of white. It was because he judged that none of his comrades would be able to defend Jean the moment the final move, white, was pierced. Talaris Nim, is it possible to harvest some of the scattered forces from the rear? Talaris understood immediately. Before Gleek awakened, she had also felt the presence of Stam and the Black Knights. She couldn't think because she was frantically trying to keep the chaos at bay. Stam and the Black Knights. But Jean, it's a risky bet. Chaos will enter as soon as white from the rear disappears. Before responding, Jean was anxiously chanting an invocation spell. To summon his phoenix, which had been recovering after infusing part of its power into Bradamanti last year. It wasn't a random act of luck. As soon as chaos awakens, the blue flames residing in Bradamanti reacted intensely, just like when Tess forcibly manifested using my power in Old Otyrium. Jin's fervent wish received a response within seconds. First of all, Tess had been preparing for the manifestation right after Gleek was released from the White Stone. Tess hadn't fully recovered her strength yet, but now was not the time to argue about that. Tess stepped out of the summoning circle, showing the dignity of the master of the world of flames. Moreover, unlike in Old Otyrium, Tess didn't use Jin's power as a guarantee to bring forth her own abilities. Tess used the authority as the owner of the world of flames to purify part of the chaos spreading everywhere and use it as a medium. Tess couldn't use chaos as a medium indefinitely. Even for Tess, exposing herself to chaos in this way was obviously dangerous, but she judged it was better than risking the contractor's life. Tess? Oh, how glad I am to see you. Jean, Misha, and Murakan shouted at the same time, and when Tess appeared, the chaos that weighed again on the ice formation showed signs of retreating. At the same time, Talaris broke part of the ice formation in the rear, and Stam and the Black Knights entered. Octavia and the Spectres were nowhere to be seen. They were retreating to the main unit to escape the chaos. 12th Flagbearer. Fortunately, you're unharmed. Crack dash. Then, the ice formation in the front exploded and shattered, and the chaos that had hesitated poured inside. Stam and the Black Knights advanced without hesitation and brandished their swords in favor of Talaris, even though they didn't act to save her or other allies. The situation simply didn't allow rescuing only Jean. Anyway, thanks to them, Talaris could catch her breath for a moment, and Jean and his comrades could hear the voices of the two people shouting and giving orders from the outside. All Knights of Runcandle, protect the 12th Flagbearer. By all means, secure Jean Runcandle. He must not be consumed by chaos under any circumstances. Rosa Runcandle and Kellyark Zippel. Following the orders of their respective leaders, all members of Runcandle and Zippel rushed to save Jean. Chapter 558. As soon as Gleek awakened, the war that was raging outside naturally came to an end. Keliark and Ron also had no choice but to defend against the chaos energy sweeping the battlefield. Runcandle, who had been observing the situation, could no longer remain idle. As soon as Gleek awakened, his power extended its influence even to where the Runcandles were hiding, and the option to escape was no longer available. It was because Jean was inside. Although Rosa hoped that Zippel and Hyran would either face defeat or come to negotiate, Jin's death was absolutely excluded in Rosa's calculations. Above all, those on the battlefield could instinctively feel that if they didn't defeat the awakened Black Sea King here and now, the next sequence would inevitably lead to the end of the world or a catastrophe of equal magnitude. Rosa and Keliark also realized why Kinselo had not participated in this crucial battle until now. Kinselo, those bastards knew that the White Stone was the Black Sea King. Now I understand. That's why Ron suffered such a serious injury. It was because the Black Sea King reacted to the energy of the Kinselo leader that remained in Ron's wounds. Rosa and Keliark thought about this as they gritted their teeth. Both were correct. Kinselo knew the identity of the White Stone, so they called it a bomb, and Ron's injury deepened when Gleek reacted to the power of the Kinselo leader. Roar! Deep blue flames erupted from the chaos on the ground. As soon as Rosa and Keliark saw the flames, they inwardly sighed in relief. The flames were proof that Jean was still alive. Rosa had to save Jean. Now that Jean had become the next influential patriarch externally instead of Joshua, and if she lost Jean, then the information about Hister and Timar would be lost again. Keliark also needed to save Jean. If Jean died, he might somehow recover Soderet's powers, but things would change if he got eaten by the Black Sea King. Keliark wouldn't be able to complete the Demon God Orb forever. A chaos storm was unleashed. The Demon God Orb hanging in the sky trembled with a distorted face. Cha-ha! Cha! A deep, fear-soaked voice mixed with chaos and gradually disappeared. What the Demon God Orb feared was not Ron but Gleek. It was the countless gods sealed inside the Demon God Orb, the fragments of the origin orb that they themselves broke because they couldn't handle the power. Rosa's sword, Frenzy, was dyed with a white aura and created a sharp resonant sound. An aura resembling mist protected the Runcandle Knights behind her. Unlike Talaris, Rosa could fight without restrictions. Thanks to her enlightenment after Jin's declaration at that moment, she could unleash a sword comparable to the current Ron. The fiery blade cut through the incoming chaos, and the Runcandle Knights followed her step by step in the storm, slowly forming a defensive formation. In the sky, Keliark and Zippel's fleet descended slowly to the ground, making its way through the chaos. The fact that all of them mobilized to save Jean was undoubtedly something no one on the battlefield expected. If Tess had not been summoned, Jean would not have avoided the loss of some of his allies. The blue flames were forming a barrier in place of the broken ultimate technique, White, in the front. The power Tess was exerting now far exceeded that of the day she destroyed the Dark Wizard Society with a single roar, but now the opponent was Gleek. Defense alone was not reasonable. Tess didn't know how long she could even pierce through the unstable chaos catalyst. Ha, ha! Breathing heavily, Talaris lifted her head and looked ahead. Maintaining White had reached its limit, and she retracted her sword, relying on Jean, Tess, and the Black Knights. At the same time, the entire white ice formation melted, and Stam and the Black Knights took their place and stepped forward. The black energy touching the blade is as heavy as a mountain. However, the Hidden Palace Master is not a person who exhausts all her strength to that extent, so why is she so tired? Talaris spat blood and looked at the backs of the Black Knights. I need time to refine my energy. Hold on until then, Stam. It will be difficult to break through the withdrawal route like this, so don't think about taking only Jean. Understood, Hidden Palace Master. Talaris sat up straight. Then, dozens of white portals opened around her, and from within them, an energy that far surpassed the power Talaris had used until then flowed and began to surround her. As expected, there was still strength left. However, the situation remained unfavorable. Stam and the Black Knights felt it too. The chaos energy was pointing at none other than Jean. Why is it coming at me? Jean didn't have time to wonder about those things. He had already experienced through Yona that chaos beyond a certain level showed hostility towards him. Jean moved his steps to Stam's side. 12th flag-bearer. We'll hold him together. We have to endure until they clear a retreat route from the outside. So it shouldn't interfere with your mission. Stamnim. Bradamanti, engulfed in blue flames, blended with the swords of the Black Knights and began cutting through the chaos. Murakin and Misha also squeezed out the remaining strength, opening the black lance and curtain, and the companions who still had strength seemed to be clearing the chaos they couldn't avoid. No one spoke a word. Only the clash of swords and chaos reverberated in Tessa's flames. Slowly, the chaos storm faded. However, the knights felt it wasn't because the power of the Black Sea King had weakened, but rather the result of him fully awakening and organizing his strength. This vast power that turned the entire battlefield into chaos in an instant was nothing more than a prelude. The real thing will begin from now on. Everyone on the battlefield could clearly hear that voice. A creepy sensation that couldn't be described pierced the hearts of knights and magicians. Then the chaos storm stopped. The chaos energy that swirled wildly and swept the battlefield stopped in its place like a picture. Only at that moment could people face the true form of Gleek, the Black Sea King. A dark and massive phantom. The two crushed feet didn't touch the ground but were firmly fixed in the air, and the hundreds of arms attached to the torso pointed in all directions, holding spears and swords. These arms were thick and long enough to reach the broken spires of the Sword Emperor Castle, and the weapons covered the entire sky. Even the face of the demon god orb seemed small compared to him, and the fleet floating in front of him looked like flying insects. They can't believe it came out of that small stone. A giant mass of an unfathomable abyss dominated humans. However, the black eyes swayed unstably like an alpine tree. If looked closely without being intimidated by its majesty, a twisted feeling could be found in every part of Gleek, as if something was distorted. For some reason, he couldn't awaken perfectly. The human world was a land where Gleek shouldn't exist, and he had been sealed for too long. But this fact couldn't console those gathered on the battlefield. Most hadn't even realized that Gleek had been released in an imperfect state from the beginning. Is a Black Sea King? 5 Black Sea Kings. The first time Jean heard about them was when Myron Zippel was facing his end. Once I was the lover of the witch Halurim, who shared a cup with the kings of the Tigris Mountains, west of the Black Sea. During the Columbus incident, a spell cast by Myron, using dark magic to be possessed by the demon king Orgel. Since that day, Jean had heard no information about the Black Sea Kings anywhere. Even when Talaris explained the chaos directly to him, she didn't speak of the Black Sea Kings. But as soon as Jean faced Gleek's figure, he knew instinctively that the dreadful being was the reason his father was so obsessed with the Black Sea. I hoped it was part of the chaos and Halurim's artifact, but Gleek, like Keliark, Misha also hoped that the white stone was the chaos and Halurim's artifact, not the Black Sea King. Unlike Misha, whose face turned white, Murakin seemed to be hearing the name Gleek for the first time. But whether he knows the name or not, it didn't matter. The issue the group faced was survival. I woke up from a long sleep, but I am far, far away from my brothers. Ea! Before Gleek could finish his words, a roar erupted from the sky. Zippel's fleet, excluding Kozek, faltered and opened fire. The cannons of the flying battleship were filled through the mana of the magicians. However, Keliark didn't give the order to fire, and Zippel's most elite magicians aboard the battleship didn't lose their heads in fear. The chaos energy filling the entire space was causing malfunctions in devices and magical artifacts. The dragon artifacts that Murakin described as shackles were turning off or shattering, and magicians, attempting to control the battleships, fell victim to the mana backlash in seconds. Even the fired cannons didn't even reach Gleek and disappeared into the chaos. Keliark tried to control them using the demon god orb, but it wasn't easy. The terrified demon god orb couldn't easily lend strength to Keliark as before. The smell of bitter hatred fills the air. Slowly, Gleek lowered his head. Soon, his two eyes turned towards where Jean was. As soon as Jean made eye contact with him, he sensed the next moment that countless swords and spears would strike him. Before he could even finish thinking about it, Jean raised his sword. Stam, the Black Knights, and their companions also got into position. The black swords, sharper and heavier than the chaos they had fought so hard against, descended. It wasn't easy to accept the fact that those enormous swords and spears fell at such a speed that it was difficult to react. 5 attacks falling in rapid succession, it was impossible to know how the hell he would dodge or block them. If Rosa and the Black Knights hadn't shot sword energy, and Keliark hadn't supported them with magic, everything would have ended. But they were still too far away. Defense had its limits, and Gleek's swords pressed on Jean with increasing intensity. At a moment when they were about to fail one of the successive attacks, Jean could confirm that one of Gleek's swords was suddenly turning gray. Ron Hyran had lunged forward and stopped Gleek's sword. Chapter 559. Ron's back heaved with accelerated breaths. Trembling legs, a body more emaciated than before, and the thick gray patterns on Lord's sword showed how dire his condition had become. Ron Nim. Ron didn't look back and swung Rashid again to unleash the sword's wind. The gray blades halted the fall of Gleek's swords and spears. Ron wasn't the only one standing in Gleek's way to protect Jean. Ruyan, Akita Hyran, Errol Lyman, Bel Artemiro, and Franz. The 5 sword saints of Hyran also stood beside Ron, pointing their swords at Gleek. They also unleashed all the remaining energy when the chaos storm erupted and helped Ron reach Jean. The sword saints standing next to Ron remained unmoving. After clearing the path for Ron, they faced death while standing. That was the true end of the sword saints. Sword saints. Jean didn't know how they were able to fight until this happened. The bodies of the sword saints turned into ashes and scattered. It felt like his heart had been cut with a blade. The prolonged battle seemed like a farewell, but the sword saints had dedicated everything to Hyran and those who fought for him until the end. When the sword saints vanished into the wind, only Ron became the figure guarding the vanguard. Everyone gazed at Ron's back. That's why no one knew what expression he wore. Tears, sweat, and blood flowed through the deep wrinkles around his eyes, and sobs escaped like the wind from his empty mouth as he tried to suppress his sorrow. The Sword Emperor Castle had been destroyed without a trace, and his grandson, more precious than anything and irreplaceable, had been devoured by that monster. Finished. Almost everything Ron Hyran had cherished and loved throughout his life had gone far beyond his reach, to a place he would never see or touch again. And as always, despair didn't give humans time to cry. Gleek waved his hundreds of arms in all directions as if he didn't care about Ron's pain. Most of them were heading towards Jean. Kaif! Ron's hoarse voice, roaring in agony, resembled Dante's, who had been born with frailty and hardened through despair. Revenge was out of his reach. He was exhausted, and the newly emerged enemy was too colossal. Ron couldn't ignore Gleek and engage in a final battle against Zippel and the traitors. However, the only reason he returned here and fought without giving up was one. If everything ended like this, he wouldn't even be able to see his grandson's face. Not even in death. Still, there were things to protect and his grandson's friend who fought for him. He had to send him off alive and give him the chance to live as an adult. Even if he couldn't repay the favor, he couldn't let him die in this desolate land. The gray glow of Rashid intensified. Only Ron had diverted more than 70% of Gleek's blades falling on Jean. The rest were blocked by Stam, the Black Knights, and Jean himself. He still possesses that power even now. Keliark Zippel, watching Ron leap like a wild beast from a distance, fell into shock once again. It should have ended, but it didn't. He should have died, but he didn't. He should have stopped, but he didn't. Ron fighting against Gleek was obviously an advantage for Keliark now, but Zippel's members were still demoralized by the Knights of Hyran. Both Keliark and Octavia felt an unfamiliar anxiety about Ron and the Sword Saints. Even after using the Demon God Orb, he couldn't easily move towards the ground. He was still vastly superior in terms of sheer strength, but it didn't make sense. Although Ron was a bit closer to Gleek, Keliark knew that even if it were him in that position, he wouldn't have reached the ground faster than Ron. Moreover, if he were Ron, Keliark would have kept fighting somehow against Zippel instead of rushing towards Gleek to save Jean, even if that meant taking a shortcut to mutual destruction. Trust and loyalty were everything between Hyran and Jean, unlike Zippel, whose goal was to complete the demon god orb. Even if he had made the decision to save Jean, it would have been for negotiating with Zippel afterward, not out of trust. Anyway, thanks to his naivety, I can relax for now. Please wait until we and Runcandle can join properly. Keliark looked down, forming the decimating flame orb of the dark sky second version of the Demon Empress. Its pure flame, not mixed with the power of the demon god orb, was clearing the chaos. Rosa, Runcandle, and even Octavia and the specters were heading to save Jean from the ground behind them. Rosa didn't order any attack even when she saw Octavia, and the specters' unprotected backs in the distance. It was time to join forces. Although Ron-Nim is blocking him, if we continue like this, almost all my comrades will die. Since the attacks had consistently targeted Jean from the start, he had to move for the safety of his comrades. But changing places was a risky gamble. There were no guarantees that Gleek would completely neglect that side if Jean left that position. It's better than standing still. Instead, Jean tried once before moving. He deliberately decided to further reinforce Bradamanti's shadow energy and observe Gleek's reaction. Soderette. Gleek reacted as Jin's shadow energy amplified, attacking with increased ferocity. Muraken. Yes, I'll divert the attention of that monstrosity. You and Tess protect everyone. Until Talaris Nim regains his strength. Damn it, I got it. As Jean started running with all his might, Ron and the Black Knights followed suit. Fortunately, Gleek immediately shifted its focus. All chaos swords and spears moved in Jin's direction. Good job, Jean. I lost my moment of emotions and didn't think about your companions. Jean felt a warm sensation choking his throat at Ron's words. Ron-Nim, please don't say such things. More importantly, your body. I won't die until I save you. I'll endure stubbornly until that monster gets bored and gives up. Boom! The 7 swords of the knights clashed continuously with Gleek's weapons. Just like at the beginning of the second battle, Ron's sword energy was aiding everyone, and it seemed they could hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, that feeling lasted briefly. You dare mock me? Soderette. As Gleek awakened in an incomplete state, it seemed to recognize Jean as Soderette himself, not as a contractor. Kook! Simultaneously, Ron, who had taken swords, leaned forward and vomited black blood. Jean, Stam, and the Black Knights quickly covered his opening, but the balance was broken. Gleek's means of attack were not limited to hundreds of swords and spears. As soon as Ron lost balance for a moment, a tremendous pulling force suddenly generated from Gleek. Naturally, Gleek was trying to pull Jean towards him with the power of chaos. Stam burst his energy and created a counterforce, but he couldn't prevent Jean from being dragged through the air. Following Gleek's gaze, Jean rose into the air. Tess, who confirmed it belatedly, let out a sigh. If the strong pressure contained in the blue flames hadn't suppressed Gleek's pull, Jean would have been dragged right into Gleek's eyes. Fortunately, it stopped midway and Jean met Gleek's eyes. Gleek's trembling eyes were like an endless abyss. Although it seemed like he could be absorbed just by looking at them, Jean focused his mind and gripped the sword. Dante, the monster that swallowed his friend. The fear of the overwhelming power that even dominated the strongest of the century was overshadowed by a deeper and darker hatred. And now I see. Smile. Gleek's mouth opened like a crescent moon. Soderette, bastard, it seems you also lost your power. Damn monster. What did you do to Dante? Now I see. A human. Somehow it seems you are Soderette's contractor. What? If I couldn't imitate your voice, it would have been more troublesome. As if something had struck Jin's head, his spine tensed, and a sharp ringing sound rang in his ears. Jean intuitively knew it without needing detailed explanations. Dante was fighting against Gleek in the Chaos Seal and was deceived by his voice in a certain situation. Then what happened to Dante? Is he still inside that seal? Jean asked with barely calm voice. You keep asking useless questions, Soderette. It's strange, you should know best. I don't know. He disappeared. Jin's eyes widened. He disappeared. What a load of crap. Yes, and now it's your turn. Tess. Just as Gleek was about to move, Jean shouted Tess's name, revealing his intention. It meant lifting the heavy pressure. I need to create an opening for Ron Nim to attack. Having Ron jump to rescue him was just another loss in the battle. Even if I deepen, Tess can pull me out at least once. I've only been defending all this time, so I have to make an attack at least once. When the pressure decreased like a broken rope, Jin's body rose towards Gleek. Hundreds of enormous blades formed a black forest. It felt like it would cut off his limbs even if he brushed against it. Jean rotated his body, reached Gleek's eyes, and thrust the sword. Thud! However, Jean realized that even though he stabbed Gleek's eyes directly, he felt no impact. Cock! Instead, it was Jean who was struck. As soon as he stabbed Gleek's eye, one of Gleek's swords pierced through Jin's chest. The shadow energy armor didn't break, but all the bones in his body trembled as if they were about to shatter. Gleek tried to attack Jean again as he fell, but Ron had already thrust his arms and swung his sword, as Jean wished. The moment he hit the ground, Jean vomited blood. He couldn't help but recall the moment Gleek's sword struck him. He felt the sword before it touched his body, so it undoubtedly had enough power to break the shadow energy armor. Right before hitting Jean, someone or something seemed to withdraw Gleek's sword, stopping the attack. It can't be. Thump, thump. Jin's heart pounded wildly. It was because he thought it might be Dante who made Gleek hesitate at that moment. Chapter 560. Gleek. It was clear that the Black Sea King, existing in the form of a white stone, had awakened using Dante as a vessel. As Gleek had stated, it was highly likely that Dante's body had already vanished, but there was a possibility that his consciousness still lingered, even if only partially. Of course, Jean could be wrong. The desperate hope that his friend survived might be clouding his rationality. Nevertheless, Jean couldn't comprehend why Gleek hesitated for a moment when the enormous chaos sword attacked him. Is it because he just woke up and his condition is not perfect? Jean was aware that Gleek was not in perfect condition. Although it was the first time he saw him, his distorted body was full of flaws. Above all, Gleek mistook Jean for Soderette. He spoke as if he knew Soderette well and hated him intensely, yet he's so confused as to mistake me for Soderette. There must be an issue with his senses. This fact sent a chill down Jin's spine. Despite not awakening in full condition, Gleek overwhelmed everyone on the battlefield. Boom! Rashid, tainted in gray, soared towards Gleek's upper body. Ron struck with all his might, managing to break several of Gleek's swords and spears for the first time since Glyac had awakened. The broken weapons fell like an avalanche, crashing to the ground. Ron jumped once again through the shattered weapons, riding the sword's wind burst, and slammed Rashid into Gleek's face. Hundreds of arms once again blocked his path, and this time, a repulsive force instead of attraction pushed him. Nevertheless, Ron managed to leave a long and deep scar on Gleek's face. It was not without cost. Ron was also pierced everywhere by the spikes protruding from Gleek's face out of nowhere. Jean and the Black Knights jumped at the same time to protect Ron, who was momentarily defenseless. A total of 14 spikes stabbed his body, and dark red blood oozed from his body, fortunately without very deep wounds. However, the fact that Gleek's reflexive attack injured Ron was a problem in itself. The speed of the spikes that Jean and the Black Knight sensed was certainly not at a level that a knight like Ron couldn't avoid or block. Ron was physically reaching his limit. He wasn't normal since the beginning of the second battle, so it wasn't surprising that Ron could collapse at any moment. Ron Nim, are you okay? At first glance, Jean saw that Ron's pupils were clouding over. He sensed the peculiar scent of ash characteristic of those nearing death. I'm fine. Jean and the Black Knights protected his sides and back. Talaris remained seated, and support from Runcandle and Zipple continued to come from afar. Although Gleek's senses were not intact, he directed almost all his attacks at Jin's side. But Gleek didn't completely neglect the rear. He continued to explode chaos outward to prevent Runcandle and Zipple from getting closer. More than 90% of Eos's energy was spent blocking reinforcements. Therefore, what Jean and the others were enduring were mostly pure physical attacks from Gleek. Ron stood up, planting his sword in the ground. In the process, he suddenly noticed that the ground was turning strangely black. Jean and the Black Knights also saw the same phenomenon. The earth, it wasn't darkened by the roar of battle or cannon fire. It's similar to the Black Sea. The land called the Black Sea. Stam, who participated in Siren's expedition long after becoming a Black Knight, had personally experienced this phenomenon firsthand in the past. The phenomenon of land turning into the Black Sea. Jean also encountered the same when he heard about Ozdok from Pecan Minche. When the Black Sea expanded rapidly, Ozdok was covered by the toxic land of the Black Sea. It must be assumed that he was buried alive while trying to hibernate. The land where the Sword Emperor Castle once stood was turning into the Black Sea due to Gleek's energy. A land where people cannot live. Crunch! Ron clenched his fist and grabbed a handful of soil. Instead of black soil, his fist was filled with solid chaos crystals. To what extent will you trample my land? The chaos crystals disintegrated into particles in Ron's grip and dispersed. Jean couldn't say anything to him. Perhaps all the tragedies that occurred in the Sword Emperor Castle were caused by its own regression. So a terrible guilt clung to Jin's heart like rancid oil. Even before his regression, Zipple created the demon god orb, and the imperial family always sought an opportunity to expel Hyran, and the White Stone was always there. The war of the Sword Emperor Castle was destined to happen regardless of Jin's regression. Rather, it might be that Jin is now advancing towards a better outcome. However, no one could tell Jin that it wasn't his fault. Jin himself couldn't think otherwise, and the sorrow experienced by the giant in front of him was bitterly intense. All that was left was for him to fight with all his might. As always, that was the best Jin could do. The strong pressure pressing on Gleek was fading. Tessa's energy had run out. Gleek paused for a moment from the impact of the slash on his face, but then wielded hundreds of swords and spears again. And Ron stumbled. Ron trod on unstable ground with his wavering legs. So Jean and the Black Knights were almost in position to protect Ron. As the Black Sea began to form, Gleek's energy quickly blackened the ground. Jean was also getting tired. Stam and the Black Knights were better off than him since their battle wasn't as prolonged, but they had to deal with chaos all the time and quickly lost their stamina to fill Ron's vacancy. What was even more painful was the fact that Gleek's distorted appearance was becoming more stable as the transformation of the Black Sea progressed. Gleek's attacks became fiercer as time passed, and his energy expanded. The advance of Runcandle and Zipple was further delayed. Crack! In the end, Ron was brought down by a single scythe-shaped blade that Jean and the Black Knights had overlooked. He managed to counterattack but fell to the ground without more ado. He had surpassed his limits several times already. Since he woke up after a long period of unconsciousness until now, Ron had been performing miracles. But now he had reached the end. Ron Nim, 12th flag-bearer. Jean and Stam shouted simultaneously. Jean instinctively rushed to save Ron, which Stam thought was a wrong decision. Stam was right. If he lost focus while defending Ron, he would only be giving an opportunity to Gleek. Jean thought that Gleek would naturally target him if he approached recklessly. If that happened with Stam and the Black Knights, they could still save Ron even if he was injured. But Gleek was regaining sanity as the land turned into the Black Sea. He decided it would be better to kill Ron first when the chance presented itself. Furthermore, Gleek's lance was faster than Jin's. A massive black lance descended towards Ron like lightning. Damn it! Damn! Jean raised his energy and thrust at the speed of light. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears. Jean narrowly missed hitting the lance and failed. In that fleeting moment, Jean bitterly resented not being able to intercept the massive lance. Ron no longer had the strength to repel the lance. At the moment when the blade of the lance was about to strike Ron, it imprinted like a slow-motion screen in Jin's field of vision. And the next moment, Jean saw it again. He saw Gleek hesitating. The lance stopped just before hitting Ron. What is this? It was only a brief moment, around a second, but enough time for Jean to throw himself again and push Ron. Aya! Instead of Ron, Jean let out a scream as he caught the lance. Due to the recoil, he felt like his bones and organs were about to burst, but Jean felt a sense of relief that he almost thanked the pain. Stam and the Black Knights repelled the attack. And now they also felt that there was something off with Gleek. However, they hadn't thought about Dante. Ron, on the other hand, was clearly aware even as his consciousness faded and his eyes darkened. Dante, my grandson, how are you? Ron's eyes clouded over. Earlier, when Jean asked if he was okay, Ron responded vaguely, not just because he was exhausted. At the moment when the 14 spikes protruding from Gleek's face pierced his body, he also thought that Dante's consciousness might linger somewhere within that monster, just as Jean thought. Ron was convinced now. I sense it, Jean. Dante, my grandson, is inside him. Your persistent Ron's vision faded. He lost sight. Yes, grandson, it's your grandfather. The fire of the flesh faded, and all that remained for Ron was the unwavering will of his blind love for his grandson. He kept talking with a hoarse voice and little sensation in his entire body. Ronim, Dante is in there. So, you must hold onto your consciousness. Dante, I will save you. Crack, thud. While Ron murmured, Gleek swung his sword again. Jean and the Black Knights responded, but if they missed one more attack, Ron would be shredded without a trace. Unlike Jean, the Black Knights no longer saw sense in protecting Ron. It was because reviving him seemed impossible unless the tears of numerous were used, but Jean insisted on protecting Ron. 12th flag-bearer, you have to give up. More than this is impossible. No, we must save him. Stamnim. Are you saying that you really don't know that this is a situation where acting emotionally won't help? That statement was incorrect. Rather, Jean was now making judgments almost without any emotion. The reason he wanted to save Ron wasn't different. Kellyark Zippel. It was because Jean was aware that the culprit who pushed Hyran to such a desperate fate was about to arrive. He will definitely save Ron Nim, with the power of the demon god orb. Jean doesn't know if he should describe it as saving, but one thing was certain. Using the power of the demon god orb, Ron could fight again. Although it's far from the limits. Stam read Jin's thoughts and recognized his true intentions belatedly, and a chill ran down his spine. If it were a matter of facing grief, Jean might have given up on Ron. It would be better for him to rest now than rely on that damned object called the demon god orb to force him to fight again. However, what Ron desired was not to rest. What he wanted was to fight until he found any trace of Dante in this desolate battlefield. Even if it meant using extreme and brutal means, there was no need to hide it. Ron knew that his grandson's presence lingered somewhere inside that monster. Kellyark Zippel will act to save Ron Nim, and Ron Nim will fight. Above all, Ron Nim is absolutely necessary for this fight, because our patriarch is not here. Leader of the Black Knights, do you really think I'm ruining things because of emotions? Jean retorted, barely suppressing his miserable feelings.